Guten Tag, Berlin. It's a beautiful day here in Germany.
Guten Tag, Berlin.
Today's the day. It's the FC Pro World Championship Finals.
I'm playing to win the biggest trophies.
Prove that I can win and be the best player in the world.
I can do this.
Welcome back to the incredible city of Berlin for the final day of the FC Pro World Championships. Wherever you're joining us from around the world, stop what you're doing. Cancel your plans and put your phone on silent, as I promise you, you won't want to miss a second of what's coming up in this historic day for esports. Millions of players around the globe started off with the dream of becoming the first ever FC Pro World Champion, but now just 8 remain. Each one of them hoping to leave here with this trophy and a first prize of $250,000. Now joining me, of course, I can't do it all alone. We've got the best casters, the best analysts in the game. We've got Mr. Ryan Pessoa, and we've got Umut here as well. Guys, what a day we've got in store. Ryan, I mean, we've got a crowd here, we've got people, the atmosphere's building. It's massive.
Yeah, the tensions are increasing, obviously, as the minutes go on. I'm sure the players are looking forward to getting started, but I'm nervous for them as well.
Umut, of course, I have to ask you about the man who's in his home country of his team, Anders Vergang. He plays in Germany. He's a favourite today. How do you think he's going to do?
I think he's going to do pretty well. I think at the end of the day, he's going to lift the trophy, and I hope it for him. I think, yeah, he's one of the favorites, and yeah, if you play like yesterday and the day before, no one can stop him.
Well, let's take a look then, shall we, at where we're at. This is where we are with the bracket, 8 players left in the tournament. So we start today at the quarterfinal stage. Every match is a knockout, 90 minutes in game, followed by extra time and penalties if the players can't be split. What a lineup we've got for the quarterfinals. We won't miss a second of it as we follow up with the semifinals and then the grand finals of the greatest tournament in FC history. Take a look at it, Ryan. The first game, Anders Vergang against Hezar, and then we've got Abu Makka against Sharif, Emre Yilmaz against Yuval, Jafonzo against K1 John.
Yeah, funny fact actually, I saw on social media, Ramil US was saying that Vergang is the only player in the top 8 that was here last year as well at this stage. So he's consistent, he shows that he's at the top of his game, and as Umut said, if he performs like he did yesterday, for me, I'm going to see him have his hands on the trophy.
We'll get to Anders in a minute, but we have to talk about a man who was incredible yesterday, Umut, Sharif. We had everything yesterday. The man made waves in this set. He made waves on social media. He's done massive amounts for his country. He said his following's constantly going up as we see the images of what he was like yesterday.
Yeah, he played really good yesterday. I mean, also on his head, mindset really good. He was just playing in the attack. I mean, like, just perfect. And I mean, he has all got some fans here. Every time if he scored, the crowd goes crazy. Any people from Morocco could just go crazy. They have just a crazy community. So we will love to see him.
Honestly, if yesterday's celebrations are anything to go by and that man makes it through, Ryan, we're going to see absolute scenes here and probably everywhere in all the chats, all around the world, everything. Yuval, 5-2 win against Manu Bashore. How about that one for a statement?
Yep, I spoke to him yesterday as well. I had the privilege of speaking to him after his game. That's a massive, massive victory. Not just to win a game, obviously, in this stage of the tournament, but to win it against the reigning champion. That's going to give him a huge boost of confidence.
I mean, he's taken some big steps as well throughout the tournament, hasn't he? I mean, Yuval, he's not been quiet since the first day. He's taken some big scalps. How far do you think he can go?
He can go really far because I think he's really good. He beat in group stage Nicolas twice, so he will be really confident, but he's playing against Emre Yilmaz. And in this matchup, Emre Yilmaz is the favorite, I think, and I think he also plays with respect against Emre, but Emre also needs to get respect from Yuval because he beat great names, and maybe he's the next one who he can beat.
Today's going to be so good, isn't it? What about a last-minute goal from K1 John? What a game, by the way, against a man who's incredible. We can see the goal. Ryan, in this position, calm and composed.
Yeah, he had to be. See, a lot of players maybe at home would have made a mistake there and even mistimed it. He didn't even bother timing it. And that moment, he turned the game on its head. He was 4-2 down. Ended up turning it around against Levy, which is a massive win for him.
And the thing is, with it being 9-minute halves, we're going to see a lot of comebacks and stuff like that. 9-minute halves seems so long. Anders Vergang, who we just spoke about a minute ago, we rave about this man for so many different reasons, and I'm sure everybody who's watching around the world will hopefully see the celebrations from him at some point. Yep. But let's talk about him in game, shall we? The goalkeeper movement, Umut. Are you helping him practice with that? Because he's unbelievable at it.
Nah, to be honest, I'm not helping him with that. I played many 2v2 tournaments with Anders, and I've never touched the goalkeeper. Every time I'm the second player just because he's so good in goalkeeper movement. He's by far the best in it, and I think like at some point like you can't learn it. Like you just have it in your mind. You just have to be in mind of your opponent, and he's always in mind. For example, in this case, is in Johnny's mind always, and he saved so many goals, bro. It's a safe goal, but he just saved it with his keeper.
Yeah, we have to mention this, Ryan. This celebration that he did yesterday for this man, can we just address the elephant in the room and talk about why that is your celebration?
I also don't know why it's my celebration, but I just do it in content, so that they don't have to tell me anything what is cringe, so I just did this one. And every time he's making jokes about it, and I just say, please stop. And now yesterday I said, yeah, okay, he's through, and he was just pointing at me like this,
up there.
all like 3 seconds like this. And yeah, maybe he will do another celebration for me again today.
Well, maybe you can make a new one by the end of the show. We'll leave that with you, all right? But listen, we've got an interview with Anders. Let's go and hear from him. He was with Casey.
I am backstage with Anders, who has qualified for the top 8. Very, very impressive. You've been to this stage before, though. What are your emotions going into today?
I'm really confident I beat Johnny last, like yesterday, and on paper he is the hardest opponent before the final, so I know if I can beat him really comfortable, then I have a huge chance of going into the final today. And on paper, there's only Emre and me left as the huge favorites, so I'm really looking forward to the day, and hopefully it's my trophy.
Now, we do have to do a little bit of a flashback to last year. You lost to Oberon in Italian in the quarterfinals. You just so happen to have another Italian in the quarterfinals. Is that on your mind at all?
Not really. I would say that Oberon has been my kryptonite like my whole career, I would say, so I'm not fearing hezar at all. We have analyzed him really well, and I know our coaches has prepared me really good, and if I'm gonna play like I did yesterday, he has no chance.
You say he has no chance, but what is it about hezars that makes him such a good opponent? Because obviously he's made it to this point, so he has to have some type of, good thing on his side.
I'm not really thinking about what his strength is. We are just looking at what he's doing and trying to look at the key things that I can take advantage of, because in the end, when we're playing the game, I know my talent is much bigger than his, and if I'm gonna show up today, I'm also gonna win, and that's just how it is.
All right, well, either way, we know it's going to be a fantastic matchup. Anders versus hezars. I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you get back to it, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Casey. Anders Vergang has just dropped a couple of bombshells for us. Him and Emre Yilmaz are the favourites.
Yep.
And he thinks he's the better player out of the two that he's playing. I love this guy. I think he's box office, Ryan. He's incredible.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's fighting talk, though, and I think we need more of that. But I agree with him. If he plays to his level, I think he's the person to beat.
And of course, the man that he is playing, though, hezars, is by no... he loves to attack, doesn't he? He's an incredible player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really good in attack, but as you see, Anders is so confident. He just said, I'm the better player. On the paper, Emre and me, we are the favorites. And of course, like some people say, it's a little bit arrogant, but he's just honest. And I love that he's honest and just say it's clear what he thinks and what is in his mind.
Oh, no, we absolutely love Anders, and we also love hezars as well. So let's show you a little bit about him.
I played Levi Finn, and it was obviously an hard match. I think that I deserved the win, like I deserved so much. I mean, we are here for play the best. We have to go round by round, and we will see what happens. It's a dream, but you have to believe in the dreams. Obviously, when you are in the game, you understand how much you care about the game and the competition. I can beat everyone, I can lose everyone. I say every time this to my friend. And so maybe I can do something that also them cannot believe. So today, against, I don't know why yet, but I'm sure that he is one of the strongest in the game. If I play aggressive against him, I can show some his weakness, and maybe I don't know what can happen, we will see. This is the start of the unstoppable streak for me. In 21 you was the GOAT, but not anymore.
Well then, hezars is all talk ahead of his quarter-final game. Myself, Richard Buckley, Mo Albert are going to be breaking down the remaining fixtures for you here, and we've got to be focusing on Abu Makka versus ex-Sharif. It's a crazy top 8, Mo, when you think about it.
Yeah, some favorites left, but when you look at Abu Makka and Sharif, they're both a great, their countries are behind them.
Well, let's have a look at Abu Makka's team, what he is going to be using here today. I think for me, there's a couple of key players in this team, but I've got to say, I think a lot of what he does well comes through Zinedine Zidane. He is that creative player in the midfield. Talk to me about Zidane, because he's not in everyone's draft.
Yeah, I think Zidane was always in the shadow from Gullit and Vieira in that position, but Zidane is one of the best box-to-box players. He can defend, he can score, but also when you look at Alphonso Davies, it looks similar like my squad in 19. He have a quick guy, and everyone plays tall guys to defend the headers.
Well, let's have a deeper dive at Abu Makka and see how he got to this top 8. It was a really solid couple of performances from him. We've known about him for a long time. We've seen him in the FC Pro Open. We saw him at last year's World Championships. But this win against Tex, it went to penalties and he held his nerve. We've seen Saudi Arabian World Champions before. We've had 2, Mr. Dunn, MS Desari. Could we be looking at a 3rd this year, Mo?
Yeah, I think so. I like his game style. He starts the offense, he wants to score goals, and in the first day he struggled, but in the second day he performed so good. He was one of the best players yesterday, so I expect him to win this game.
Expect him to win, that's Mo's prediction. It's not going to be tough because he's up against the pride of Morocco, Sharif.
When the pressure goes out, I just started to cry like a crazy man because I was too emotional and the match was so stressful. My coach also was screaming and crying like me. We were on a very stressful mood. So after the match finished, we just started both to cry. Yeah, I'm so proud of myself being on the top 8 of the world, and it's already just my first experience on the FC Pro World Championship and first time Morocco is eligible to play this year. So now I'm on the top 8 and I'm on the top of the world. Today I play Abu Makka, who's again a close friend of mine. Abu Makka is so good at passing and going from the wing. I will try everything tomorrow to defend him. Starting from now, I feel that I'm really unstoppable. Winning this tournament will mean the best moments in my life.
Okay, it's nearly time, Ryan, for the quarter-finals of the FC Pro World Championship. How are you feeling?
We're moments away. I'm nervous. I couldn't even imagine how the players are feeling, but I'm sure they'll be excited as well because this is what they've dreamed of.
9-minute halves, 90 minutes,
Yep.
extra time and penalties, potential for penalty shootout if we need it. The games are going to be tight. There's going to be a lot of goals. $250,000 and a chance to win this trophy. Let's get on with it.
If I'm gonna play good today, I'm gonna lift the trophy.
I know, I can do this.
Well then, we've done 3 days already here in Berlin, but it's all come down to this day, the big day, where we will be crowning a world champion in just a few hours' time. Before that though, we have 8 players that potentially are all dreaming to pick up that special trophy here in Berlin. And we kick it off with these first 2 incredible quarterfinals. Starting at Anders Vergang against hezar. 2 players that last played last year in a qualifier. They've not matched up since, but this is a different sort of game, isn't it, Gravison?
It's a completely different type of a game because this is the World Championship we're talking about. So I'm excited, of course, because this is the final day of the tournament, quarterfinal on. I mean, I don't know what to think. Anders probably the favorite coming into this match, but hezar has more predicted, top 4. It's just 1 step ahead, but again, Anders probably the biggest name in the whole competition. It's gonna be tough because from the group stage and round of 16, he has played, would you say, perfect FC at the moment?
I would say yes. Like, I couldn't even think about the mistake. The only mistake he sometimes did was he was not that clear in front of the goal, but still he played perfect. Like, I've never seen such a great performance from him. Of course, he's one of the best and he played really good over the last years, but in this tournament, he just played perfect.
I agree with him.
I was going to say,
perfect.
Remember on top of that, guys, that this man won the World Championship 2 years ago on a penalty shootout, $250,000. The difference is this year, though, if you win the World Championship, you don't just get the cash, you don't just get the trophy, you get your own Icon SBC in the game for you at home to maybe get your hands on. I mean, I believe there's 6 different icons that are available for these guys to choose out of. If you're at home right now and you're watching the broadcast, let us know in the chat which player you would choose to go into the icon SBC, because let's be honest, Graf, that is some serious power, isn't it, for the FC community?
Of course. Could you imagine picking up an SBC and then playing with him? And not only that, let's just say you're playing champs and then someone beats you using that player. Could be fun, but let's see. Players are prepared. hezar and Anders seems to be doing some changes in tactics. As you can see, they're waiting on the screen there to play. And I mean, the trophy's right there. You can see it, and it's it's just so close, but so far as well.
Yeah, it's just like, I think, 3 hours to play. It's just today. Today it can be like his best day in his life, but today can also be one of the worst days, because if you're here, if you're in the top 8, if you're one of the finals, one of the favorites, you just want to win. And I think if Anders also loses here or just get top 4, he just still will be disappointed, because of course top 4 is good.
But
top 4 best players in the world, but
it's not the title.
It's not enough for him.
It's not the title.
But what do you think, Graf? hezar is not playing with the coach. You see Anders is playing. Next to him is Saratinho. But yeah, hezar's, I think, one of the only one who don't have a coach.
I don't think I remember a player who played here in the round of 16 who wasn't playing with a coach. Only hezar's, and it's interesting because he does really seem like he's not a person who maybe changes game styles. So let's just say he has a game plan when he's playing, maybe game plan A or B. He changes between those, but it's not like he's a player who just changes for another option. So I do think that he's just coming here to play. Yes. He doesn't care about really the way Anders plays. He's gonna play his game style, and if it goes well, he's gonna win. But I do think, Umar, I don't know if you agree, I would always love to play besides a good coach in this situation, because it can help you. This is when you're heading to extra time, it can give you that little motivation or that little experience for a change that can lead up to a win.
Yeah, I also think like the coach also helped you to set up it before the game. What is Anders doing? Maybe hezar know what Anders is doing, but it's so hard to defend. And I think if you play against someone like Anders, you just have you can't just play whatever you play like against different opponents, because he's so good and he's so strange. Also, you just have to adapt your play style on him. You just have to change a little bit. But maybe it's hezar know what you do, and maybe he just know what he wants to change, and maybe he will change the right things without the coach.
I just wanted to talk about very quickly. Well, we had Anders Vergang's prize winnings on the screen. You've got to remember, this guy's 18 years of age. If he was to go the full way here tonight, he would pick up over $600,000 in prize earnings at 18 years of age. I mean, you've won a lot of cash. What's the number? Is yours is over 300,000-400,000. You've been a German champion, you've been a world champion, you've had some great runs in the E-Champions League. But that young, to earn that sort of money from this space just shows how dominant he's been. And remember, he only picked up his first individual trophy last week. This has all been sort of team efforts, 2v2 with you in the club championships.
Yeah, he just competed, I think last year was his first year of competition. So he just had last year and this year's not even over, because we just still have tournaments, and we just have the biggest tournaments now, so it's the chance to win the most money now, and that just shows how crazy he is and how consistent and how much money he won.
Well then, this is the start of a day to remember in this FC Pro Open World Championship, the first of its kind, a $1 million tournament that's been playing out across these last 4 days here in Berlin, the home in Germany. And there are 8 players left, all from different parts of the world. And they've certainly all been on very different journeys. The only player that's been in this scenario before is Anders Vergang. It was a top 8 last year. The difference is, though, Gravison, that I want to speak about, the players that he has lost to, and there's not many of them for Anders, they're all not here. Levi Finn, he's not here. Johnny, he's not here. He beat him yesterday. PH In, the arch enemy from the FC Pro Open Final, he's not here. He got eliminated. Oberon, he's not even here this year. This could be one of the best brackets he has, and maybe biggest chances to go the full way.
Wow, thought that was going to be a penalty. But yeah, as we know, Oberon is a really good friend of hezar, so probably in the hotel they did have a little chat about the way he can beat Anders, because probably Oberon is one of the toughest players for Anders. But I do feel like Obrun's game style is so different from Hezar's, it cannot apply really, Umut.
Yeah, I also think like Anders just don't like to play against Obrun. I don't know why, but I think he's the best opponent against Anders. He's every time doing really well. But as you said, Gravesen, he's playing so different to Hezar's. He's just a different player. Also, if he's friend with Obrun, also if he's from the same country, but still, like it's just so crazy different. And I think Hezar's can't adapt to play like Obrun just for this game.
I think one thing on that as well, Graus, in the same breath, is the reason why Obrun always gives him a good game is because you're playing a mental battle when you play against Anders vergang. Whether he might be doing a celebration in game or he might be just trying to press you like mad in different scenarios. A lot of players can deal with 45 in-game minutes of that, 60 minutes in-game of that. Some players can't deal with 2 legs of that, as what we saw last year, and Obrun was able to do that. He didn't crack, he was there, he stood strong. Here comes Anders now, wins himself his first corner. The question is Hezar's going to be able to also stay calm and collected? Maybe not. 10 minutes in, and it's the aerial plus that comes back to haunt. Hezar's in this scenario, it's his first corner. It's Erling Haaland, it's time green, you know what that's all about. It's been a constant meta so far this year in FC 24, and we're seeing it again on the biggest of stages, Grav.
And this all comes from a good press from Anders. I think this is something we've been talking about from group stage, yesterday with the round of 16, and now with quarterfinals again. It all came with the press. He player switched into the midfield, intercepted a pass, and then he got a chance. It was a corner, and he scored. But again, Umut, I feel like we're talking about this every single time, but he presses so good with Hullit, with Bellingham, and he takes the ball back.
Yeah, that's the point we mention all the time, but yeah, he was doing that really great. Also, the corner after that was really great, but as you said, he just get this chance only because his pressure, only because he pressures so well, and it's so hard to get in his half. Like, now we see Hezar's also playing again, but it's hard to play. Like, you see, no one is free. It's so hard to play against Anders. He's so good in pressure, and if he's confident, if he knows what he's doing, if his player switching is perfect, it's so hard to score.
Well, I caught up with an interesting conversation before we went live, and it was Hezar's basically saying, bro, I heard you commentating yesterday against Levi Finn, and you didn't, you know, you disrespected me, his words were. Obviously, he forgot the obvious fact that Levi Finn is your teammate of RB Leipzig, gave me finesse from distance! Calm down! We've only just got started! Anders vergang 2-0 up. A time green finesse from 30+ yards. That is a way to introduce yourself to this championship finals day.
I'm confident this is the first time I've seen Anders finesse from that distance. I don't know, it seems like it's always inside the box for a green time, but this time he went for a finesse with Saka, placed out close.
Yeah, of course, I also know like how Anders prepared for this tournament, and he just started to learn new things. He just started the first goal. In the last year, he would never score a corner goal. Never, never, never. He just played every corner short, and everyone was telling him, you need to learn corners. And also, he need like to learn the play styles, because you have to learn this year. The play styles in EAFC are so important, and you can see with Saka, such an easy goal, just green time finish, in the right position. He do that crazy well.
This is a brilliant storyline about Anders not only playing the game at its best, but learning play styles.
Yeah.
And when he's managing that and corners as well, is someone gonna be able to stop him? I don't think so.
Well, you probably saw it. His chance starts coming in. Is he not going to be on for a third, is he? Well played. A little bit of goalkeeper movement there from Hezar was needed. Otherwise, it could have been 3-0 down in 20 minutes. Quick corner comes in. Eder Militao able to stop him. Just wanted to talk a bit more about Anders' team, because it was spoken about a lot. I mean, look, it's an interesting back line, but before we went live today, Graus, you said it's got to be one of the best defensive lines we've seen. I mean, Hoslu's in as a right back. Yeah, that is Hoslu, the striker. John Stones comes across as a left back, and I think it's Canate and Virgil van Dijk. Could be a chance for 3!
Wow.
This is dangerous now for Hezar's. He's 3-0 down in 22 minutes. He can't move. He can't function. He just can't even get a hold of this game.
You were talking about defenses, and in this instance he was using McTominay as a right back, who's probably not the quickest one, maybe.
Yeah.
He got right out of position.
But Graf, you also see the timing of Anders. Exactly in the moment where Hezar takes Van Dijk, and want to go honest player. Exactly in this moment, he just passed, and this timing is just crazy.
Just saw a few shots there as well. Anders Vergang's mum in the crowd. She can't be more proud of what her son's been able to achieve across the last number of years since he's been eligible to compete in this scene. 11 years of age is when he played in his first tournament out in Denmark. He was travelling around sports halls, competing for controllers, headsets, keyboards, anything but money. This time he's playing for a jackpot of $250,000 at just 18 years of age. Still a long way away from it, but with a win here, it would be $70,000 guaranteed with the top 4 in this year's World Championship. Is he on for a 4th? Reverse Elastico! Into a 4-0 lead. And we haven't even hit the 30th minute. Hezar could just laugh. That's all he can do at this point.
What can you do, really? He did everything. This is the 4th goal. And it's the 4th different kind of goal. So we got a corner, we got a finesse, we got also counter-attack, and now you got a play in which you recycle, pass it back over reverse elastic on score. He did everything, 4 different goals.
And you see him just saying, I'm so good, and he's also pushing himself, and he just played perfect. As you asked me before that match, the last days, did Anders play perfect? I said, I think yes, and now he's playing perfect again. It's just 30 minutes, and he's leading 4-0. It's just crazy.
How do you think he comes into these games as a teammate of him for quite a few years now? And he just seems numb to the pressure of this game. Where we are here in Berlin, the crowd, it just seems like he's in his own world and he can just zone in.
Yeah, he loves this pressure. I mean, like, I think if he would play this match online, just at his home, I think he would play much, much worse. He wouldn't play at that level. But if he has this crowd, if he has this motivation to play, he's just unstoppable, and he's so good, and it's... Like,
surely not enough!
Oh, come on!
Bukayo Saka makes it 5-0 in this quarter-final.
Really, what else can you do if you're Hezar? Just laugh about it, because how he opens up the angle with the ball roll, it's crazy. And again, the play styles.
Yeah.
They come into play. Not only the finesses come into play, the trivelas. Now he's been able to just control dribble with Saka inside the area, open up the angle with a ball roll. Again, another goal. It's just, what amazes me is 5 different kind of goals. So different, and it seems like he's dominating everything, really.
Yeah, I mean, he learned everything now. I think the only one that he's not using that much, if you also look at his center mids, we don't have any player with long ball. Gullit and Bellingham both don't have the long ball trait, so he never used it. So that's the only thing that he could learn, maybe, but he's playing perfect also without that. So I think he don't need to learn that.
I think that was the first shot we've seen from Hezar's.
First one, yep.
In this quarter-final. Wins a corner. Let's go. I mean, I dare to ask, you at a quarter-final, Gravison, you're 5-0 down in 35 minutes to try and keep yourself together mentally and not crack. And I mean, look, there's an obvious task in front of your screen that you're playing Anders and he's got a 5-0 lead against you. I've never seen him drop a 5-0 lead.
Never. I mean, Umut always talks about this, how if you constant press against Anders, you'll concede a lot of goals. And you can see that Hezar is panicking now at the moment. Not only because of the driven pass he just made, but the first time shot from Cruyff didn't make any sense really as well. So, I mean, the pressure can get to you. You're here in the biggest stage, probably the biggest game of your life. You played it against Anders, this version of Anders. The pressure can get to you.
But Graf, if you would be Anders, would you change anything? I mean, it's perfect, but you don't need to do anything more. You just don't need to score that many goals. You just need to be clean sheet. Normally, you also could hold more possession, but would you change anything? Would you change your play style or play the same?
I'll play the same if I'm Anders, because he's playing well. And not only he's playing well, Hezar has only shot once, and it was the first time, which didn't make any sense, really. So why changing things? You're playing perfect FC at the moment. You're leading 5-0. You got to keep going.
Well, he said yesterday in an interview with Case after the game that he wanted revenge for his teammate and Levi Finn. And I'll tell you what, he might have just got revenge and a bit more than that. Yes, there's still plenty more time to play. 9-minute halves this year. Chance for R9, went for a power shot. And to answer that question as well, of what you would change, I think we know Anders here. All he's going to do is just try and double that lead.
Yeah. He will never stop.
And try and make it even more convincing than it already is. Nice step over exit. Hezar, this has to go. It does. It's a building block. Yes, potentially an impossible task in front of him. But a goal before half-time will just regain something, Gravis, in the final third to be like, look, I'm in a top 8 for a reason. I'm in this game. And there's still a lot of time to be played.
You can see Anders' applause. Sportsmanship given to Hezar because it was a beautiful goal. And again, it was a beautiful use of the playstyles. The first touch, playstyle plus from R9, puts into the right position, the step over, then you open up the angle with a ball roll. And again, the finesse as well because of the finesse playstyle plus. Again, brilliant goal, but he has to keep going. I feel like for the last 5 to 10 minutes, Hezar is playing much, much better. He did have a power shot as well, but it's just those first 15, 20 minutes, they were too much for him to handle.
Yeah, I also think like Hezar is crazy in the attack. I also could imagine like that he score more goals and that he also can score maybe 3 or 4 goals, but I think like that he don't concede any goal anymore against Anders in one half, 9 minutes per half. And he has to open, he has to press. I think that is not possible.
And still at 5-1.
He's angry. He's leading 5-1.
How can he not be happy with that performance? He still demands so much more from himself. 5-1 at the break, as we said. Anders Vergang is leading Hezar. Guess what? We're not going to stop there, though, here at the FC Pro World Championship. We're going to kick off another quarter-final as well. He had all the support yesterday online, all the way in Morocco as well. We heard 20,000 Moroccans are watching on another stream. He's going to be in action, ex-Sharif, against Abu Makka. Also, the Saudi fans, Grav, they love him. They feel like maybe he could be that next Asari coming through.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not only the way he's been playing these World Championships. Also, we talk about FC Pro back in the days, just 6 months ago, I did some research. I didn't remember that he just was this close to beating PH in the quarterfinals.
But still, was there last year in the World Championship. So much to come from this game. Let's tease up now. It's ex-Sharif against Abu Makka next.
أطمح للجاي وأطمح إني أكون البطل وأكون الرقم 1 في العالم.
I'm on the top of the world.
Well, here they come then. As our other matches in half-time, we will welcome out our next quarter-finalists. Abu Makka representing Team Falcons and Saudi Arabia up against Raja Casablanca's finalists, Moroccan's finest, ex-Sharif, who has already been making waves online as well. He's already made history being the first Moroccan to play in a World Championship. And look, he's had to go the long way around here as well, Gravison. He wasn't given a 32-player ticket. He had to turn up and play in the play-ins, which meant he's played 4 more matches than anyone else in this competition.
I had the chance to talk to Flair, which is Nicolas's coach, just a few hours before the show started, and he told me when Nicolas was training with Sharif back, let's say 4 days ago before playing, he thought Sharif had a really proper chance of not only qualifying for the group stage, but getting out of the group stage because of the player switching and because of the way he left stick dribble. And it feels like Flair told me that Sharif's left stick dribbling was one of the best he's seen this year. So I do feel like he's lacking some things in defense, but if he gets that fixed, for sure he can get to the top 4.
Yeah, but also if we've seen like the match from Abu Makka against Tex, if we remember, I think it was maybe 7-7, 6-6. So if Sharif just continue, like how good he is in attack, I think he also can score many goals against Abu Makka. But yeah, Abu Makka is also really good in attack, so that will be a tough match. And you also think there will be many goals, Robson?
I do think it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be 5-5, 6-6. It's going to be one-sided, but I do think we're going to see a lot of goals because Abu Makka's defense is good, it's decent, but Sharif's ones, I think he needs to step it up a little bit.
Back to this one now, Anders on for another 6-1. If there was any doubt, you can think again. 5-goal cushion reinstated in this quarterfinal.
It's unlucky because Van Dijk was battling with Haaland, and that's why the other player was onside. The dribble pass was there, and I do think Hezar's defense wasn't bad per se, but yeah, the player switch wasn't that good, and it seems like the game, I'm not going to say it's done, but 6-1 unders, that's a tough mountain to climb.
And can we talk about it a bit more as well, Women? Because there is a lot of people in the community asking right now, are they actually seeing Hoslu as a right back? Chance for hezar, big goal back for him, 6-2. Still a 4-goal deficit between the two. Explain the Hoslu scenario for those that might not be aware of the meta that we're following here in the FC Pro scene.
Hoslu is just, he's really tall. He's 193, I think. And yeah, he got aerial plus. So you just use him as a right back to don't concede any headers from Weghorst or Haaland. I think it's a good option for Anders because it's so hard to just outplay him, to just score normal goals. And if you're not able to cross because Hoslu is on the side, you just don't have the chance like to score any headers, and this one is yeah, really important for Anders. And of course in attack he's also good. I mean, he has not the best defense stats. He got like 84, I think, something like that, and no defense play styles, I think. But he's crazy in attacking. He has good step overs and of course aerial plus.
Well, we have just kicked off that other quarter-final matchup now between Abu Makka and Sharif. Could be an early start there. Schmeichel comes out and grasps the ball. We will keep you up to date with that game. As we said, we are 60 minutes in front over here, so still plenty of time to give you a lowdown on both of those matches. Anders on the hunt for a 7th. Mbappe, can he turn? Runs into Edem and a towel. He had a very different journey, Anders, to be to this point. Only had to play 3 games to get here. It was an opening win 2 days ago against Ekman of Club Bruges, who came through the play-ins. It was a 6-3 win. And beating Nacho Bay of Real Oviedo, and yesterday took down the giant, this Johnny, to get into this quarter-final stage. We are going to jump over now to this game. Sharif against Abu Makka. One of them two will be continuing to write history for themselves to a spot in the semi-final. That first shot does come in, it's a corner. There goes the way of Sharif. Flick on! For a goal kick.
This all started with the left stick dribbling with Havertz, which opened up the angle for a passing to R9. It seems like the left stick dribbling from Sharif is beautiful at the moment.
We want to hear from you at home as well. It's clear to see where the love is coming from the stream. Saudi fans, Moroccan fans, all pushing their 2 players on to make some history today. Lofted in all the way, it goes across, out for a corner. Not sure how Weghorst didn't connect with that one. Quick corner comes in, Abu Makka saved to the back post. Can he keep it in? Konate can. And that's the time just to move the ball back around again to recycle it back in. Weghorst, R9 can't find anywhere past that back line.
Great press.
Sharif, but the possession still falls the way of the Saudi Arabian. The MBS winner, that's how he got his ticket here to the World Championships. Little lofted pass, it should be readable for John Stones, and it will be.
One thing that's beautiful about the way Abu Makka plays and attacks is that, he's through.
Can he be through? Is he onside? Haaland all the time in the world. Could it be an early start for him? Yes! Just about. I thought it would work. It was about to go out, but it isn't. It's Raja Casablanca's Sharif that leads by a goal to nil in his quarter-final, and it all came from that ball there. It was a long ball, but Haaland just kept on running.
Yeah, I think he sent it Haaland earlier, and he played this long ball with R9. I think Abu Makka didn't expect it because R9 didn't have any play styles for long ball, so he didn't select his player early, and he didn't press R9, and Sharif just went through.
One thing I'm going to talk about is, because Umut probably won't talk about this, Umut created this meta back in 2022 with the way you were making those runs with Haaland, with the midfields, and now, 2 years later, it's still OP, it's still people using it, but you discovered it, Umut. It was you, 2022.
Yeah, I was one of the guys.
Oh just quickly, could be on for a second, cuts it back inside R9. And eventually he's defended.
I was one of the guys who used it a lot. Like, I think back in the years it was just stronger, these long balls, if you just send players. And now we got different long balls. It's more like Johnny is playing, like to send your wing back through and to just come over the lines. But I think sometimes if the opponent doesn't expect it, you can also send Haaland or R9 for a long ball. And yeah, it's, as we see, it's just a really, really easy goal. He didn't have to do anything like special, but just easy and effective.
Makka on the hunt for a way back in this game. It was only a few weeks ago, wasn't it, Amit, where you actually played against Makka in another competition.
Yeah.
In a tight game against him. I mean, what was it like playing against him? What are some of the intricacies that Makka tends to have?
I think he's playing really basic. In this tournament, I played against Sharif in the round before, and then I played against Abu. And yeah, he was just doing really well. He was trying to get on his CDMs, to just pass on his strikers, and he was really good in skilling and also in
should be on side.
Oh,
to save that one was from Schmeichel.
And as you were explaining the way he attacks, he did that attack. It was really close to scoring. It seems like what Makka does really is fundamentals.
Yeah,
he got them right.
But you also see Davis as a centre mid for Makka. You think like, I've never seen that before, right?
Never.
I think he's the only one. I think he's playing left centre mid with Davis, who's also going as a left mid if Sharif has the ball. So maybe he's better in defense as a left mid.
Could make sense, yeah. And he has 99 pace, obviously.
Yeah, long
really
ball.
Quick.
He has this
got 99 dribbling as well, which probably make him a little bit agile. Midfield three.
Nice press. And this could be dangerous.
Ronaldinho and Mbappe on the left-hand side of your screen. Mbappe will try and trigger his run. I'm not sure what that was on terms of a play lock that then brought a skill move out from Ronaldinho. He still is in possession, though. Is the Moroccan. Pick the player lock on perfectly. Canate well defended. Even has time to take his heads off there. Whilst mid-attack. I wouldn't risk that normally.
I mean, he's in the game for top 4, and it seems like he's playing for champs. Just throw his headset away.
Oh, ref! Kai Havertz, you are one lucky man.
Let's see if we can get a replay on that, because
it looked like a lunge grab, a long lunge.
That's poor control by Stones. That's the thing. If you're attacking with the Stones, probably controls the first time touches are going to be weak. But Davis is interesting. Reminds me of Alay Waran back in, let's say, last year, 2 years ago. So left-footed player in that position.
Yeah, he's just really tall. He's good in defense, and I think just everyone just plays with one fullback as offensive, and the other one is just staying back. And I think Stones is really good to just stay back, to just win tackles, to just win headers. I think he's perfect for that position.
We're going to catch the closing stage of our first quarter-final, which is going to be concluded. It is still 6-2. There's been no difference in the scoreline. And the headline news here, Grav, that Anders was 4-0 up within 30 in-game minutes of this quarter-final. He has not seemed fazed at all by the big stage here in Berlin.
We can see if he's going to score another one. Yeah. Yes, he does. That's a brilliant step over. Not only a normal step over, a directional one, but he uses them a lot and brilliantly. And I mean, it's just the way he opens up the angle. He goes for a shot. 7-2, game done and dusted. And he shushes as well.
You said yesterday, Amit, that Anders was playing superb. It seems like he's somehow found another level today.
I think he's just playing like the last days. I mean, he played in the last days perfect. Now this game is perfect. And if you continue like this, I really don't know who can stop him. He's just playing crazy.
Well, 5 in-game minutes left of this one. We have heard of a big roar as well. There's been a big goal, bottom of your screen. I'm sure the Moroccans that are tuned in will be going crazy, because he leads by 2 goals to 0 now. What a story this is starting to become now. First year he's been able to compete. Comes through the Moroccan Iboltola League with Raja Casablanca. He had to go the long way around the play-ins, and as it stands, he could be on his way to be into a semi-final. Hezar's looking for a consolation if he can find it. Still can't find a way past Anders, but what a story there, Grav, that's building in our other game.
And if we focus about the gameplay, that was a brilliant first player lock to open up the angle. And then he went for another quick player lock into the cross, which even though it was stones against Haaland, which was playstyle plus against playstyle plus aerial, Haaland is just unstoppable in those situations. That's 2 goals from Haaland. The first one, which was the counter-attack, and now the header.
But you think the player lock, like the second for the cross, changed anything? You think you didn't think like he just could like cross normal without the player lock?
I think he could have crossed normally, yeah, but he did it. It was nice, it was beautiful,
yeah,
and it worked.
And maybe it's also nice to get your fingers warm for player lock because he's using it a lot.
Well then, full-time result. And the headline news here from Berlin is we have our first semi-finalist. Handshake between the two. But it was an impressive start in the first half from Anders. An even more convincing performance as well. 7 goals to 2. And he sends himself into the semi-final stages. Let's not hang about for too long because we've got another game that is very much underway as it currently stands. And here's Sharif that leads by 2-0 over there. He's had the best start in the first half. We're about to go into half-time. Makka trying to make the most of that one. Well, we haven't had a great deal of time to talk about this game in detail, but first and foremost, Grav, we've seen it in little bits and bobs. You said the gameplay elements were brilliant from ex-Sharif. It seems like right now, no matter what he does, he's going to be loved for what he's done. He's already qualified for a World Championship. He's already made history. Just keep dreaming. Just keep going. At the moment, he's doing that.
I mean, it really, when you get to the top 8 and you were an eligible country last year, it seems like every single match is a gift, really. So in this situation, what I want to mention is how I mentioned how he wasn't defending as good these last few days. Today, the player switching into the centre backs for the tackle has been brilliant, and I don't think I remember Abu Makka having a clear chance. And it seems like the offside trapping is really good, and then when he switches into the centre backs, nice tackles. He's defending perfectly.
Well, you're speaking a lot about how good he's been defensively. Someone else has been keeping a close eye on the actions. Our very own Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, what have you made of it so far in this game?
Thanks, Brandon. I agree with everything Gravison has said. Sharif's been defending fantastically, but offensively as well is where he stood out as we take a look at his first goal in this game. As the clip plays on, pay attention to Erling Haaland here, who's triggered. And then you'll see here, the ball gets to Arnan. If he can freeze it here perfectly, there's a few options what he can do. Of course, the triggered run is the one he goes for, but a lot of players will look for the passes. You've got Mbappe here in support. You've got Ronaldinho near Ronaldo for a pass as well. And of course, Arnan Ronaldo doesn't really have the greatest passing play styles, if any, at all. So this pass is a little bit unorthodox as the clip plays on. It sets Haaland, who's perfectly in on goal, and it's down to Sharif now. Does he keep composed? Does he trust himself and be decisive? And that's exactly what he done. Celebration to match with his coach as well. And of course, he knows it's a big second half to play. And of course, let's head on back to the castle to see it.
It's a real unique scenario, isn't it, for Sharif as well, because as far as we've seen in this scene, there's been moments where a bit of history's been made. We saw the first Indian player qualified for the World Championship in Charanjit a few days ago, but when you've got a country that is just going crazy about you, Richard was saying he had a chat with Sharif. I think in the last 24 hours or so, he's gained 25,000 new followers on social media. Yesterday, he said, every time I'm refreshing my phone, I'm getting more and more Moroccans come through saying, we love you, you've made our country so proud. He just must be, this can't go any better for him at the moment.
It has to be the best week of his life. Just having your whole country being proud of you, playing in a top 8 situation in which he's playing perfectly. It seems like if he keeps it like that, it's going to be a top 4. I mean, it has to be the best week of his life, for sure.
For Abu Makka, he had an interesting group stage just a few days ago, because it wasn't as easy as he would have liked that to be.
He's onside.
We'll talk more about that in a second. Neymar on for a third, potentially!
Wow, wow, wow.
What a performance we are seeing!
Wow. If we run it back, just before that first control was the player lock, and then the finish was green. And it seems like those counterattacks he's pushing and he's punishing as well, because the player lock into Neymar was the perfect timing for it to not be offside, and then he's not second guessing. Goes for near post, green, 3-0.
Yeah, the dribbling before that was also really clean. The R1 dribbling, I mean, he just did it perfect to create the chance with the player lock again. I mean, I think he's the player. He used the player lock the most in this tournament by far, and he's using the perfect.
Yeah, so as we saw from the clip that Ryan was talking about, it was not only the through ball, but first he opened up the angle with the player lock into R9, then second goal, 2 player locks, and now another player lock. Wow, we gotta go for a masterclass with him.
It's a start.
That's interesting.
A top 8 final day he's had. Abu Makka, though, as I was saying, look, started with a big 6-0 win a couple of days ago. Then lost 8-2 against Max Kullermeyer, which was a bit of a shock result, as we were talking about. We didn't expect that performance from Max. He had a great tournament overall.
Player lock.
Had to go on a penalty shootout against Tex to eliminate him to stay in this competition. And right now, it could be 4-0 down.
He's playing so good.
The Moroccan is causing mayhem here in Berlin.
Playing so good. You see again the goal, just the player locks. 3 player locks. 3 incredible player locks. And then the finish again, green, good composure. Really, really well done.
You can see what it means.
Bassi sat there on the sidelines to be a massive part of getting Morocco on the map. Alongside. Good for Mr. Dory as well. They have been pushing for Morocco to have a voice in this scene. They were part of the FC Pro this year.
Another one.
And at the moment, this guy is absolutely cooking.
But Gravison, what do you think? You like Sharif got crazy support from the Moroccans. You think that also pushes him and helps him to play his best level?
It seems like it. It seems like it because I don't think we've seen Sharif play as good as he's playing at the moment.
Yeah.
And I do think sometimes maybe when people are expecting big things from you, it can get to you and you can play worse. But sometimes it can bring you up.
Can we just tease this as well in terms of what a semi-final we've got on paper here? Anders vergang against Sharif for a semi-final worth $150,000 that's going to have 2 huge fan bases behind it.
And I do feel like player locks could really work against Anders. It can go both ways because if you're not quick enough with the player lock, he'll just player switch to the stones or whoever and then get the ball back. But if he's quick with those player locks, I think you can really punish Anders because he'll put players out of position.
Yeah, I also think the same. I think Sharif got good chances to score many goals against Anders. I think how he's playing here, like, he's playing perfect. Also in defense now he's playing perfect, but...
Surely not fifth.
Oh. But against Anders it's not that easy to defend, so I think also Anders will score many goals. And I think in this matchup we also will see many goals if we just see it, because Abu Makka just still got 25 minutes, 4 goals, 9 minutes per half. Maybe he can do that.
It's a long time, but we just haven't seen Abu Makka be able to get going here. In case you haven't heard, as part of this year's FC Pro World Championship, there is, of course, a jackpot of $250,000 on the line, plus that incredible trophy, but there's also some power from our FC Pro champion, because he will get to choose his own icon SBC to come into the game. And we've been asking for you to get involved at home as well in the conversation of who you want that to be. It is one icon from a selection of 6. Your answers have been coming in: Eusebio, Jarzinho, there's Mbappe, into Toni Kroos. Abu Makka needs something to go, it's still not going to go through. Roberto Carlos, Lam. I mean, look, if you remember carefully, the E-Champions League, it sort of was fitting that Johnny did go for Didier Drogba in the end, because he was a bit of a hero for him all the way through. There's been loads of crazy suggestions in the chat. There's been a lot of love for Samuel Eto'o, Grab. One icon you'd love to see as an icon SBC?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up watching Samuel Eto'o pretty much demolishing the Spanish league. He was so good when he was playing at Barcelona. But again, I really loved when I was competing back in 2019-18. Eusebio as a striker. Wow, what an item. So maybe Eusebio? I don't know.
Amit, who would you be choosing?
I think I would just take a player like of course, who I grew up, but also like I'm a Fener fan. Roberto Carlos, for example, played for Fener. Maybe I would choose him, and also maybe the players will just have their favorite clubs and just take a player from their club.
Well, we know that the community love this as well. It's an even bigger reason to get behind your favourite pro here in Berlin, because they could have a say in who could be coming into your Ultimate Team next. As we said, the winner today will get their own icon SBC that will be coming into the game at a later date. And the chat is going crazy about it. They have certainly got their opinions on who they would like to see. Back to this one now. 80 minutes away from finding our first semi-final locked in on paper. As it currently stands, it's going to be Anders Vergang against Sharif in a matchup worth $150,000. Still no way through for Abu Makka. Still can't find a way through, and you can just see the frustration coming out from him, Grab.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you know this is probably the biggest game of your life, really, and it seems like it's not going well because you're not only not playing at your best, but you had a couple of chances here. He chose the wrong post both times, and that's so frustrating, Umut.
Yeah, I mean, now he's also in constant pressure, but you see, again, a mistake from Abu Makka, and it's not easy to play. If you just have in mind, like you're 4-0 down, you just have 15 minutes, and you need to score at least 4 goals, and you're not able to concede one, because if you just concede one, it's
game
definitely over.
Where do you think it's gone wrong for Abu Makka in this scenario? Maybe some nerves coming in. Rivaldo eventually finds a way through it thanks to the post.
I think he just couldn't play his normal play, like how he plays normal, because normally he's really good in attack. I mean, he didn't create that many chances in that game. And as we know, Sharif is really good in the attack, that he's scoring 4 goals. I think it's normal for Sharif. And yeah, so he just had to play better in offense, create more chances. And I think that was the thing that Abu Makka did wrong.
Well, we're here on Saturday now in Berlin. It was on Wednesday where Sharif had to play in the play-ins. 20 players were there. Only 8 would make it through to the World Championships. He lost his first game 7-5, Gravison, in the groups. And then he went on to top the group, winning 3 games on a bounce. That put him into the World Championships on Thursday. Beat Mark, who was a runner-up in the World Championships last year, then beat K1 John on penalties to get him into the round of 16. And it was yesterday where he took down the CONMEBOL Libertadores champion, and he might be on his way to take down the Saudi Arabian champion this year as well.
Not only that, in the last match of the play-ins group stage, he scored a couple of goals in the last minutes of the game, and that put him in the first position spot. So he's clutch, and he's managed to play those really complicated minutes of the match in a perfect way.
And look, although this has been a real hard game for Abu Makka, I know he's got an incredible Middle Eastern community behind him that is backing him, part of Team Falcon. MS Dasari, the man that we all know and love, his esports organisation, will be backing him to come off the back of this one. He still can't find a way through. Even with an open goal, there's just a defender that looms in the way. He has played this game perfectly.
But would you change anything, Robson, if you're Sharif? Because, like, look at his right back. He's just in the box. His left back is in his box. And he got, like, some counter-attack against him. Of course, it's the 86th minute. So I think now it's probably over. But still.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Changing for the 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2.
Yeah, something like that. You see both full-backs are
attacking.
Offense, yeah.
Yep.
Before a ball was kicked here in Berlin as well for Sharif. He just won his biggest jackpot this year of $10,000 in the Moroccan League, winning the Bortola League. With this win here, he will quadruple his all-time earnings in this space. $70,000 just for getting to a top 4. What a way to mark your first season since Morocco have been eligible.
I do think if you attack with both fullbacks against Anders, that's not going to work out well for you, because he's really good at punishing when you attack with just one fullback. If you attack with both, 4v2, every single attack, he's going to score every single chance he gets.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if you lose the ball in his box, I think it's okay. But if he wins the ball in your half, both fullbacks go up, he will probably score many goals.
Is he done yet? No. Look at the time though on red. Added time in 2 minutes. But as we said, we'll tease it again. It is going to be out there. What a semi-final that is going to be. Anders Vergang against Sharif. It's whoever's going to be louder in the chat at home, because there's going to be an incredible semi-final. He can't quite believe what he is achieving here in Berlin. It's not a dream. Morocco are here, and they are here to stay.
You can see what it means to him. He doesn't believe how well he's played.
Yeah.
The thing is, now one step more, Anders probably the toughest game in the competition. But it seems like if he's able to keep up with those player locks and the way his player switching with the center backs and full backs, he could win. That's gonna be a hard matchup for him.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this semi-final is the biggest match. I mean, if he wins this, he play in final, and he won then against Anders. And if you win against Anders, your confidence is at 100%. So you think, I'm gonna beat everyone. So this match will be so important for Sharif.
I can't imagine what's happening on that phone right now. It must be going insane. He is a semi-finalist and he is in the top 4 of this year's FC Pro World Championship. I will stand here now and say proudly, I would have not expected a run from many players like they have given us. Yuval Belli's in the top 8 as well. Let's not forget about him. But out of the 24 that already qualified through different FC Pro leagues, just the 8 players that came through, I didn't expect, okay, maybe a few to get into the round of 16 crowd, but to get to a top 8, to get to a top 4, I've been really surprised, and I'll hold my hands up.
I do think we expected to get to the round of 16, maybe Ekman, but it was probably, in my opinion, the toughest group A. Yuval, he's still gonna play in the next quarterfinal, so we gotta see. But I didn't expect Sharif to get off the group stage, and not only that, but performing at this level, he's playing really good. So that was a surprise for me.
Yeah. Incredible scenes, as we said. That's our first 2 quarterfinals done. There are still 2 more to come as we slowly but surely get closer towards that trophy being lifted here in Berlin. For now, it's with Case, who is with the winners of that semi-final.
Yes, I'm here with Sharif. We've seen the emotions here. We know how much this means to you. What are your emotions right now after that massive, almost perfect game against Abu Makka?
I'm just so proud of myself. So proud of all the Moroccan fans, the Moroccan community, all the people who gave me the best support ever. Really, I never expected that of myself. I never seen something that before in the game. It's my first time playing on this level. The first year where Morocco has been eligible, my first opportunity to play a World Cup and rush the semi-final. That's something crazy. I still didn't believe what I'm doing, really.
Well, it might be your first time, but you look so confident out there. And you know what? We might start calling you the player lock king, because the amount of player locks that we've seen in that game is insane. Is that a vital part of your gameplay?
Yeah, the player lock is something necessary in my gameplay. I played with player lock since 2 years ago. I know I do the player lock best way possible, and that helped me a lot to win the games.
All right, well, the quarterfinals are over. You're going through, but you do have Anders up next. How do you fare your chances against that one?
Anders, I played against him on the first of the year in the FC Pro Open. I lost 3-2, but what can I say? Now it's time for the revenge.
The revenge. Well, we love to see it. We know that's going to be a fantastic matchup. You have all these fans behind you and back home in Morocco, so I'll let you sit back, relax, but you have another very tough game right around the corner, and let's see what FG thought about these last 2 matchups.
Thank you very much, Casey. I'm still getting my breath back, to be honest, because if that was our first round of quarterfinals, and that was 2 absolutely amazing games. First things first, Mo, that performance there to set up a semi-final against Anders Vergang was incredible.
I think both results are crazy. Like in the top 8 to be the other world player, with 4 goals, 5 goals. It was really good for both. So They will be both really confident in the next round.
Mo speechless as well, right? We can see the bracket on the screen right now. Looking at this, to be quite honest with you, I probably wouldn't have expected Sharif to make it to the semi-final in the manner he did.
Yeah, I'll be honest, right? We saw him yesterday in his game against Nathan Hezar. I thought offensively he was incredible. Defensively, I felt there were a little bit of mistakes there, but he was flawless pretty much throughout that whole game.
Yeah, absolutely flawless indeed. And another man who was flawless was Anders Vergang. As we expected, he started off so good, Mo. And the man on the other side was simply just shaking his head, thinking, what can I do?
To be honest, I know the feeling to lose against Anders with like 7 goals. So yeah, it's nothing you can do when he's confident and he's playing his game. So when he's leading like 3 and 4-0, it's over. He will destroy you.
I mean, what could you do in that position, Ryan? I mean, we were saying backstage potentially he could have maybe taken a pause to kill the momentum, but Anders was a man on a mission.
Yeah, you could argue a pause could have helped maybe his mental state going into the rest of the game, but Anders was just flying, I'll be honest. Before we knew it, hezar was out of it, and yeah, Anders is just on a different level today.
And look at some of these stats as well. The shots on goal, 9-4. 9 shots on goal, 7 goals, Mo.
Yeah, I think he will be disappointed about it. He will be angry that the 2 shots will not go in, but yeah, he's clinical in front of the goal. And I'm really excited about the next game, about the semi-final. Yeah, I expect a lot of goals from both.
I mean, that game should be crazy, right? Because Anders Vergang has started really confidently.
Yep.
And Sharif has just, I mean, I was having a look at his Instagram and stuff. The man is flying, mate.
Yep, flying on the pitch as well. He's impressed me a lot, honestly. I don't know what I expected today defensively. I mentioned it already, but he was insane. And Anders, obviously, we know how well he plays with the fundamentals, Mo, you know, specifically. But if he adds in those things like the crossing, the corners, everything.
Finesse shots.
It's ridiculous.
Listen, I mean, the action is just getting started here, but we are going to crown our first ever FC Pro World Champion here, so stick with us. It's been incredible, and we've got more to come. EA Sports FC 24 tournaments are now live on PS5 and PS4. Compete for FC points and more in Ultimate Team or Kickoff mode. To sign up on PS5, head to the FC24 Game Hub on your PS5 and look for upcoming tournaments. You can also register in-game by scrolling to the bottom of the FC24 main menu and selecting PlayStation Tournament. On PS4, you'll find tournaments in your Events tab on your console. Sign up and show off your skills on PlayStation Tournaments. Right, remember, the longer you watch the broadcast tonight, the more you are in line to receive rewards in the game, including XP and packs. Each day, there are unique rewards to each broadcast. Watching today and you're up for 400 XP, a Jumbo Premium Gold Pack and a Rare Players Pack. Not bad at all. Watch all 4 broadcasts and you're eligible for an Ultimate Pack. Be sure to link your EA account to your Twitch or YouTube account to get your viewership rewards. We're going to go for a quick break, but we will be back and the action will continue.
PlayStation.
Hello and welcome back to the FC Pro World Championship Finals here in Berlin. Wow, what a first set of quarterfinals we've just seen. Casey joining me at the front. We've now got two massive quarterfinals to come. If you've missed any of the action, Anders Vergang is through to the semi-final and Sharif is through to the semi-final. That's coming up a little bit later. But now, Casey, let's talk about the next quarterfinals. Two more huge games to come. As you see on the screen, Emre Yilmaz versus Yuval, Jafonso versus K1 John. Let's talk about Jafonso and K1 John first. Now, these two have got previous, Casey, in the form of a 6-0 win for one of them.
Yes, that is true. Final of EMLS Cup this year. They did match up in that final 6-0 for Jafonso. But you know what? It was very, very long ago. Different type of squads, different type of restrictions. And so I think it'll be a little bit different this time around.
6-0. My head's gone, you know. If I'm playing someone else who's beating me 6-0 and I know what they're capable of, as we see some of the clips of some of the great work these guys did. Max, by the way, was a man who knocked out Tex, a man who made huge waves, and he was by no mean feat. This is a performance and a half from Jafonso.
It really was, and it was a bit unexpected as well, because a lot of players hyped up Max coming into this. You said he took out Tex, and so he had a very good run up until that point, but Jafonso almost made it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at the other quarterfinal, shall we then? It's Yuval, who's been absolutely sensational, against Emre Yilmaz. We predicted, well, Mo definitely predicted that Emre Yilmaz was one of the favourites, and so far, so good for him in this tournament, not so much for the guys that he plays with.
Absolutely, yeah. Anytime you are going up against Emre Yilmaz, you are in for a very difficult situation, as we see a few of Emre's goal here against Gibaros. The celebration's not really much of a celebration. We don't see much in terms of emotions out of Emre. He's always locked in, isn't he?
He's locked in, he's cool, he's composed, and he's a fantastic FC player. Right, Casey, it's been a long week, okay? And you're yet to predict a single result. I'm going to ask you for your predictions for both quarterfinals right now. Let's start with Jafonso, K1 John. Are you going to sit on the fence, or are you going to give us a prediction?
Here's the thing, for that one, I think a player from EMLS will win.
Brilliant, right, okay, well that's 1-0 to you. All right, next quarterfinal, Emre Yilmaz or Yuval?
You know, I think someone from Europe will win that one.
Right, and I think we should just head and talk about Yuval because we're getting nowhere here. Let us know in the chat what your prediction is. Hopefully it's better than Casey's, but let's talk a little bit more about Yuval, shall we?
Last year I finished first in Europe in the rankings, and I'll try to do everything I can to win it. It's a pleasure to have support, so people watching you from their home or here. And I think the mentality is even more important than the gameplay. And I hope I can do it and show my level. To keep my head up, no matter what the score is, if I concede or if I score. My family, friends support me. Famalicão, the football team, maybe Portugal also. The Portugal guys from the league, maybe they watch. Every match matters, and I'm ready. think that pretty much proved that I can beat anyone, especially when everyone wants to win. It's just 3 wins away from a world champion. I think we both will give everything we have.
Of course, the biggest tournament of the year.
We just play the game.
Yeah.
Prove that I can win and be the best player in the world. I'm ready.
Yuval's ready, and so am I. Casey, how are you feeling?
I'm nervous. The stakes are high. We have a lot on the line, trophy, money, and honestly, like you said, I don't know who's going to win this one. I can't make a prediction, so we're just going to have to watch it, you know?
You're nervous. Imagine how the players are feeling. Honestly, there is an air of it's just a mad atmosphere in here because the stakes are so high. $250,000, and what else are they playing for, Casey?
I mean, you know, there's a massive gold trophy behind me right here, and only one player will be lifting it at the end of today, FG.
And that is absolutely what they are playing for. And look how nice it looks too. Let's get into the next round of quarterfinals.
There's going to be a new winner.
3 wins from being a world champion, and I'm ready.
Well, let's wrap up these quarterfinals and get ourselves set for the semis. We've got 2 players making their way to the stage with ambitions of lifting that FC Pro World title. Team Hullet and Emre Yilmaz. They came in with such high and lofty expectations, but there's only one player from arguably the best org in the land remaining. On the other side, Yuval Belli. For a long time, a lot of people have had question marks over this young man. Can he do it when the lights shine brightest? He has proven that he certainly can do that, Ryan Pessoa, here in Berlin.
Yeah. The player's player, I spoke to you about this before. Online, in those tournaments, that era of online competition, Yuval Belli was incredible. As you said, ranked 1 last year. But it's good to see him performing on the biggest stages of all. He's taken down some juggernauts, Nicholas Manu Bashoria. Now he's got to face Emre Yilmaz as well.
Also joined with the 2019 world champion Mo Albert in the commentary position for these 2 quarter-final matchups. They've both been to world championships before. They've never got over the line. How important is it every single year that you come back to want to try and achieve just that little bit more? Because I think for Emre, 2022 he finished top 4, 2023 he got knocked out in the round of 16.
Yeah, I think you have to be like a person who learns from your losses. So it could help you, but also it could be bad because he remember like his losses and be like a little bit scared to be like in this round. But like myself, I was like 2-time knockout at the top 8 and then winning the world championship. So I learned from my mistakes, learned to be like a little bit more relaxed.
Yuval, he came through the Portuguese league.
Yep.
Ryan Pessoa, he had to go to another league to find his way into the World Championships. He picked that spot up and then he came through the play-ins. Wasn't always Sharif who still did it in the play-ins. Yuval did as well. How impressed have you been with Yuval's performances here in Berlin?
It's been incredible. I know he's coached very, very well from home. Benny, you know very well as well. And he spoke about how much Yuval Belli has come on leaps and bounds this season. He's learned and developed a lot as a person and a player. And it's good to see him showing it on the biggest stages of all. But again, we spoke about who he's beaten. Emre Yilmaz is just a different level this year.
And I think the scariest thing, if you're the rest of the tournament, you're looking at Emre Yilmaz's performance in that round of 16, kept a clean sheet.
Yep.
No one else in the round of 16 kept a clean sheet. If Emre can tighten up that defence, you know that he's going to create chances, he's going to score goals. It's Yuval from right to left, all in white. And in that Team Hullet strip from left to right will be Emre Yilmaz.
For me, one matchup to watch is like this Berghorst against Rosselló matchup. Both have the aerial plus, but I think Berghorst is a bigger and win the headers.
Well, we've just also got to dissect what we've just seen. Ryan Pessoa, 2 pretty convincing victories for both Anders Vergang and ex-Sharif to book their place into the top 4. Are we expecting that again, or I think we're going to be at the other side of the ruler almost? I think we're going to have tight, nervy games.
I feel like it's destined to be tight on this game. I don't know. I can't pick a winner in this. I think obviously on paper, Emre Yilmaz will be the favourite just off past accomplishments, but I honestly can't even give a prediction for this game.
I think it will be the closest game here in the quarterfinals, because like both have a similar play style, so they're really solid defensively and offensively. They can like destroy each other. I expect like a 4-4 extra time match.
4-4 extra time. There you have it. There's Mo's prediction. Let us know at home who you think's going to be victorious. Emre Yilmaz or Yuval. Ronaldinho opening up the scoring, passing it straight across the box to Weghorst. Talked about the defensive capabilities that Emre showed in the round of 16. Maybe went a little bit lacking there as we go into the quarters round.
It's similar to what Yuval done yesterday against Manu with the dribbling with Ronaldinho here. Baits a little pass across, dribbles, technical sprint in the box. Of course, finds that pass across goal to Weghorst.
It's a fantastic point you make there. Already had beaten someone from Team Hullet. Obviously, Manu did it through PSV and Eredivisie. However, they're under the same organisation. He's knocking them off one by one, it would seem, at the moment. It's your FC Pro World Championship quarter-finals. 6 players remain, 2 in the semis, Anders and Sharif, and we need to find those other 2 semi-finalists. It will be Emre Yilmaz or Yuval. And Jafonso and K1 John waiting in the wings, ready to make their mark here on the last day of the FC Pro season.
It's a really good start from Yuval. No chance for Emre to go like in a box and like in attacking. He just jinxed
big
him. Mistake.
As the Hullet drives towards that near post, dream timed across the box. It doesn't fall the prettiest, however, you don't care in that situation.
Yeah, at this stage you can't make mistakes like this. Like he lost the ball, unforced error, and then it was a bit lucky, for Emre, because like I think he defended it really well. He anticipates the shot, go with Van Dijk in the shot lane, but yeah, a bit lucky for Emre.
A bit. Not much you can really do there from Yuval, but as you said, that
he gave the ball away.
He gave the ball away.
Yeah.
That's the key there. That's the mistake from defensively there, gifting possession to Emre, of course.
For me, because it's a bit lucky, because there are like too many players in the box, so it's like percentage-wise, it's really
He played
high.
the percentages that he's going to fall back to one of his players.
Yeah, and that's why you can't make mistakes like this. He had like a 3 against 2 position, so it's really good for an offensive guy.
We thought it would be a tight, even affair. That's what it's living up to in the opening 20 minutes. 1-1, the scoreline. A semi-final spot is what they're both fighting for. Dinked over the top. Van Dijk will never win though. Weghorst is always the favourite, and we've not seen Van Dijk as prominent in all the teams, and is that a perfect example of why? Right there, as Weghorst comes forward again, and it's Van Dijk defending against it. Weghorst just breezes past.
Wow.
And a Travella into the top left corner.
That's how brutal FC24 can be, end-to-end action. You mentioned Van Dijk there. The aerial plus, or lacking of aerial plus play style, is something that a lot of players have noticed and opt for different options. Weghorst in behind there.
Slight mistake, he expected him to cut inside, and Emre just took the line, or
yeah,
attacking play?
I think he wanted him to go to the line because it was a great shot. It's yeah, it was great timing from the pass and the shot also, because he moved his goalkeeper also in the short post. But it was a great shot for Weghorst, so yeah.
And we always talk about small margins, Ryan. I think this is the perfect example of it. Just the real tightest of affairs that can be separated by one mistake, one jockey instead of when you should be going into a sprint down the byline.
It was 2 different ends of the spectrum that you saw with, I think it was Konate in the box for Emre when defending. He didn't bait or get baited in by stepping forward defensively.
As you see, the Vic saying Emre for the win. Good UV from DJ Diddy Mac. Some of these names do crack me up.
He's going to win that.
Weghorst at the back post, 2-2.
This guy plays amazing offensively. Like every attempt is a goal. We didn't saw like a shot who missed. So yeah, it's a good decision. Like what I said, it's also in this matchup, it's Vejos against Joselu.
Yep,
and he's
you did say
taller.
that.
Vejos is always going to win it.
Always.
Yeah. So a good decision for Yuval.
Would you always try to play for that? Obviously, you know Vejos, he's going to win the header over basically
I
every
would
single...
cross to Cristiano Ronaldo, even if he's smaller. So I was always a cross guy because it's so it's so difficult to defend. So you have to defend the passes into the background. But
I remember back in the day, we used to see pauses and then defenders switched around the back four to match up against the attacking player. We don't really see that too much this year. Is it just more the self-realization of, if the attacking player gets the run on me, I can't do anything anyway? Like, I may as well put Davies at left back or Havertz at right back and attack, because there's no point putting 4 centre-backs across the back four. I'm not going to win the header anyway.
Yeah, I think with a lot of players, the way they attack this year anyway, with the 4-3-2-1, you have one of your full-backs, obviously a little bit more offensively. Who was it yesterday? We saw John Stones was the offensive for one player as well, and obviously isn't as effective. It was, Abu Makka, but Cafu has been utilised for Emre Yilmaz in this sense.
Yeah, I do it a lot. Like when I see my opponent plays only for crosses, I would put like Konate at the right back. I don't care. Like one defensive.
So you would sacrifice it to try and defend?
Yeah, of course. When you can defend better, then because you have I play always with a like offensive fullback. Every attack is offensive, and one can stay back, and you don't need to be like good at the attack.
That's lovely job there.
This match is amazing to watch. Like every attack is interesting. The decision making from players, the dribbling, the passes.
You would say, Ryan, this is as good as it gets in terms of ability on the pitch, as Alphonso Davies breezes into the attacking area. Saka offloads to Ronaldinho. There could be a chance, good save from Schmeichel.
Anytime Yuval gets on the ball with Ronaldinho there, you can just see the fear from Emre knowing...
It starts ticking.
Yeah,
his brain starts
exactly,
ticking.
Yep.
But you see differences in the attack. Like I think Yuval want to play like faster with passes, with like good fast passes, and Emre play a lot with turning with the left stick.
Talked about mistakes. Emre giving the ball away in his own third here, and it could be punished by Yuval. Great tackle though. A little bit risky, but it worked out for him in the end.
I'm impressed with Yuval in the box, how every time he makes the right decision, which skill move he uses, when he cancel, when he pass.
Comes forward again here, Yuval, driven pass into Ronaldinho, just looking to offload round the corner. You as impressed as Mo, Ryan, with what you've seen so far? As Mbappe whips one into the back post, a little push on the back, but nothing's come of it.
Yeah, Yuval attacks very, very well. They both do. As Mo said, it's slightly different though in the way they attack, but they're both very effective at the things they're good at.
Van Dijk, as you can see, with that long ball pass play style, can switch the play from right to left. You would imagine it's coming in sooner rather than later. There you have it, Toni Kroos. Davies gets the better of Cafu, breaks down a little bit.
For me, Davies is the best fullback. Like when I see them, the players, I think he's a nightmare for our opponent to defend. He has 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot, he's a 99 pace.
Joselu, nice little bit of controlled sprint to the byline, waiting for support and gets it in the form of Saka. Now Kroos and Hullet linking up in the middle of the pitch. Weghorst.
Don't play Weghorst.
Yeah, that's the thing there. When you're looking for someone to pass to in the box, obviously Weghorst in the air is going to win everything more often than not, but on the floor, he's not someone you want to try and twist and turn with.
Is there another switch coming in here?
I think the game slowed down a little bit. They learn from each other every minute, and they defend better.
When you say you learn from each other during the game, what are you actually looking for? Their tendencies in how they're attacking, when they're pulling players out of position? Like, what information can you actually gain in the game itself?
To be honest, it's difficult to explain everything. Every turn, how the first touch from the attacker is which side, if he goes to the line or goes in the middle, like really everything. And every player have like his game style. And like when their coaches do a good job, you know a lot of your opponents.
We're just about to go into half-time. There we are, 2-2, the scoreline at the moment. Ryan, it's been a really, really good first 45 minutes. And I tell you what, the action keeps on coming because K1 John and Jafonzo get out to the stage, fellas.
It will be a dream to be world champion.
I'm ready to win the final.
Well, it's an MLS Cup rematch. It was a one-sided affair for the Portuguese star, Jafonzo, when they met earlier on this year. Can K1 John get some revenge in the sweetest way possible and book his place in the FC Pro World Championship semi-finals? That game is right around the corner. New England Revolution into Miami, going head-to-head for a date with Emre or Yuval. Let's have a deeper dissection at half-time in the game that we're currently in as well, while those two guys get set up and get ready to play. Who would you rather be at half-time, Emre or Yuval? Do you think either player has potentially played better? Probably Yuval just edged it.
Slightly offensively, I feel like he's been more dangerous in the offensive areas. And we're on course, though, for most prediction. Is it 4-4 extra time? So if it follows the same suit, then...
I mean, it's a game where you can't celebrate your goal because you know your opponent is one of the best attackers. So, like, in 2 minutes, you can concede 2 goals. And it will be fun to watch now.
Well, you can just see they've kicked off for the second half. Let's jump back into the action and see where this game is going to twist and turn on its way. Maybe extra time, maybe even penalties will be needed. A slight, 2-minute break for the guys at half-time. Do you get much information on at half-time? We always say that your coach comes in and you chat with him a little bit, but are you even listening? Like,
I don't want to be the coach from one of them because they play like offensively so much differently. Also, like for example, Yuval crosses one time he scored, but
chance here for Yuval.
Wow,
what a goal! It just swivels on it.
Like you saw the turn with the left foot.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I need to see that again from Vekors. What a goal that is.
Talk me through it, Ryan.
Saka plays it in here. It's a touch downwards and a shot into the near post as well. It's an interesting finish there. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, he knew Van Dijk will like block the shot when he go to the right foot, so he changed it. I'm impressed with Veros, man. He looks like Neymar Prime.
Yeah, literally.
2019 Neymar.
I'm surprised he's got the shot off that quickly as well with Vekors. That's.
I'm more surprised that he's taken the shot there. So it didn't really.
Wasn't on.
He was not
set fully, yeah.
But like you have to shoot. This guy's have 99 shooting. Like also dribbling. Veros have 19 dribbling. So it's not like, but he's too tall to like move like Neymar.
Emre finds himself trailing to the hands of Yuval and Weghorst. That clock is slowly ticking away, but he will not be panicked, he will not be fearful. Just keep playing his game. He's been to the top of the mountain before, 2023 Champions League victor.
For me, Emre could be the new Iceman. Like,
always keeps his cool.
Yeah, he was down 3-0 yesterday in his first game or 2 days ago, and then like in 10 minutes he scored 3 goals to equalize.
He didn't even flinch.
As you can see, Jafonzo and K1 John just kicking off here. We'll bring you the updates, the goals, as it does start to pick up in action. But all our attention right now, currently, between Emre Yilmaz and Yuval.
Wow, nice pass.
Cafu brought into play. Is there a cross into the back post? Slightly unfortunate with the animation there, you would say, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was trying to buy this time and wait to see if there was an opportunity to get the ball to the back post or try and recycle possession.
it's a similar start like the first half, like the first 50 minutes. Yuval playing really good, but then he had like 5 minutes where he conceded 2 goals. So he have to concentrate well and don't make mistakes.
You just seen Emre be slightly bit more aggressive in his defending as well there. He brought Cafu all the way across from full back. That's a power shot that's it's a little bit rash.
Close to a throw in.
And a pause.
Yep, but I like that shot because like
keeper's committed.
Yeah, he knew the keeper was moving to the second post, so yeah, but he missed the timing and the he missed everything. To be honest.
Well, we said there is a second quarter-final that is underway right now. Let's head on over to it. Jeffonzo and K1 John. And we could be joining at a perfect time, actually. Davis with a nice touch to bring Hosselu into play. Tony Cruz and Ruud Hullet linking up in the middle of the pitch. We talked yesterday. I think it were. I was definitely on the commentary position. I can't remember who was with me when we were watching K1 John. That interlink play on the edge of the box, then the first time dink.
That's his signature move. Yeah, like his chip balls to the big striker, to the tall striker, and then yeah, the pass. Like for me, it's Jeffonzo is one of he's a favorite because like the way he won the games, he played really dominant all the games, even the game what he lost, he played really good. And K1 Joe was like struggling, like winning games in the last minute. And I think that's where you can't win tournaments, when you struggle every game.
Well, just with the clock where it is, we can see the culmination of this game. I think we'll be able to watch the most of it. Let's head back to Emre Yilmaz and Yuval with the final 25 minutes hanging in the balance. And could be joining it with a Yuval chance. Haaland! Separation in this quarter-final, Ryan Pessoa.
Wow, first time a player's taken a 2-goal lead in this game, as you said. Yuval, we joined at a perfect time. Havertz played into Ronaldinho, the first time pass of Haaland. So the keeper movement shuffle over to the near post there. The shot wasn't even perfectly aimed. It wasn't accurate, like it wasn't a top corner finish. It was slightly down the middle, and it still went in.
Yeah, maybe he knew that the goalkeeper will move, so he uses the power shot also to be like sure. And it's similar to the game Yuval had to Manuel Bachore last round. He beat him also 4-2, and also similar was 2-2 and 4-2. So yeah, maybe every game is similar with Yuval. And my 4-4 call is still in. So.
Yeah. Most important thing. We've seen some remarkable results here today. Anders Vergang 7, Hezar's 2, and Sharif with a huge win against Abu Makka to book his place in the top 4 of the FC Pro World Championships 2024. We have to find our remaining semi-finalists, as Jeffonzo has taken a step closer. 1-0 if he leads versus K1 John. Emre stole it. Is he going to get the rebound? He's not. He's just not falling Emre's way.
That's so unlike Emre. That is so unlike him. He's normally very decisive in those areas. It's the pressure.
The last couple of years, we've always said he greens.
Always.
Yeah, but also the direction was not good. It was down the middle.
Straight down the middle as well,
so
it's going to get punished, isn't he?
And Yuval with Saka Kanate.
That's
That's a really good tackle from Emre,
yeah,
taking the risk.
Amazing.
Let's have a look at that goal that's put Jeffonzo 1-0 up. Kylian Mbappe, a couple of step-overs into Weghorst, who strikes with the left boot and finds the top left corner.
Weghorst is dangerous, you know. He's won pretty much a large portion of the goals. This was the mistake here that led to the chance from Emre. Mistimed.
Just passed it.
He mistimed it as well when he went for the shot.
Yeah.
That is
wrong decision. Maybe he was expecting the goalkeeper moving to the left side, but you have to score a goal like this. You have to punish a mistake.
"15 minutes remaining. Emre doesn't panic, but the butterflies will be there right now.
To be honest, it's time to panic now.
What would you do in this situation?
Just go all in. Play like never play. Just every ball go to the strikers.
Hullet trying to turn the ball into
constant pressures. Like, it's time for constant pressure, but we didn't see much pressing from Emre now.
Well, you see that pause is cued.
Yeah.
It's not been allowed it. There you go. Headsets come off. Could it be Emre's final 15 minutes here at the FC Pro World Championship?
Everything's possible because, like, for the viewers, we play 2 times 9-minute half. It's not like at home with 6 minutes, so it's a lot of time left. He needs to score like until the 86. And
so you're saying from this moment now, constant press, everybody go forward, couple subs on as well, and just try and get a goal.
Mo's reckless.
Mo's on that attack from the 50th. He needs to go back straight away.
I mean, you've been here before, Mo. You've been successful. You've lifted a world championship.
Yeah, it's like play all or nothing. When you lose 7-2, it's not looking
good. You don't care.
At
least you went for
when
it.
your family asks how much you lose, it's not looking good, but you don't care, you know.
You know that you went for it. As we're still in that pause at the moment, so we're going to bring you some live coverage of Jafonzo and K1 John. K1 John coming forward here, R9. He's hesitated ever slightly and gave.
Oh no, that's a massive mistake.
A little bit too much to ask for. Haaland wins the header. R9 gets bundled out the way.
Yeah, it was 50-50. That's what we said about K1 John yesterday. Like, he was too much, maybe, that cross, that chip
Loves the ball in the air.
Yeah.
Let's head on down to that other quarter-final matchup. Just looked over my shoulder. I can see they've kicked back off with just over 10 minutes to play. We'll see this chance come in here from Jafonzo, see if he can double his lead. And we'll bring you the final moments from Yuval and Emre Yilmaz. Let's head on over and see what's happening.
Oh, just seen something at the corner of my eye there.
There has been late drama between Emre and Yuval. They're in a pause right now. We're not going to give away those tactic changes and what's been happening. But Ryan Pessoa looks at me with his...
Let's head on back. I don't even mind seeing them change their tactics. Let's go back in. I just want to see it. See this game as well. Jafonzo spoke about how when they played in the EMLS in the finals, he was actually 1-0 up at half-time. Then he sort of put his foot on the pedal and ended up winning by 6 goals. So for him right now, this could be a good omen.
It's a different game than the other one.
Vitinha. We saw him score a power shot just like that on the edge of the box yesterday with Vitinha. Let's head through to Emre and Yuval. This is what you might have missed. Yuval one-on-one. It's a very,
No.
very...
Do you know what the issue is here? It's a red card.
It's a harsh red card.
But why?
Literally. Emre, I'm with you, man. I don't know.
Very, very harsh red card. From the resulting free kick. There wasn't a goal, but Yuval is edging ever closer to an FC Pro World Championship semi-final. On the
nice
finesse. Great save from Edwin van der Sar.
Jafonzo's controlling the game. I feel like when K1 John is in the box, he just crossed to Haaland and hopes that someone is in the box then. Yeah, but it's still a close game. We saw yesterday, K1 John was, every game he was down.
As you can see, Yuval has extended his lead to 5 goals to 2 against Emre Yilmaz. We can head on over there and see the free kick bounced away.
Okay.
Haaland got the ball back, drove into the penalty area, passed it across, and Pelo.
Yeah, he's missing one defender, so you can see that it was after the red card. I think it was game over because you can't come back with 2 goals.
Yeah.
And here we go. This is it. Your final few moments. I've got to talk to you, Ryan, about what Team Lit have done this year.
Sensational.
In the FC Pro.
Finesse.
season
Yeah.
and their impact that they've had on this entire year and the last couple of years. Disappointing.
Of course. Yeah.
But now their sort of journey comes to a close. However, for this season, what a year it's been.
It's been incredible from, of course, Levy, Manu, and Emre. And if you ask me, was we saw the bracket take shape with the top 16, I would have
at least
guaranteed
one of them three
one
in the
would
final.
have been in the final. To think that none is going to be even in the semi-finals is a massive upset, in my opinion. Of course, Yuval Belli, an incredible player. Emre Yilmaz, for me, would have been the favourite on paper. I'm sure we can all agree on that. But Yuval Belli's performed incredibly well and deserves his spot in the semi-finals.
And I think more than anything, Yuval beat Manu 5-2.
Yeah.
He's beat Emre 5-2.
He's a Team Khalid nightmare.
He's defended really well, though. I think that's the big thing.
Agreed.
I think both games were similar. He was like beating the guys in the second half. First was in both games 2-2. And it's okay to lose against him because he played fantastic. And I would be not that angry after a game like this.
Yuval, an FC Pro World Championship semi-finalist. What an achievement. Emre Yilmaz, with the world at his feet, crashes out of the tournament. It's now a top 4, top 8, and round of 16 defeat in World Championships. Could he go one better next year and get to that all-important grand final? We got to find out who Yuval's going to be playing.
We just missed an offside goal. It was a good cross from K1 John. Of course a cross, but a bit unfortunately for because he was like one step on offside. Maybe you can see the replay after that.
Lovely pass from Jafonso. Great save at the near post. Surprised he didn't go across him.
I think he thought the keeper movement would have kicked in there from K1 John. A corner played short.
I don't like it at
Yeah,
all.
what's your thoughts on that? Playing short from a corner with this meta right now?
Corners are so effective. You have to be prepared good for this. No, he can choose me when he scores now.
Well, let's head on down to hear from Yuval Belli. He's a World Championship semi-finalist and he's catching up with Case right now.
Yes, I'm here with Yuval Belli, who had a massive victory. You just mentioned to me off camera how you were surprised by that outcome. Why are you surprised? Because you were so great against Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, I was surprised because obviously Emre is more favorite, and I didn't expect like to do that good in the World Cup after last year I grouped out. And yeah, like beating Manu and Emre like that, like 5-2, both I think. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, I have to ask you, I think it was your second goal that you had with Whitehorse. It seems like you're utilizing players in different ways. You're making Whitehorse look like prime Neymar. Is that something that you do? You may see a player, he works in aerial situations, but you can use him in any situation, right?
Yeah, I think you have to use one player in attack in aerial. I think you have to use one player in attack on aerial, and yeah, obviously that's my play style with the skills and fast dribble. And yeah, if I have an opportunity to cross, I will cross, and if I can do skill, I will do skill.
All right, well, we have to see who your opponent is going to be. It'll either be Jafonso or K1 John. Let's go see how that one ends up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Case. Yes, while we were hearing from the words of Yuval, K1 John got himself back in the game. Lovely left stick dribbling.
That was really good from Ronaldinho. And we saw a lot of crosses from him, but we can see also he can move. He have a vision in the box. I need to see much of them. Maybe it's like maybe he will not win this year, but he will learn to play like better in the box, and then next year will be one of the favorite. It's my prediction.
How are you seeing this final third starting to take shape? Ryan, do you think either player will feel a little bit better? I mean, from what we've seen, K1 John
will be.
Started his second half quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got his first goal in a competitive game against Jafonso already. And
yeah.
So he'll be definitely feeling a lot better and a lot more confident knowing that this game's a lot closer than when they last played out.
When you've played someone earlier in the season and they've beat you quite emphatically, how do you approach the second game when you play against each other?
I had to play against one who beat me, like before matches. Like for me in my head, it's like maybe he's good against me. He's not a good matchup for me. So you need to be leading like 1 or 2 goals to be confident. But it makes something with you, of course, when he beat you.
Oh, that's nice.
And here is Jafonso looking to get back in front. Again, he's shot at the near post.
Keep thinking the goalkeeper movement.
I'm sure you had it right in your career. I mean, you lost to a lot of people. When you
Not you. I can tell you that.
I don't want to bring up history. Sort of 2v2 game. When you've played against people again and you've come back around for the second time, even when it's in the same season or when the stakes have been increased, does that give you that little bit of extra motivation?
Wow.
We talk about it all the time. That K1 John, edge of the box, dink over the top of the defence. When you're playing on 100 depth and that
catches the defensive line
come
out
up,
every time. Yeah,
you go over the top.
It's working. You see the replay of it. Toni Kroos, just a first-time ball with Zidane, just onside it, and wow, it's turned the game on its head completely.
It is probably the only player that we've seen do that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that that's the third time he make it and it works good. It's the first goal, but I think he had a whole day yesterday to analyze the gameplay from him, and we see it's like the 5th time. So maybe you can't defend it like this.
How would you try and defend that though? Because if you're playing on the automated offside trap depth,
maybe without 100 depth.
Maybe without the ultimate offside trap. It's a difficult one because you can't really select a defender and run back to principally try and bring someone back. You're just playing
offside trap earlier, like manually do it?
Manually, potentially, yeah, but we've seen this year a lot of mistakes from manual offside traps. Having it at 100 depth obviously helps you a little bit more.
We can see what they're fighting for, that FC Pro World Championship Golden Trophy shining. All the players looking up to it. It's been there for the entirety of this week in Berlin, from the play-ins all the way down to the Final Four.
We talked earlier about to adapt in the second half, and K1 John is maybe the best one here in this tournament, because every game he was down 1 or 2 goals and come back in the second half. Maybe he learned a lot in the first half, talk to his coach, and defend better, and importantly attack better.
You're going to see a little bit of interlink play on the edge of the box. He's trying to find an opening. Ronaldinho again in that inside left channel. R9 at the near post again.
This time greened it.
Yeah, but I think Van Dijk blocked the long.
It's in!
I would be angry.
It was an early corner whipped into the box. And the keeper just couldn't get enough on it, Ryan.
I'll be honest, I need to see it again. I don't really... He whips it in, of course. Verkoos wins it. Oh, so we got problems.
I think it's going in anyway. The keeper's not... The player on the line's not being the reason that's gone in. I think he's saving it into the back of the net.
Yeah, it's Van Hazard's fault, I think. Maybe when I'm the goalkeeper, I would save the ball. Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but the game is, say it again, 2-2. Well, we saw K1 is really clutch, like in the last minutes, overtime.
You see, your support is heard for our competitors here. K1 John, danger shot, wanting a Jafonso victory.
Oh, it's beautiful. Don't think he meant that though. No, I thought that the pass was meant for Verkoos, but it almost worked out.
Maligi 17. Let's go, John. Just over 15 minutes left to play. All tied up at 2-2. The winner of this game will play Yuval in the semi-final.
Oh, he do the same.
Oh,
no.
No.
It's a mistake at the back. Wiggles puts it wide. One of Yuval, Jafonso or K1 John is going to be an FC Pro World Championship finalist.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's a great achievement, but they want to win the whole thing. I know the feeling to be like Far. They will be disappointed whatever happens today.
Oh, he's played it straight to him. Verkoos hits it wide. That is that's a crucial moment in the game. What a mistake.
You press circle there expecting it to go in.
100%.
Yeah. And before he tried to beat K1 John with his own moves, with that chip ball. And I like that attack a lot. That's a nice pass.
Another floated ball down the line, just offside on this occasion. As the time drifts away from both of these two.
Vegas is the best defender.
Semi-finalists. You got to think something's got to give. One player, whether it's in the next 10 minutes, whether it's an additional 30 or from spot kicks, has to go through into our semi-final. K1 John left it to the last kick of the game against Levy yesterday.
Poor switch.
Jafonso with a comfortable victory. Ronaldinho, is he offside? The pace from Militao. He just turned on the afterburners.
What did happen?
Oh, wow. And Jafonso was going to come up the other end. Play a lot fake. Ball roll scoop.
Oh, he's played it backwards.
I'm still in shock with Ronaldinho, to be honest. Like he had 10 meter.
He's running in sludge, slowing down. Militao caught in there. That's, yeah.
Militao gave him 10 yards and he still managed to get back. Absolutely ridiculous.
There was a great pass, great timing, and he scored like that against Levi Divin in the last minute.
Oh,
so
it's a big mistake again.
Jafonso with 5 on the clock, looking to edge himself in front. Ronaldinho, Vitinha spreads it out wide for Tchouameni. Mbappe, cross goal! He's shot at the near post 3 times in a row. He read the information, he downloaded the data, and he slammed it into the far post.
It's a mistake again, Mo. Possession given away. Saw the calm composure from Jafonso.
You know, he thought he will cross with Davis to Weghorst, and then he saw the man short. It was a great goal, great decision making, but he didn't celebrate too much because K1 John was down 3-2 also in the last round at the 85 minutes, I remember, and then he scored, equalized, go to overtime and win there. So the job is not done, 5 minutes to go.
How many times, Ryan, did we say he's not moved the keeper, he shot the near post, he expected him to move the keeper? That time, just unleashed it across goal.
As you say, he learned his lesson.
Yeah.
And in an important moment as well, and of course his coach behind him would just be telling him, keep calm, composed.
And he's thanking Eder Militao.
Yeah, it could be a completely different story.
Minutes left. That's all he's got. What, 3 minutes? Plus a little bit of injury time.
Got to throw everything.
K1 John, it's got to be perfect. Jude Bellingham in at right back to add a little bit more attacking threat.
Substitution for the visitors. Coming off the pitch, number 13, Jose Lu.
Wow, he rushed it.
Number 19, Jude Bellingham.
The press though.
Yeah.
Will he get out?
Does so well.
He's looking to turn back down the line. Ronaldinho, will he just flick it on? He will.
Left side
in on goal. He's got Haaland waiting. And Jafonso boxes place. With a date with Destiny and Yuval in an FC Pro World Championship semi-final.
So much space and understandably so. He had to go all out attack, had to put bodies forward, and of course if you lose possession, as he did, he rushed the pass, Mo, again.
Yeah, it was unforced error, and then Jafonso played this counter-attack perfectly. It was a 4 against 3, and then, yeah, like 1-2, always passing around, finding the free man, and the easy goal. So game over, maybe?
Weghorst cuts inside.
Yeah, game
step overs. Jafonso, he's got K1 John's number. And he's taken him out on the biggest stage of the season. Your top 4, Anders, Sharif, Yuval, and Jafonso.
Wow, the next one, right time finish.
Incredible end-to-end performance. He left it late. K1 John looked like he was in the driver's seat. He had a chance. but it's the Portuguese star who goes through to the top 4, Ryan.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for K1 John. He was so close. But Jofonzo, of course, incredible performance again, and he progresses into the semi-finals.
Just a few words of motivation as well for K1 John Mo. I know you've been a big fan of his throughout this tournament. He will be back next year. What would you say to K1 John?
Yeah, remember me like my first World Championship. I was good offensively, but I didn't play perfect, so I did like some mechanics too much, and then he have to learn from his mistakes, and I expect him to be next year amazing.
You see the encouragement there from King CJ. He has represented the MLS, Egypt and Inter Miami so well. Jofonzo will go through. Ryan, this top 4.
Hold on a minute, before you be honest with me, how many of those top 4 would you have predicted from the start of action?
1. Anders.
1, yeah. Jofonzo was like, today we said like he will be in the final. I remember Rich and me, but not before the tournament.
But you're not Mo. Let's hear from him, because he's joined with Casey right now.
Yes, I'm here with MLS Cup champion and now FC Pro World Championship top 4. I mean, it's a little bit different of a situation than the last time you went up against K1 John, wasn't it?
Yeah, as I said before, this game will be different. Different squads, different restrictions. We're playing the World Cup, so a lot of tension. But yeah, I start winning, then it comes back. But yeah, fortunately, I managed to win it.
All right, well, let's take a look at one of your goals here. You had a lot to choose from here, but it's going to be your 3rd goal. Talk me through this one.
I have the ball in Vitinha, then long ball to Tchouaméni. It was open. Then I fake a player lock first, but then I do a player lock and Mbappe, first touch, green, goal.
You make it sound so easy, but for everyone at home, it is not that easy. But Jofonzo, next up, you will have Yuval Belli in that semi-final match. Any thoughts there? Do you fair your chances?
I know him because he plays in a Portuguese team, so yeah, Portuguese community have a lot of talent, and Yuval arrived there this year and show his level. So yeah, I'm expecting a really tough game, but hope I can win it.
Well, again, congratulations. You are through to the semifinals. I cannot wait to see that matchup there, and I'm sure everyone at home can agree with me, but let's go see what FG thinks about those.
Wow. Listen, I'm on the front desk here with Umar and Grav. Guys, can we just take a moment, please, to talk about what we have just seen in that round of fixtures? Let's take a look at the bracket straight away. Yuval beating Emre Yilmaz. Anders at the start of the show said that he thought Emre and him were the favourites.
Yep.
Yuval was incredible in that game.
Yuval is playing really good. I mean, he knocked out so many favorites. He won twice against Nicolas, and against who he won the round before? No, Manu, I think.
Yuval's taken some huge names.
Yeah, he won against Manu, against Emre now, twice against Nicolas, and he's beating every favorite. He's playing so good.
Honestly, it's been absolutely incredible. Grav, look at the things on the screen right now of this game. I mean, Emre Yilmaz, when he goes 2-1 up, you fully expect him to see it out. But the way Yuval recovered was so good.
Yeah, especially with this goal in which I don't think there was a chance for it to come in, but still, the way he just recycles and passes back to the strikers, and then in that situation, there's nothing you can do really as a defender. And you want to know a fun fact? Because Yuval was playing the Portuguese league for Famalicão, and I was playing the Portuguese league for Sporting de Portugal. And Yuval was this close of not being here in the World Championships, and I choked a match. I was leading 3-0, I choked 3-3, and that's the reason why Famalicão were in the finals, and that's the reason why Famalicão won the league, and then they're here. So if I didn't choke that match because I'm a choker, Yuval wouldn't be playing here, which is kind of a fun fact in my opinion.
Right, is he taking credit for Yuval being here now because you lost a 3-goal lead? That's not our fault.
Of course I am, of course I am. You know, Umut can take credit of being the world champ. I can take credit of Yuval maybe being the world champ as well.
And you're probably wondering at home, yes, Grav is wearing green socks again to match what he wears. I mean, I don't know how you do it. Let's talk about the MLS game, shall we, that we've just seen. Jofonzo, K1 John, Two players who know each other really well. I mean, look, it was Jafonso who came out on top, and deservedly so.
Yeah, I think like also for John it was not easy because in his mind was the EMLS final. He knew that he lost 6-0 in the final. Of course, now it's just different players, but you can see the stats: 10 shots to 3. I mean, really deserved win for Jafonso, and he played really well.
Yeah, I mean, 10 shots to 3 as well, Grav. It was just domination, wasn't it? As we see the clips on the screen. Look, Weghorst as a striker, he is a problem.
He can do everything. He can go for the headers, but still, he can also go for those. I mean, the first finish from Jafonso was amazing, but then as well, in the game we saw from Jubal, the way he just turned, it was 180 degrees and he just scored. And I do think the game was tight up until that 2-2 result. This was a beautiful, I mean, he's been doing every single time of the tournament. Richard talked about it throughout the whole 3 days. And for me, the game changed in this attack, in which we're gonna see now. This was a brilliant switch of play. He did a fake player lock into Weghorst. He came with a pass into Mbappe, first time touch and a beautiful finish. And I do think with that 3-2 result, it was just the nail in the coffin with the last goal for the 4-2. But the third goal from Jafonso, when you're just in a 2-2 situation and you have the patience to just fake player lock and then pass into Mbappe inside the box, he was cold.
He was cold. I mean, the speed of doing that fake player lock, that is a really difficult skill. Some of us can't even play a lock anyway, me. But to do that so quickly, to fake one, if you're on the other side and you're trying to defend against that, it makes it pretty much impossible.
Yeah, it's really hard to defend, and to be honest, I'm also not that good at player lock. I don't use it that much, but of course, like you see some players use it a lot, like Sharif. We're gonna see Sharif next game. He's using a lot of player locks, but on the other hand, we have Anders. Like, you will never see a player lock. I could bet my money that match you will never see a player lock from him. So yeah, you can use it. It's not have to be, but in some situations, like in this goal for Jafonso, it's just incredibly effective.
Listen, speaking about Anders Vergang, we are down to the semi-finalists of the FC Pro World Championship. So they're playing for $250,000. They're playing for an incredible trophy, and the final, the winner of the next match, will be playing in the goal pods behind, which Gravison has never seen because he choked. But Yuval could be there because of it.
Because of me.
Because of it. So we're going to be back after the break. Stay with us. This is going to be incredible.
It's important for me to remember that when I win or if I lose, to always be polite and respectful to the players in front of me, as I know what they're going through.
Thank you so much for being a great role model and making playing our games a safe place and fun for everyone.
The headline here is King CJ.
The King CJ train keeps rolling as he wipes the sweat from his brow.
Welcome back to the FC Pro World Championship 2024. What a start it's been for that man, Anders Vergang, who is in the semi-final. A resounding win for Sharif as well, which sets up an incredible match. Yuval made it through, shocking Emre Yilmaz to make it to the semi-final as well. And finally, in the EMLS fixture, it was Jafonso who came out on top. It's time for the semi-finals, which are coming up soon in a game which is worth $150,000. Casey, Ryan, here we are, the final four. It's been a long week. It's been a long process. A lot of people have tried to be the best in the world at FC, and we are down to the last four to crown the first ever FC Pro World Champion. Casey, predictions yet?
Honestly, I can't do it. But you know what? I am so happy that two players coming out of the play-ins have made it this far. It's very, very impressive. I've been probably the most impressed with them.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant from all of them. As we look at the bracket, Mr. Ryan Pessoa, 2 matches, huge, huge stakes.
It's massive. Obviously, Anders, we kind of know what we expect to see from him. We expect him to get to this stage. Sharif as well performed unbelievable against Abu Makka. Yuval defeating Emre Yilmaz, Jafonso beating K1 John. The MLS matchup is a massive victory for him.
It is a massive, massive victory. And this victory in the next one, you might be thinking, all right, there's a lot of money at stake. There's a trophy, a chance to win a trophy, but you can also play in the gold pods behind us. We haven't seen them used as of yet, but the final will be taking place in the gold pods. Very luxurious, Ryan. There's a bit of a gap between them, but surely it adds to the atmosphere.
It does, and I'm sure Anders, I know he'll be further away. I predict him to make the finals. I think it'll be a close game, though, between him and Sharif, but he's still got enough distance to gesture to the crowd and celebrate as well, so I'm sure he'll enjoy it.
Let's have a word on Sharif, Casey, real quick, because we've spoken so much about how well supported he's been, but he's played really, really well.
He has, and I almost think that he didn't anticipate how well he was going to be. Based off his reaction there, he was emotional. He wanted to be here so bad, and I truly don't believe that he would have seen himself in this position. Coming from play-ins, the first time a Moroccan player has even been in this competition, so he was just happy to be here. But now he is in this stage, in the semifinals, and we'll see what he could do with it.
Yeah, it's going to be sensational. The semifinals are coming up very, very soon. Quick one, have you got green socks on as well?
I don't.
No, she hasn't. Well, let's just head over to the guy who's wearing green socks to match what he's wearing as well. Grav is at the analysis bed with Mr. Buckley.
Grav, not getting your socks out now. It's business time.
It's business time.
Let's get into this. It's an unbelievable semi-final. We want to bring you a couple of things to look out for during this game. First things first, Anders. It was a super quick start against hezars, but he is constantly thinking of what to do next, Grav.
And I mean, with Saka, not only scary because he now uses playstyles. If we take a look, bottom left of the screen, technical dribbling on. So he's using playstyles now.
Yeah, I mean, he got so much success playing his style. Now he's playing his style and the meta. What he did as well, he scored earlier in the game a beautiful finesse shot. Just look at the goalkeeper movement there. hezars is expecting this finesse again that Saka scored in
the first goal, yeah.
Absolutely. But what he's done, he's read the goalkeeper movement ever so slightly over to that side, and he's unleashed a strike at the near post. Let this play on, because it is a superb finish.
Obviously a green time, because that's Anders.
Everyone
and a
else
as well, because that's Anders.
Everyone else is playing checkers, he's playing chess. But what Sharif has got arguably better than anyone else. His timing on decision-making is superb.
The player lock is amazing, and the thing, and for me, the main key in this match coming up from Anders and Sharif, this Sharif attacking, and Anders is gonna do the same. He's gonna go with these defenders, and he's gonna press. But you know what's coming? A player lock. If he gets the timing right as well, where's the space?
And what does that mean? When Anders pulls those players towards you and the space in behind, Sharif can get in there. And just look at this finish. Roll the clip on, because it is superb. A little bit of technical dribbling when he gets into this space, and that is outstanding.
And that's a green time shot as well. So if Sharif is able to trust himself in the way he did the quarterfinals, I do think because of the player lock and the way he's attacking at the moment, he's going to be able to beat Anders.
I can't wait. I really, really can't wait. This is going to be superb. Anders vergang or Sharif, let us know where you think, who you think, how this game is going to unfold. Grav, what are you thinking?
I do think Anders is going to win comfortably in a tough match, but 4-1, 5-1 result for Anders.
4-1, 5-1 result. You know what? I believe in fairy tales. Sharif, let's see something. This is going to be outstanding. Let's get into this semi-final.
Yes, let's get into this semi-final indeed. Thank you to Buckley and Gravs. This is going to be massive. We are down to the final four of the FC Pro World Championship 2024. Anders vergang against Sharif is up next.
I'm playing to win the biggest trophies.
I'm on the top of the world.
Well then, semi-final time is here in Berlin. And there is one man that we welcome out to the stage first and foremost. The Phenom, the Danish Wonder Kids, now one of the best in the world. But could he become world champion here in Berlin? He is 2 matches away from making that dream a reality. A massive win in the round of 16, and then a quarter-final 7-2 thriller against Hezar put him in an unbelievable position. But on the other side of that, there is a dream story, which we have to build, and we will continue to build as well. Let's bring him out onto the stage now, and he's the Moroccan. And here he comes, representing not only Raja Casablanca, not only Morocco, but the whole of Africa as well. He is living his dream here in Berlin. He's already picked up $70,000, and he's got this crowd on their feet. Can he continue this fairy tale story and take down one of the best players in the world? Only time will tell. 2022 World Champion of it and 2019 Spanish League Champion. Gravison joins me in the booth for this one. I mean, that's the question mark, Gravison. Can he? I know you predicted that Anders would go and win this game, but what has he got to do
to make it happen? At the moment, he has to just be fearless, because I do think it's a semi-final. You're in a top 4 situation in which you gotta progress to those gold pots, to the final. And I do think if you're scared of Anders' aura, in a way, he's gonna get demolished, because as we saw Hezar's that first 20 to 30 minutes, 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and I do think that's because, in a way, he respected Anders too much, and I do think if he wants to win, he has to lose that respect for Anders.
Umit, we were speaking before we came onto the commentary area. You said you're not sure if Sharif is good enough to try and take down Anders. Look, he's in a semi-final, but he's got a very different opponent in front of him.
Like, we have seen crazy things in this tournament. We have seen everything, and every time if I have expected someone to win, they lost. But I've also every time expected Anders to win, and he's the only one who was the favorite in every match and who won also every match. So I think Anders is just gonna play his style, just keep everything the same, and I think he will beat everyone like this.
Well, we're going into it live right now. Let us know at home, who are you backing in Berlin to go into the grand final? Remember, this match is worth $150,000. A win here puts you into the gold pods. It puts you on to the main stage in Berlin, and you would be 1 win away from being the first ever player to pick up that FC Pro World Championship trophy. I mean, I spoke to Anders before this game kicked off and he said, nothing against the rest of my competitors, but this bracket, this top 4, if I don't take this World Championship, I'll never forgive myself.
Yeah, I think there are some players Anders don't want to play against. For example, Obrun, he's not in the tournament. I think someone is also Emre Yilmaz. He don't like to play against him, and he's out now. So I think it's the best chance Anders ever had to win the World Championship. And I think Anders is also so good, so he also will be in the next World Championships, and he also get the chance there. But still, I think this is the best opportunity to win.
Well, here he goes then. Semi-final number 1. Anders vergang against Sharif. Only one of them will book a spot in this year's FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. That one needs the big jackpot match, $250,000 on the line. But a win here, Grav, it's not bad, is it? 150K.
It's not that bad at all. I could take that money and bring it home. But I do think, coming up to this match, if we talk about the analysis, if we talk about the things that could happen, let's see if Sharif is able to attack with both fullbacks, which I think could be dangerous for him if Anders is able to press and get on those counter-attacks, those 3v3 situations. And let's see if he's able to do the player locks he was doing in the counter-attack when he was building up from the back. Let's see. A lot of stuff may be coming in, and I do think Anders is going to be comfortable in those counter-attacks.
Yeah, but I think I saw that he plays still with both wing-backs, offense.
Could be an early chance for Anders! Not even 6 minutes in! Then he's already cooking! And you just feel like when he scores that first goal, Gravison, he just settles into the game. Any nerves that were there just disappear.
It looks like it was just an easy goal. The way Sharif just selected the first centre-back to try to press, it was kind of a mistake because the other centre-back took that position. Now the left-back is open, it's 2v1. And again, with the way Saka just enters those positions, it seems like this is the MVP for Anders in a way. So Saka has been playing amazingly, not only in the quarterfinals, but now in the semifinals, first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, also on last match, you remember that finesse shot, the 2-0 of Anders. I mean, Saka played really good in this tournament, and I think Anders scored in every match in the first 10 minutes the 1-0, so he's every time up, he can play confident, he's never down.
He's only conceded a maximum of 3 goals in one match here in Berlin. He's played 4 in the tournament so far, conceded 9 in total, scoring 23 now. It's one of the best defensive records we have seen from the Romanian players in the competition. Sharif has made a bit of a joke about certain matches where he's been in. For example, when he lost his first opening game and he lost 7-5 against Dome, he went, look, he plays these scenarios in his head, Gravison. Imagine if I lose my first group game, then I go and top the group. He went and did that. Imagine if I get out of my group and make it to the knockouts. He did that. Imagine if I can get through to the final day and be in the final 8. He's also done that, and he's also in a semi-final, so you can never count him out. Here's Anders now with those trademark step-overs. Can't find a way past Saliba. We can see your comments and support coming in from around the world. Lots of love for both of these two competitors here.
As we can see, the Moroccans are turning up. Let's go, Sharif. He has the whole support of a whole country behind him, which can be, of course, huge pressure on your shoulders, but it can also put you in the situation in which you're playing against Anders, and you might think of yourself as the player to beat him and eliminate him of the World Championships.
Yeah, I think I can agree with you, but still, I think also if Sharif goes out here in top 4, I think the whole nation will still be proud of him.
For sure.
I think every Moroccan can be proud of Sharif for reaching that crazy achievement. But of course, like, it's just 1-0, he's just 1-0 down, and he wants to lift the trophy at the end of the day.
As we said, you're looking at the best 4 players in the world this year. It is an unpredictable Final 4. Not many would have expected on paper when you looked at the 32 that travelled here a few days ago. Let us know at home as well. We'll just queue up a poll if we can of a prediction of who you think will come out on top on this game. It'll be curious to see the support Sharif has. We'll cue that poll very soon and get involved to let us know. Just type the player's name in the chat of who you think will come out on top. Remember, on the opposite side of the bracket, you've got Yuval Belli, winner of the Portuguese Liga Pro. Penalty maybe! Oh no! A bit too aggressive there, William Saliba. And this could be a really dangerous situation to get into. Up steps R9, down the middle. It's a cheeky Panenka. And it's ice cold from Anders Vergang.
Again, the way he switched up the play from John Stones to Joselu, twisting and turning for a bit. He found Saka on the inside, and the tackle was a bit too unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I think he was also a little bit too late with the center back, so the player switch was not perfect in that case, and Anders is someone who punished that.
And again, Saka, the main man, scoring the first goal, now provoking a penalty.
Yeah.
So for the people at home, he's expensive, but if you have the coins, maybe you should be looking at your next wingman.
Just the celebration grab. 20 minutes in, he's 2-0 up. He's pulling out a Cole Palmer. And a Panenka from the spot. Seems pretty unfazed that he's in a semi-final worth this much. We asked for a poll, and look, there's a lot of support for the Moroccan, which you can clearly see with the poll that's come through, which is still live now. Who do you think will make the grand finals here in Berlin? As it currently stands, Anders is 2-0 up and could be on his way to a third there. Referee's going to pull that one back. What do we fancy from this far out? It's a pretty poor free kick. Sharif will be able to get himself back in possession just to calm himself into this one. How important is it that he keeps his mental here, Robert? Because this is not just a semi-final, but you're 2-0 down so early on.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that you don't lose your mind, because you're 2-0 down against against the best player in my opinion. So you just have to stay focused. You just have to be still confident that you can beat him. And yeah, Sharif also needs to create chances to score, because now I think he didn't even shoot on the goal, so that's hard.
Chance to break for a third, maybe one more pass that no one saw, except one man.
It's just too good at the moment. It's just too good, Umut. I mean, every single time it's the same. He passes it to Joselu, he creates a space, passes it to Saka, and now he's in danger because he's attacking with all the attackers against the defenders, but it seems like there's no one that's going to be able to stop that player switch into Joselu and then the pass into Saka.
Yeah, and exactly, and as we see, also no one can create many chances against Anders. It's not possible. You're not even coming in his half. So it's so crazy to defend him first and then to score against him. So I don't know how you can beat him in this tournament.
Big chance, Sharif, can he make the most of this? It's the first time we've really seen him get into Vergang's box. I don't mean to look back on that quarter-final, but it's reminded me of it.
It's similar.
Hezar's was 4-0 down by the 30th minute. We could be in a very similar scenario here. It's just such a ruthless start. Especially in a match of this magnitude on it. It's not seemed to faze RB Leipzig's player at all. Play a lot there, trying to be matched up. Dinked in towards the back post to Mbappe. Can he then work it back in? It's a touch that's not great. Off the back there of Mbappe.
That's unlucky, but that's the way you got to attack. When Anders was pressing with John Stones and he got caught out of position, you got to attack, you got to go forward. Because even though he was unlucky with the way the ball bounced from the back of his striker, that's the way you got to just put Anders on the back foot, because if not, he's going to keep attacking and keep scoring.
He's had so much joy as well with that Bukayo Saka in-game item. Joselu, Mbappe, times it green. Fortunately, does get saved there by Schmeichel, because that could have been ugly.
He's just playing perfect. Anders is really playing perfect. Again, like, he's taken in every attack Joselu with him. And he's so good, he's so clean. Every time in the perfect timing, he's just passing the ball to his striker. And he creates so many chances, it's crazy.
That's unlucky.
Still going to fall back to him though, isn't it?
And again on Joselu.
Same.
Yeah.
Long ball pass play style, switches up the play. And it's just so many players there. Look at Saka.
Oh, Salou Saka, is he going to go on his own? Saka, oh no, the cricketer!
Crazy.
We're not even at half time. And he might be on his way to a grand final. Apologies for the unsavoury language there in the celebrations.
It seems like there's not really an answer to the way Anders is attacking. He switches up the play, you have Joselu Saka, another striker in there, and then obviously it was a great goal by Anders, but the defense was really poor because he panicked with the tackle.
I think like in his mind is he's 3-0 down, he just wants to get the ball really fast, but if you're defending like this against Anders, he will punish you for sure. And I also think it's not the last goal we see of Anders in this match.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Just the difference in level that...
Again, same. Passing to Joselu. He starts from here.
And he's going to work it all the way across.
His left stick dribbling is so good. It's so good.
Can we just say as well, in those 4 goals, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen any headers in the 4 goals.
No, I think Haaland is just for corners. Like he's like crossing really rare.
As much as this is going to sound a bit, I guess, difficult to explain, but he doesn't enjoy this aerial plus meta. I know he has to lean into it, and he's got Joselu at right back, so we can't talk too much, but he's not constantly looking to cross it and flick it down and use a out-where course and Haaland. Yes, he uses a corner from time to time, but if you speak to him openly, that's why I enjoyed that 95 rated mode in the Euro so much, because players couldn't be as deadly from those areas in the aerial plus meta.
He doesn't like to cross, and I don't think if in a match it's a 3-3 result, and Anders is suffering, he could then go for a cross. But in the way he's attacking now, he's just finding that long ball pass play style. He switches up the play, so why should you attack any other way? You're scoring 4 goals. It seems like Sharif doesn't have an answer to the way Anders is attacking. He has to keep scoring like that.
Yeah, I think like how Anders is attacking now, cross would also be useless because like he's scoring in every attack. He has a great spot in every attack. So if you're just crossing, sometimes it's random with crosses. Sometimes you win the header, sometimes not. Sometimes it's go in, sometimes not. So just keep playing like that, and you will just score many goals like so far in the tournament.
Well, look, Fib, as we said, he scored 4 very different goals so far. Somebody's had a closer eye on all the action in this first half is our very own Ryan Pissarro. Ryan, what have you got for us?
Thank you, Brandon. In a tournament where we've seen the favourites seem to get eliminated game on game, Anders continues to deliver, and that is exactly what he's done in this game. We're going to take a look at his first goal. You'll see the clip play on here. 5 minutes in, Anders starting off extremely well again in this game. It all stemmed from a triggered run to Haaland, and as it plays on, you'll see there's not a lot of support. If we can stop it just here, he's got Mbappe here. The reason why Mbappe stuck his arm out, he's triggered a run. So he's tapped L1, pointing the analog stick in Mbappe's direction. Mbappe runs to support, the clip plays on perfectly, and you'll see everything just falls into place. R9 there, slightly away from Mbappe, opens up the space, a simple pass, another pass again to Saka, and a shot across goal. A very simple finish, and Anders has been sensational. Sharif has had a tough game, but he's still got time left to get back in this game, but when Anders is playing like this, it's going to be very, very difficult. Let's head on back to the casters for this second half.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a real difficult scenario for Sharif. He's had such a good tournament up to this point. And if you haven't been aware of the money that is on the line here in Berlin, $1 million in total, 250,000 going to the champion today. You wouldn't believe that this game has $150,000 on the line with how one player has been playing it.
Graf, what would you change now if you're Sharif?
I think if I was coaching, wow, we'll talk about that in a second. Oof, that was lucky. That should have been probably a 5-0. I do think he has to kind of miss the respect. If you, as we can see, the prize pool there.
That's what they're playing for, Grab, isn't it? This is the sort of third line down at the moment. We're in the third, fourth matchups. You win this, you don't just double your cash, you get an extra 10K on top as well. And then you're playing for another $100,000 in the grand final. Crazy, crazy prizing on the line. Anders looking for goal number 5.
And what you were asking, but I don't think he has to change anything defensively, but offensively, he has to lose the respect he has for Anders now. Because, as you can see now, that's better because he's attacking, he's going forward, he's trying his skills.
He have to use his good dribbling like in the games before. I think now he just played a little bit way too slow. Just don't want to lose the ball.
Yeah.
A little bit too scary. And I think he have something like pressure on now.
He could probably make some tactical adjustments as well with the width and with the depth, because there has to be a way in which you can stop that long ball pass from Stones into Joselu. But that's tough because with the way he's playing now, I don't think it's always going to be a 2v1 situation with Joselu and Saka against the other fullback.
Well, he's been so aggressive now. What a pass that is. Can Bellingham get around the goalie? Yes, he can! 5-0. In a World Championship semi-final. We may as well start writing his name into the next round.
And even when you're defending perfectly, really mad, because with Saliba, he covered the run, then he tackled. But again, Bellingham, he's just too quick. He found the space for a pass into a striker. Quick and easy. 5-0. Can you imagine Anders winning this tournament? Not only winning it, but the way he's winning. Like,
the way.
He's destroying everyone.
With 9-minute halves, Grav, if you're not on it and you can't find a way into the game, you are in serious, serious trouble.
Umut, he's pointing at you.
Oh. He's always like this.
Can't you imagine the confidence you have to have at this moment in which you're winning 5-0 in semi-final and you still have the time to think, okay, Umut is there commentating, so I'm going to point at him. So he looks at me and then they do a celebration. Can't you imagine the confidence you have to have?
Yeah, you have to have this confidence. I mean, he was, I think, never down in this tournament so far.
Never.
And I think he always scored in the first 10th minute the first goals. He was leading all the time. No one can even be close to him, close to beat him. I mean, like, there wasn't even a close match in this whole tournament. I mean, that is a crazy, 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 crazy tournament from him, and he's just playing perfect.
The closest game he had came yesterday in that round of 16, where it was actually goalless for about 35 or 40 in-game minutes against Johnny, and then as soon as the first goal goes in, everything falls apart, so it seems, for the opponent.
Yeah, we were talking about this this morning. Umut, the way he was in the first half, he could have gone 2-0, 3-0. Even Johnny could have scored a couple of goals, but from that kickoff, that press was insane. And then in just a minute from the kickoff, he scores 1-0, and as you mentioned, Brandon, the goals kept coming.
.33 in-game minutes left, and then we can start building up the fact that he's going to be
His R9 winning so many balls
in this grand final. See this attack coming first from Anders Vergang. He looks for another one. It's defended well. We are going to head down to Case just for a split second. Fair play as well to Hezars for sticking around still here in Berlin. Case, how is Hezars first and foremost? I mean, look, just talk to us about how good Anders is.
Yes, let's chat exactly about that. First of all, congratulations on making top 8. You did just lose to Anders, but we need to know what makes him such a great competitor.
I mean, if we talk about player, he's just best in the game. Not only on the mental side, but also in the game side. So, you know, when you have to play him, you have to perform to your best or you can't beat him. I mean, now I see what can be their opponent, and I don't think he's gonna lose. I mean, he is too strong.
Do you think anyone can beat him?
No, not now.
All right, well, we will have to see. Hezars, thank you very, very much. You had a great run.
Just I hope to not jinx him, because he deserves to win the trophy.
All right, well, we will have to see how all of this ends up. Thank you so much, Hezars. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Case. What a sport as well. Hezars is lost 7-2 in the last round. Still here supporting the rest of the competitors. And I'm sure we'll see him back again next year. Italian champion and still a top 8 finish is something that he should definitely be proud of. See the comments coming in from you at home. Ricky Six saying, must give credit where it is due. Anders is just on another level. I saw someone in the chat also saying, look, his player looks great, he's composed in 1v1 areas. Someone even said FC24 is just Anders. And at the moment, I think it could be his game.
Yeah, I think like no one is playing like him at this point of game. Like, as we said, no one is even close on this level. I mean, here are the 32 best players in the world. And
Would I be right in saying as well, as a teammate, he doesn't even, of course he'll practice for a tournament, but he doesn't always grind the hours of practice. For example, we were speaking yesterday, you would play for 10 hours, so to speak, coming into a game.
Yeah.
Compared to Anders, what sort of reps is he putting in?
He's by far the guy like who practiced the
least
of everyone. I think he's just talented. I think just his mind is too crazy. He know every time what his opponent is doing. He know what he have to do, and like this mechanics, normally you have to train that every day, 6 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours. But he don't do that. He don't train that, but he's still the best in it. So I can't understand it. I just think, okay, it have to be something, for example, like Messi. He's just the most talented I've ever seen.
It's really interesting the way, if you're a pro player, if you're anyone at home, and let's say you want to try to implement things on your gameplay. So you know Saka has the technical dribbling, so if you're using Saka for, let's say, 10 days, 15 days, you're abusing the technical dribbling.
Yeah.
You know Saka has the playstyle clause of finesse, so you gotta train the finesse for 2 weeks. And it seems like Anders, he understands things, so he knows the technical dribbling just works in a certain way. So if he wants to use the technical dribbling, he'll learn that, what, in a day?
Yeah,
even an afternoon?
I also think the same. Like, he will learn that so fast. But I also talked with him and I said, like, you're probably really one of the best without playing. How good you would be if you would play more. Maybe he would also be worse, I don't know. But I just wanted to see it. But he's not practicing. Like, of course, he's practicing sometimes, like he's not chilling whole day and do nothing. But still, compared to the other players, he's not playing that much.
Yeah, it's basically that. What Umut's talking about is probably people that are here in this tournament are playing 8 to 10 hours a day, even 6 hours a day. Anders is nowhere near that level, nowhere near that many hours of training a day.
Still not done yet. 15 minutes left in this game. I mean, we can start speaking about as well Sharif or tournament he's had, Gravison. Regardless of this result, regardless of the result in yes, even in the round of 16 game if he didn't make it through, just getting here, getting into the top 32, representing Morocco. This could be even worse though, just offside. But he has done so much in this one tournament.
Incredible. From play-ins to group stage, then round of 16, quarterfinals, now semifinals. He has to be proud of himself because the way he just competed, I don't think anyone expected
Chance
that.
for another 6-0. Anders Vergang leads, and he's on his way back to another grand final.
He's enjoying himself now.
Yeah, and he was again pointing at me. So yeah, and I think also not only Sharif can be proud of him. I mean, the whole country can be proud of him. The whole team next to him, his coach can be proud of him, and also the fans were here and was supporting him. They were screaming all day when he scored. I mean, they can be really proud, not on themselves, but also on him. He did really good, and he played an amazing tournament.
I do think I chatted about this with Edu Castellano, Mansell's coach, Matias Bonan's coach as well. And it seems like when you're playing here in the World Championships, the pressure gets to you. So maybe you play at your 70%, your 60% because you're kind of aware of the stakes. And it seems like Anders is just enjoying himself. And I do think Anders is one of the few players that is really here enjoying what he's doing. And that's why I think he's playing at 100%. And it seems like in this, when he's playing with the crowd, in the semi-final of the World Championship, he's just enjoying the game.
Yeah, exactly. I think the same. Like
Rivaldo.
I think the same. Like he's enjoying it here, but like if you compare it to different players, they're not nervous at home. and it's better when they're not nervous. But I think if Anders play at home, he's not nervous, but he don't care that much. I think he need that. He need to play big tournaments. He need to play on the big stage. He need that everyone watching him, and he need that. And now he's angry because his player didn't score the 7-0 or 6-0, I don't know. That's the point why he's weird. Everyone else would just play, get the win, and he's watching that now, so I don't understand him.
Well, you may have just seen his controller in his hand there for Anders Vergang. It is the same controller, believe it or not, that he went 536 games unbeaten with in Weekend League. I don't know how it's got battery still. All the analogs still work, but the controller seems to be doing pretty well at the moment, Gravison, as he's leading here. But you just saw the reactions of him were saying, just a perfectionist.
I also don't know, like, the game is over, it's done, and he pressed start. I'm sure that he pressed start and not Sharif pressed start to watch it again.
Just to go back over that time green shot of how it didn't hit the target. Last 16 game minutes, then we'll be jumping over to the other semi-final, which again, what an opportunity for one of those two to get themselves into a grand final, Jafonso or Yuval.
And he's going for the 7th. He's not gonna stop.
He will not stop.
Back to what you were saying, Graham, about him just enjoying playing in front of crowds. He's always said as well, opening one of our conversations to him, like, he loves personality in players across all different sports around the world. And he just wants to give a little bit of that out. Yes, it can come across in the opposite way sometimes. But outside of the pitch as well. After that final whistle was being blown, respectful as ever. You can't underestimate the pressure that he's certainly under as well. Receives so much attention on social media and in these tournaments, and still thrives through it. 6-0 up in a semi-final.
And the way he's defending still. He's playing now against a diamond formation, and he's able to defend that, which is, I'm telling you, really hard when 6 players are attacking.
I can confirm as well, as his full-time result is about to come in. Pause again, yeah, not happy with that. Well, that's not going into the back of the net.
Is he going to check the replay again?
Yeah, I'm sure. like he knows, how? Like, let me how? And now he's
checking the replay again.
It's green against the poles, and now he's...
Keeper is going this side.
Of course he's right, it have to be a goal, but no one will care if it's 6-0, 7-0.
Just wanted to say, with this result, as soon as that full-time whistle blows, I can confirm over $500,000 in prize earnings at 18 years of age, confirmed.
2nd year competing. I mean, he's won 2v2. He's won now this. He's won the Euros last week, and it seems like he'll just keep going. Doesn't seem like it's gonna stop now.
Yeah, and I also think he will be the first player that reached the million.
It's just a perfectionist in so many ways there, that he knows the mechanic, he knows what he's done, it deserves to be a goal. It's about to be a full-time result there. Commiserations, Sharif, what a tournament you've had. You've certainly made your club and country proud. But it will be Anders Vergang that heads on through to the grand final of this year's FC Pro World Championship. And he gets there without conceding a single goal, Gravison.
I think we've got to talk about Sharif, the way he had his whole country behind him. It was his first time competing in the World Championship, and not only did he perform up to a level, he surpassed it. I mean, top 4 result in a World Championship, that's a thing that...
play-ins.
Yeah. Who would have expected a play-ins player qualifying to the top 4?
No one.
And now we
have 2 of them. We got 2 of them. And Anders, it seems like the way he's attacking, the way he's enjoying himself, the way he's defending Umut, it doesn't seem like he's going to lose that final.
Yeah, I also don't think so. And for Sharif, I mean, it's good to lose in that way. I mean, it was not undeserved. It was really deserved. So you can just go out the tournament and say, I played a really good tournament, but there was someone who was just better than me. He just beat me deserved, and congrats to him, GG's. And yeah, next year I will be there. Next year I will take my revenge.
Absolutely, look, he should be so proud of what he's achieved, as we said, for Morocco. We've loved seeing your support on socials and in the stream as well today. Unfortunately, his tournament ends there. But for Anders Vergang, he's in a grand final. As we said, $150,000. He's just bagged with that. If he goes the full weight tonight here in Berlin, it'll be $250,000. And not just one individual trophy, Gravison. It could be two, including the World Championship, which would be absolutely incredible for him. As we said, we've still got another semi-final to come between Yuval and Jafonzo. And looking at past results this year, Jafonzo has been a little bit of a rocky sort of lump in the road for him when Anders has played against him. So if he was to get through, it would be an interesting one.
It would be. Let's see what happens in the semi-final, because I don't think I can predict a result in this one. And I know every single time there's a match I predict things, but this is really a 50-50 match in my opinion. I don't know, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I also think it's going to be 50-50. I don't know, it can go both ways. So I'm really excited for this match, but I don't know how it will end.
Absolutely. Well, look, we've got one more semi-final before we get there. Before we do that, Casey's catched up with Anders Vergang now. How's he feeling? He's in the grand final.
Yes, I'm here with Anders. He is officially through to the grand final. $250,000 on the line, and of course, the trophy. But let's chat about that semi-final there. I mean, it was almost perfect for you, wasn't it?
I mean, since knockout, I have played perfect in all 3 games, I would say. But if I'm gonna lose the final, I couldn't care less about how good I've played so far. My only goal is to win the tournament, and now I'm 1 game away, and I know I'm a huge favorite for the tournament just in general, but also how I play. But I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully I'm gonna play even better.
Now, looking back, the FC Pro Open final, you were in this situation and it didn't quite go your way, and I'm sure it was a difficult road from there to here. Is that on your mind at all? Because you're in a very similar situation than you were a few months ago.
Not really. I think that since I'm the only big favorite left in the tournament, I have by far the best mentality. Now there's 1 game left to show it, and again, I know I'm a huge favorite, but that doesn't affect me. I know how good I am, and if I'm gonna play like this, as I've said the whole tournament, no one has any chance against me.
I mean, those are some strong words there. And if we look behind us, those gold pods, that is where you're gonna be playing. Does that intimidate you, or are you just here for fun? You're here ready to go?
I don't think it's gonna affect me negatively. Of course, honestly, I've played here the whole tournament, so that's gonna be different. But I truly believe in that in the final, I'm always playing better, and my opponent is gonna play worse. And yeah, I don't even want to dream about the result, what's gonna happen then.
Well, we have 1 more semi-final to go. It is Jafonzo versus Yuval Belli. Do you have a preference on who you go against in the grand final?
Not really. I honestly said in Wing Wednesday, I think 2 months ago, that Jafonzo, no one expected him, but I already said back then that he's actually really good. And now he's in the semi-final, and Yuval has been extremely good on LAN as well, and now he's performing here too. But I also, on paper, Emre was the biggest favorite in that bracket, and he's out, so I don't really care who's gonna be in the final. I know that I'm gonna be favorite, and if I'm gonna turn up, then it doesn't matter who my opponent is, then I'm gonna win the trophy.
Well, you are absolutely right. It doesn't matter who that person is, but we will find out here shortly who will be joining Anders in that grand final. Congratulations. I'll let you sit back and relax, but pretty soon we have a very intense game right around the corner. But let's see what FG thought about that game with Anders.
Thank you so much, Casey. As we see the lovely trophy in front of us. I mean, a word on Anders Vergang coming up very, very soon. Let's take a look at the state of play as where we are right now, the bracket for this evening. Richard, it's looking like it's dominated by one man who's already booked his place into the grand final.
Yeah, I think Anders, as soon as he beat Johnny in the round of 16, that was a big win for him, because he saw that bracket open up and he saw big names falling, and he saw arguably his toughest competition in Emre, Levy and Manu all on the other side of the draw. And he's very honest. He would have known, look, this tournament's there. If I win my games, if I play well, as he said, it's there for him.
Now, Mo, you're just smiling there because this man is a man on a mission. The stuff that we've seen from him today has been incredible. The thing that gets me as we see some of his goals on the screen right now, the thing that gets me the most is how upset he is with himself for missing a chance in the last minute when he's 5-6 goals up.
Yeah, man, he's like, in for Champions, when he lead 11-0, he wants to score the 12, and he's angry when he's not. He's really good. He looks like also defender, never defended in his life. And I knew the feeling because I lost against Anders also many times, 7-1, 6-1, and you cannot do anything against him.
Do you think he intimidates his opponent? If you were playing against him, do you think players go into it thinking, if Anders scores first, this could end up being 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think so, because you know how to beat Anders is you leading 1-0, and he's emotionally not good. Like he's one of the worst pros when he's down 2-0 because he's too emotional. And that's the point why he's in the final. Every game he's dominating from the first minute, score the first 2 goals, and then he's confident, and then yeah, it's like a train, you can't do nothing.
Who's going to join him in the final?
I'm on the train, choo-choo. That's all I've got to say.
Stay well away from it.
I don't know. I think Jafonso is a tougher game. I've seen him play on Wiki Wednesdays a couple of weeks. Jafonso beat him 1-0 in a 9-minute game. So he can do it. Yuval's been so impressive, though. It's a really good game, that.
You've just sat fully on the fence, haven't you?
I
You
have.
know what? I don't blame you.
I have.
I don't blame you, Buckley, because we've got that semi-final coming up next after the break. Stay with us.
PlayStation.
Hello and welcome back to the FC Pro World Championships here in Berlin. We are down to the final 3. Anders Vergang has booked his place in the grand final. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you the state of play. Brandon, what a day so far.
What a day, and I mean,
What a set of performances from Anders Vergang. I mean, look, he scored 7 in one, he scored 6 in the other. He didn't concede a single goal in a semi-final. He is playing his best FC at the right time.
Ryan, let's just have a word on Anders Vergang. I mean, we've been speaking about him for the whole week. He won the E-Euros last week. This man just seems to be getting better and better.
He's an unbelievable player, unbelievable entertainer as well, that obviously with the celebrations, and he's just on a mission to get his hands on a trophy.
I mean, look, let's look ahead then to the next semi-final. We've got semi-final 2. It's Yuval against Jafonso. We'll focus on Yuval first, a man who's caused many upsets here, Brandon.
Absolutely, and look, a player that I didn't expect to go and do the double against Nicholas and then to knock him out in the group stages, but since then, he hasn't looked back and he's been on a bit of a heavy hitter in this competition. Why not? Why can't he go into a grand final? He's having the best tournament he's had, and to think last year, he played in his first World Championships, he was grouped. What a difference 12 months makes, FG. What a different player we're looking at.
Oh, absolutely. You've seen some of the clips that we're showing on the screen for you guys right now. Ryan, his qualities, they're getting, like, he's got so many different types of qualities, and he's quite unpredictable as well, isn't he?
Yeah, in and around the box, he's spectacular. I want to tap in on what Brandon mentioned as well. He's taken down Nicholas in the group stage. He's taken down Manu Beshro, his teammate Emre Yilmaz as well. So who's to stop him now? He's got Jafonso in his way, but he's been performing extremely well with FG. It's unbelievable.
He has indeed, and so has Jafonso as well, who he's facing in the next semi-final. This just seems like a matchup you can't call, Brandon.
No, really you can't, because Jafonso is a great example as well. Went out to the EMLS to go and get his ticket for the World Championships. That was done quite early. That was a league partner event that was done a long time ago. And since then, he's had to just get his head down and grind and play in any competition he can. The good thing is he's been based in Europe, he's been based in Portugal, and being surrounded by European players, there's always an opportunity to practice against the very best, such as he mentioned, as Anders did about a couple of minutes ago. He has had matches against Anders in different online competitions. So whoever goes through there, it's going to be a great grand final.
No, it is going to be a great grand final. Who's going through, Ryan?
I'll be honest, I'm not even just doing a Casey here and sitting on the fence. I can't call it. I don't know who's going to win here. They're both top players, and I'm hoping there'll be a lot of goals. That's what I'm asking for.
We have to apologise to Casey, by the way, because it's been a theme throughout the show. That sitting on the fence is a Casey thing, but we're all doing it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people won't be able to call it in the chat. But the semi-final is up next. The winner will face Anders in the grand final of the FC Pro World Championships in them gold pods, fighting for that gold trophy and $250,000.
Prove that I can win and be the best player in the world. This is my chance. I'm ready.
Well, welcome to the stage. Your first semi-final is booking a place, a hope, a dream of a grand final taking on Anders Vergang. FC Famalicão, your E-Liga Portugal champion, Yuval Belli, is going to be a truly remarkable matchup. Yuval, just going on what Ryan has said, Nicholas twice, Manu Beshro, last year's world champion, and a former E-Champions League champion in Emre Yilmaz on his route to the semi-finals. But what he faces in his way is going to be a remarkable test, maybe his biggest test yet. Composed, cultured, an EMLS champion. Welcome out, Jafonso. And there's no better person to tell us about Jafonso. You saw him live in the flesh, Casey, doing his business and lifting that EMLS Cup aloft. This could be not only historic for North America, for New England Revolution, who he's representing, but for FC across the planet.
Absolutely. It has been such a pleasure to be able to watch Jafonso coming from EMLS, being the EMLS champion. Obviously, he's from Portugal, but he's made his way over to America to compete there. He won it there, and now he's in the semifinal of the World Championships against Yuval Belli. And it has not been an easy road for Jafonso as well. But I know that this matchup against Yuval is going to be very, very an end-to-end.
It certainly will be. Not only myself and Casey to guide you through this semi-final, but a 2019 world champion, a player who has been there, he's done it, he's got the t-shirt and the trophy at home, Mo Auber. There's no better person to talk about when it comes to playing for huge amounts of money than yourself. Do you even ever think about this while you're playing? Because it is life-changing amounts of money.
Yeah, I think you will not get go to a point where it's like life-changing money. Like, I know both are like, it's a good bank account maybe, but it's life-changing. And after the games, when their friend tell you won like 100,000 save or like 250, it feels amazing. But they feel both really confident now in the semifinals. They know what they can do. I feel like Yuval, bracket-wise, is a favorite. He beat Nicolas 2 times in the group stage, and then he beat the Team Khulit guys. So, yeah, I feel like he fears no one now.
He fears no one. I spoke to Yuval just before he made his way out to the stage, before running up to the commentary position. I said to him, what's changed? Last year you got grouped. This year you made it to a semi-final. What he said to me, I feel more comfortable at LAN now. I'm making less mistakes, and I want to be here. He's not scared. He's not fearful, and that sometimes what can separate you. On the other side of the stage, I mean, Jafonzo, I don't think I've ever seen him scared. He always looks very comfortable. He looks very calm, and picking up trophies along the way can just help that confidence.
Absolutely. It's interesting that you had a conversation a few minutes ago, because I was just speaking with Armando, his coach, after that last match, and I went up to him and I was like, yeah, you could take a sigh of relief. He goes, honestly, Case, we are the most calm that we have ever been in a competition. We are so confident going into this semifinal, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, here you go. The winner has got a date with Anders Vergang for $250,000. It's going to be Yuval from left to right all in white, and from right to left in the blue with red trim will be Jafonzo, MLS champion, and also the Liga Portugal that Yuval picked up not too long ago. You were super impressed with Yuval in the last game with his attacking and his sort of real domination of the football more than anything. He didn't really allow Emre to play. Are you expecting more of the same in this game, Mo?
Yeah, I think he's like in the attack, like similar to Anders. His decision making in the box from the opponent is brilliant. He's like wonderful to watch. I would say that. Wow.
Hold on. It might be wonderful to watch, but Jafonzo has got 1-0 up. It's R9 inside the box. A little bit of space that was created from that first time passing. Ronaldinho, it was a really nice turn to get away from the defender before unleashing the strike goalwards.
Yeah, he found the space between the 2 defenders, and I was free. Easy goal, maybe not that good defending, and yeah.
He's not a player, Case, that you want to go 1-0 down to either.
Absolutely not, because he also is very, very good at controlling the game when he is up as well. And so that is one thing that he's, he doesn't struggle with holding possession and keeping control out of it. Obviously, we are 9-minute halves. There's a lot of more game to be played. But going down against Jafonzo, it's not a good situation to be in.
And we always want to keep the conversation open with you at home as well. Let us know who you think will be victorious, who you're supporting. Just as Glacier Boy there saying he wants Jafonzo to get the dub. Hexel saying Yuval is the GOAT. Can't wait to see how this game twists and turns. The trials and tribulations that both players will have to face. Jafonzo is looking to make it a very simple affair.
Yeah, his offensive game is not that spectacular like other pros, but he play really easy offensive, and he's like, okay, to say, he's controlling the game really good, like offensively and defensively.
It's effective. It's not flashy, it's effective.
Yeah, but it's like also beautiful to watch, Every game you have like 10 to 6 shots. He's better than the opponent, and he's deservedly in the semifinals.
You just saw that defensively, crowded Yuval out, didn't allow him to force that ball across his box. One of the only players to use Vitinha in his midfield as well. We saw that power shot plus coming in.
Yeah, he has a Portugal bonus, I think. He lost him maybe as a player on the field, so it might have an effect.
Postolu coming down the right-hand side. Link-up play again. He's neat and concise. Ronaldinho all the way to the byline. Cuts it back. That's an incredible save from Schmeichel. It looked like for a second it was going to Going to the back of the net, corner whipped in, Weghorst, he's up, but a good defensive header from Konate. Still onside, Hosselu. Pressure is mounting, it's in again from Weghorst, Konate again with a good defensive header. The best we've seen someone dealing with Weghorst in those corners.
I think something that the viewers at home can definitely learn from a player like Jafonso is sometimes simplicity is key, and you don't have to be a flashy player, you don't have to do insane skills, but you know what? He keeps it simple and it works for him, and oftentimes that surprises your opponent as well because they're expecting a little bit more, and he does the simplest option.
I mean, my World Championship, I didn't skill it at all. I was the worst white stick player in the history of esports. So, like, it's looked good, but it's not that effective.
You play with what you're comfortable with. You play your game. At the moment, Yuval's not really being able to come forward. Jafonso's been cancelling out all of his attacks at route. You can see he's putting a little bit of press on as well. We're only 20 minutes in, but he's high up the pitch.
He's so fast.
Alphonso Davies just tearing away down that left-hand side. It's a really good game to watch. Very end-to-end. Ronaldinho.
A lot of space.
Up against Alphonso Davies. And the Canadian does well on that occasion. If you told both of these two players before we kicked off on Wednesday, you're playing against Jafonso or you're playing against Yuval for a spot the FC Pro World Championship final,
I think you would take it.
I think they'd have been quite happy with that.
Yeah, you would take it. They're not like the tier 1 players before the tournament on paper.
But they're here, and that's all that matters. And the reason that the quote-unquote tier 1 players are here, Yuval knocked 3 of them out.
Yeah.
Nicholas, Manu and Emre.
Yeah, but like yesterday when you say you play Yuval, you don't want to play him. So
Jafonso not PhD now.
Yeah, change in the tournament. They play amazing football. Yeah, dominating every game, win deservedly every game. So also Anders, I think it will be not easy for him to win the final. It will be a close game against both.
And they both offer very different matchups.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that when we know who it is who's going to be taking on Anders Vergang in our grand final. Right now, Jafonso is the player who sits in pole position. Beautiful work inside the box, looking for a cutback, but wasn't really there for him.
You know, as we start envisioning this final here, you mentioned, Rich, that Jafonso is so good at pressure when defending. You know, another player that's very good at pressure when defending, that's Anders. And so to see those two go up against each other, that would be such a treat.
Ronaldinho down this left-hand side for Yuval Belli, trying to find a entrance into the box. That's a lovely pass into Ronaldinho. Arnold with the strike! And as the clock ticked over into the second third of this matchup, Yuval finds himself back in the game.
Every pass was between 2 defenders, so they find... Yeah, he took the right decisions, good passes, and like Jafonso expected also the last pass, but instead of Yuval just shot the ball in long course. It was a good decision.
I wish we spoke Portuguese.
You got a little bit?
No, didn't get any of that.
Well, I think you just saw from his face as well. I can't speak Portuguese, but I can read faces. And it was sort of just yeah, that's a pretty decent goal, more than anything. I think Jafonso, he's not going to be too...
I think it was the most typical pro goal we saw this year. Like you...
Across the box.
With the formation 4-3-2-1, you have this kind of spaces for the strikers, and he used it good. But I was surprised about the defending about Jafonso because I think he's maybe the best box defender here.
Other than a couple of corners, we've not really seen the ball too much in the air as well, I would say.
Yeah, I think Jafonso, all the tournament, he didn't cross most corners. It surprised me, to be honest.
That's whipped it from Ronaldinho. Just I talk about crossing, the ball's launched into the box. Approaching half-time.
Oh, Hosleo's running.
This is your FC Pro World Championship semi-final. What you might have missed if you are just joining us today. Anders Vergang is waiting in the grand final to play for $250,000 as Joselu sticks it right over the crossbar with that cross.
That's why I don't play him in the tournaments, because he have no crossing. He's like only for the defending the headers. And yeah, maybe he missed the goal because of like no 95 crossing or the play style.
But there he is, getting forward for Jafonso. R9, lovely pass, couple of step overs, really cool and composed. Great goal, Case.
Fantastic goal there for Jafonso. Really just very, very patient for him here as we see the replay come through. Starts off with Vitinha. He knocks it down to Ronaldinho. Great pass into R9. Couple step overs right around the keeper. I mean, he makes it look so simple.
Yeah, I think the key point was a header duel between Davis and Joselu. And after that, it was easy to like play the 4 against 3 position.
It's all about playing the duels, making sure that if you can see a mismatch, you're exposing it. If you can see that, I mean, we've even spoke about it where we've sometimes had Haaland against Davis at the back post, or Weghorst against even Havertz. You have to manipulate those situations to your best opportunity. And we saw Joselu there, who's never not going to lose that header. As soon as he won it, the pitch opened up. And there is also that little bit of panic as well, when you know that your player's going to lose the header, and you think, I'm in danger.
Yeah, it's the best feeling for you as an opener when you see like a mismatch like this. And also in front of the goal, he was good. Like sometimes you shoot in the long aim, but this was like a 100% goal with the ball roll.
A couple of minutes before half-time, can Yuval find himself back into this game? He's trailing 2-1 at the moment. That's a nice little pass from Weghorst to bring Joselu. The two big men linking up. Ooh. Step overs, taking the space. That's why Joselu's in the team, Mo.
Bro, that is clinical in front of the goal. Yuval has like 2 shots, 2 goals. Also with the Trivela, it's a good decision. Yeah, also Weghorst paired. He's not. I didn't know he can make passes like this.
Man, I am very, very impressed. It took him a little bit to warm up in this game, but I think he's really coming into his own. You could see the confidence increasing there for Yuval Belli, but we're only halfway through.
And I didn't envision a world in which this was a blowout. I didn't see a 6-0 or a 5-0. It was always going to be very tight. It was always going to be a real close game.
Yeah.
And as we approach half-time, you're getting that information on board, you're getting that little bit of respite and the break in play. Just looking over my shoulder and seeing the coaches now and what they're going to be saying to those players. It feels really, really tense, Mo.
Yeah, it's a different game we saw like with Anders. They have a similar skill set. Like they're like 100% same good. And it will, you don't have to you cannot make mistakes like also in the clutch minutes.
If you look at the last couple of performances from both of these two players, Yuval 5-2 win against Manu and a 5-2 win against Emre. But he extended the game late. Yeah. I think it was 2-2, the last one.
Both games was 2-2.5 like now.
On the other side of it, Jafonso, he beat Max 4-1. I think it was a late consolation goal for Max to give him that goal. K1 Johnny beating 4-2, but again, it was 2 late goals in the game. This was always to be expected. I think it will come down to a mistake. It will come down to maybe a moment of madness or something magical. There's a deep breath comes in from Mo.
Yeah,
talk about mistakes.
Yeah, unforced error. You cannot dribble to out, but yeah, thankfully it's not happening because you would be angry.
I sometimes think that you're a little bit too critical, but you've been there and you've done it. You know what it takes to be a champion.
Yeah, I mean, I played against Nicholas and Dosser in the semifinals. When you do a mistake, there's a score before you blink. So you need to be perfect.
And who will win this clash? Case 50-50.
That's exactly how I feel. You know, this
sat
is one
right
of those
on
games.
that fence.
Yes, exactly.
Jafonso comes forward. Nice little play on the edge of the box. Hullet with a first-time pass straight into the path of Weghorst, but good defending from Yuval. And he'll bring the ball clear with a little player lock fake, and Saka expect a switch out to the far side. He's got numbers over there if he wants to play. It is Saka who takes it on the finesse. Hullet just can't quite bring it under control. He's onside. Exposing that overload. Saka on the finesse shot, but just couldn't quite, even though it was green, find the top corner.
You know, that was like a attack. It's good to analyze after the game because he bring himself to a position where he can have like 3 options where he can score. He can make the finesse, he can cross, and he can play his short ball to annoy. So it's no chance to defending. It was lucky that the finesse shot is not going because we've seen many goals from Saka this tournament.
Well, Weghorst out wide, not where you want him. And maybe he's looking for the back post here. Is Weghorst going to make a move into the box? Saka takes it over. That is unbelievable. Weghorst is onside of the back post. It wasn't a cross, but the ball found its way to him, Casey.
That it did, and the build-up was really pretty there. I think maybe the rebound, not so much. Yuval might be kicking himself for that one, but it starts off with Joselu into Saka. He tracks it back, and it's just the rebound directly from the goalkeeper.
But it's like what I said last game. When you have 5 people in a box, and it's percentage-wise high that you get the second ball. So, yeah, he play really attack. You have like 5 strikers, and then you will get the advantage in the box.
Yuval takes the lead. Will he extend it like he did in the previous 2 games to a 4th and a 5th, or will Jafonso salvage his FC Pro World Championships? It's going to be a fascinating final 30 minutes. So at one point the game will open up. Whether it's Jafonso throwing bodies forward, if he does get an equaliser, does one player feel like they could go on and win it?
To be honest, I feel like a déjà vu. Every game from Yuval is the same. It's like 2-2.5, and then in the second half he scores with 3-2, and then in the 80 minutes he will close up the game. So
it's a game plan.
Yeah, for me it's fine. I want to ask him about that, but no, Weghorst
could have gone anywhere.
It sounds like a stressful way to play that way, though. To go every single game having that type of outcome, I don't think I would have the mental capacity for that.
He backs himself in the margins. I always say Nicholas was one of the best players ever. When the game was 3-2 or 3-3, he would always come out on top. He would always win those small margin games.
You know why? Like, he scored 2 goals in the 90 minutes to equalize, and he didn't.
No reaction.
No reaction. I was like dancing around, threw off my t-shirt.
Yuval looking for the ball over the top. Kanate, he's played well so far. A couple of good clearance headers, showing his pace there to get in front of Ronaldinho. We've got the biggest game of the season yet to come. As it stands, it's going to be Anders Vergang taking on Yuval Belli in the FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. Can Jafonso find his way back into the game, or will Yuval extend and put it out of reach?
Yuval play it small.
Beautiful play. Ronaldinho forcing the save from Czech again.
Wow. He didn't move his goalkeeper. It's a lucky moment for Jafonso, but you saw Yuval know in the last 7 minutes he slowed down the tempo of the game, and Jafonso didn't have the ball like the last 10 minutes maybe.
Just a little bit too close to check on that occasion. Just having a little look at the players on the radar at the bottom of the screen, seeing where they're moving. There's a player all the way at the bottom of the pitch if he wants to try and switch it. No real headers in there at the moment. Recycling R9, Ruud Gullit. It could be dangerous. He's got to find something, Jafonso. Mbappe! 20 minutes on the clock and we tied up at 3-3.
Here we have the replay for Jafonso. Starts off with Gullit into Ronaldinho. Mbappe, quick turn, easy finish for Jafonso. He's the type of player, though, that you never count him out because he's always going to get back in these games.
Is that too easy for him to turn there in the box?
You know, it looked like Yuval had like 25 defenders and there's no chance. but he finds the right man, and I think he expects too much that he go to the right foot and shoot. So
we saw that yesterday. Haaland on a couple of occasions turning on the right foot instead of the left.
See, people forget that the left foot have still like it's a high percentage to go in when you hit green. So it's no different between the right and left foot.
Something's got to give. Who will break first? And who will have an FC Pro World Championship final to look forward to? Corner, the last one wasn't great.
I think it take too long. Like, you have time to move your goalkeeper on the right.
That's floated to the back post. It's up in the air. It could go anywhere. Kanate heads it down. R9 now taking over. Toni Kroos, Ruud Gullit and Kanate all getting a touch on it. I think he's just looking to get Weghorst on that isolation. Saka, but a good defensive display there from Jafonzo. He was very aggressive.
That's great. We saw 6 goals and no goal as a corner. Didn't expect this.
It's going to be up in the air. It falls Jafonzo's way. He's got runners at the back post. Is it a diversion? Or will the ball go in there? Ronaldinho trying to pass it across. Yuval keeps his calm and clears.
I think these are two of the calmest players that we're seeing at this stage of the competition. Neither of them are celebrating goals. And, I mean, you kind of have to be in this situation. It's 3-3 in the 78th minute, and any small mistake could be your last.
I was always a relaxed player. I was never nervous, but in the semi-final of the World Championship, I was shaking like the last 5 minutes.
Gullit trying to link up. The ball's just bouncing around the box.
So it was important. I think the one who's like relaxed, more relaxed or calmer, he have an advantage, big advantage. Because it's a game about a lot of money and the chance to winning the trophy. It's unbelievable.
It's just going to be a game of one chance at this point.
Yeah.
This could be that chance. Hosselu for Jafonzo. Will there be a couple of step overs maybe on the edge of the box? Trying to thread the needle, dawdling ever so long on the ball there was Yuval. Vitinha, Ruud Gullit. Wow. Step overs.
That was a great attack and nice defense. Still be patient and defend it well.
It looked like he went past him for a split second and they managed to get back on him. Maybe a mistake creeping in or two from Yuval. Will Jafonzo keep his cool? Not on this occasion.
4 minutes to go.
He burst past
Big
him.
attack.
He's going to pull Edem Militao across. Gullit's there. Ronaldinho, but the defensive Gullit again in the right place at the right time.
Man, there's a lot of space, a lot of numbers now in the attack.
It's getting nerve-wracking, Casey.
My heart is beating so fast.
Jafonzo. Kai Havertz with a beautiful touch to set him up. He's danced into the box behind the near post. Schmeichel stands strong.
What a save.
And you will need a break. Press start. Wow, this game could be over here. It was a good decision to this shot. Like, he didn't move his goalkeeper.
Let's have another look at it. I don't know if you remember when he was playing K1 John, he kept shooting at the near post.
Yeah, but look at the dribbling. He knew.
Yuval was just panicking.
Yeah. To be honest, I understand him. It's so hard to defend at this moment. And he had so many options to score. He can also make the ball roll and finesse it or pass. So, yeah, he brings himself to a good position. And now it's a corner in the 90 minutes. And I'm really excited to watch what Jafonzo makes here.
We've not really seen Jafonzo have many corners in this game. I don't recall. I think Yuval was seen have a couple with Kroos where he looked to lob it into the back post, but Jafonzo was playing short.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe short is also not dumb here because you can play the last attack, play defender, and then no risk to concede the goal before the extra time. And that's, I think, what he worry like with the coach.
Well, here we go. 88 minutes on the clock. It's whipped into the box. R9 gets up. Mbappe on the edge. Ronaldinho, this is Jafonzo trying to break Yuval down and send himself into a grand final. Is he going to play for that last attack? That's the question. 2 additional minutes. Does he see a route to goal or does he play safe? He's going to play safe. Then he goes forwards. Tchouaméni brought on at right back. Camavinga keeps it moving, keeps it grooving. Jafonzo on the edge of the box. Stone stands up and Yuval will take us in to an additional 30 minutes of added time. Wow.
This has been one of the most evenly matched games that I've seen throughout the 3 days of competition, 4 days of competition that we've had so far. And I've been very, very impressed from all aspects of both their gameplay, defensively, offensively. And going into this extra time here, are they gonna have to take more risks, Mo? Are they gonna have to change it up? What would you do?
When I was last time in the extra time in the semifinal, I was knocked out. I conceded 2 goals and I tried to bring the game into the penalties because I can't score. But in this game it's different. Like they're 100% equal. And I think the man who's making the next mistake, he will lose.
One mistake will cost you not only an FC Pro World Championship final spot, but also a lot of money. It's an $80,000 game. You go from 70 to 150K.
Yeah. That's a lot. But I don't think they,
about it.
Yeah, they don't think at all. Like after the tournament, they may be happier with the money, but at the tournament, they don't care about it.
They're locked in with one thing on their mind. This is Yuval getting us kick-started for the extra time period. Just seeing if there's any fresh faces on the pitch. Looking at those stamina bars. Tchouaméni obviously came on late.
I mean, you could see it in the last 10 minutes of the...
Davis looks pretty fresh as well.
The defense was not that good like before the game, so you can see the nerve from the players that, yeah, it's much for play.
Camavinga dinking it in behind. Ronaldinho here. Jafonzo to the byline. Good save once again from Schmeichel. And he does have a corner. He's got the player short. It's Weghorst who's short, but he's faked it to the back post. Ruud Gullit. Schmeichel collects.
Schmeichel is really doing well for Yuval here. He's saving him out of a lot of situations that could be quite dangerous. This game could be 6-3, 5-3.
You just see that clock ticking ever so slowly with the 9-minute halves that we play here in FC Pro.
Yeah, Jafonzo plays really good now in these 7-8 minutes.
A few mistakes just creeping in from Yuval. But is he forcing those errors as well because Jafonzo's playing better?
I don't think so.
No?
Like, he's really nervous. You see that it's like unforced errors. Like, my advice will be to play like 5 minutes, control ball, like
so
take
from
the
now
game to the
until
half.
half-time, just keep the ball. Let's see if he takes Mo's advice. He's going to go forward. He's going to try and push this lead in his favour, but once again, Jafonzo finds his way back into possession. Everyone's eyes here in Berlin looked into this game.
Jafonzo don't make mistakes in the build-up. That's what I like about him. Every attack, he's in the box from Yuval.
Camavinga and Joselu, Tchouaméni, the Real Madrid trio linking up on that right-hand side. Mbappe now taking over, R9, Ronaldinho. Ruud Gullit is waiting for the perfect chance. But you have to make something happen because Yuval's standing strong at the moment. Camavinga, Ruud Gullit, 1-2. He dinked it into the box. It's going to bounce Yuval's way.
Last chance now for Yuval. Maybe 1 minute.
It felt like there were a couple of opportunities there to maybe for Jafonso to go.
Yeah, but look at Yuval. He's happy with the draw now. He don't want to make a mistake. Give him another chance. Man, he's struggling so much in this overtime.
Do we think that Jafonso was overworking that a bit, though?
I think maybe he also thought about, like, I played the last attack and tried to hold the ball. But I also didn't see a moment where he can shoot, to be honest. It was a good defending, like, all players was in the box from Yuval, and it...
Have to shout out Veni at home as well. Has been working with Yuval all the way up. Unfortunately, couldn't be here in Berlin with him, but I know he's going to be. They'll have worked in these scenarios. They'll have worked at maybe not the pressure, but definitely in extra time and trying to replicate. Who simply can hold their nerve at this point? Penalties are looming, but will there be one player to rise up before we get to spot kicks? Jafonso's going to get us underway in this second half. Alphonso Davies bearing down the left-hand side, trying to force the ball into his attacking players. You want to see just a little bit of control possession from Yuval Mo.
Yeah, like the best for Yuval is to get in the box. He's maybe one of 2 best players in the world. So he have problems to go to there.
Offside trap from
Yeah,
Jafonso.
but you see the pressure from Jafonso.
Like, he can also tell that this game's there. He can probably smell blood in the water, Case.
Yeah, I've been a bit more impressed with Jafonso going into this extra time. He's turned it up a little bit more than Yuval.
Wow.
But you never know. In a situation like this, Yuval Belli could...
Havertz with a turn of pace. Power shot cancel. It's superb. Jafonso throws bodies on the line. And you talked about Yuval in the box. If he can get in those scenarios, it can hurt Jafonso.
Yeah, that was world class from Yuval, but also the defending, staying calm, 3 against 1 in the middle, and then he blocked the shot, he anticipates the shot. It was like on both sides were world class.
Switch of play from Toni Kroos, bringing John Stones into play. Davies against Stones, he can't lose the ball there for Yuval. He's lost it in the middle of the pitch. Could there be a counter? It's a 2 against 3. R9's going to bring Kanate out from the centre of defence. And he had to win that. 6 minutes, that's all that remains. Where's that ball going to end up? It's going to fall back into Jafonso's possession. Too early to play last attack. Has to go forward. Where's the opening? Where's the driven pass to carve this defence? Not there.
Wow, risky dribbling. Guys, they are shaking because these guys, you know, last 4 minutes now. Life-changing minutes.
Another offside trap coming in there from Jafonso, just pushing his players higher up the pitch. Havertz has been dangerous for Yuval in this second half of extra time.
Now it's time to go to the last attack.
Kroos spreading it wide for Stones. Does he go backwards? Does he go forwards? The dilemma. Looking probably to play last.
Nice decision. There's no need to give him the ball.
Stones with a huge switch of play. Kai Havertz driving. We're in injury time in extra time. 1 minute remaining.
What a dribbling.
Pirlo fired it in. R9 for Jafonso. Defends well. Does he have time to get forward? Johan Cruyff looking to stretch his legs. That's an unbelievable through ball. Camavinga, he's in. And he's saved in the near post. But he does have a corner. It will get swung into the box. The player look pass was superb. He's whipped in. Haaland's up. Oh! Toni Kroos clears it long, and we're going into pens.
Wow.
Here we go. The first penalty. It's Erling Haaland stepping up. It's Yuval with it. And he slams it in the top right corner. How can Jafonso, after being so close to winning it equal up.
Yuval Belli is next to step up to the line with Pirlo. Where will he put it? To the left, and it is in. Jafonso is back on the line with Johan Cruyff, and he also goes to the left.
4 perfect shots, no Rivaldo. Important penalty. Wow. He knew the right direction. It's hard to save penalties. Jafonso. Wow, perfect.
3 from 3 so far. Mbappe now for Yuval. Steps up to the mark. Woo! Again, he's told the right way, just too much on the pen. Who will blink first? Who will make that first mistake? Mbappe for Jafonso. 4-4. Are we going potentially to sudden death?
Yuval is back on the line with Hullet. Can he make it happen here? Oh, almost saved.
Jafonso must score penalty with the world watching in Berlin. Scores and we go again, and it's going to be Toni Kroos for Yuval. This is unbelievable drama. They keep going the same way. They keep going to that bottom corner. Again, Jafonso in a must-score situation. Camavinga straight down the middle.
I like that middle one. Havertz. 12 perfect penalties. And the next one.
And again, Jafonso is the player that keeps getting this pressure put on him. Will he crack? No, he won't. 7-7. Perfect from the spot so far. Virgil van Dijk for Yuval. Scores again, and now, once again, Jafonso, it's Tchouaméni from the spot. Someone has to miss. And he does miss! Yuval! He's going into your FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. 8-7 on penalties.
You know, that is such a hard way to go out for Jafonso. Commiserations, but honestly, he used to be so proud of himself to get to this point. MLS champion coming over here and doing such a fantastic job. But Yuval Belli in penalties, he just couldn't be cracked.
You've been there before, Mo. You've been there in sudden death. What is that feeling like right now for Yuval?
Man, this is the same game I had against Nicolas. He had the shot, Jafonso had the chance in the 120 minutes, and then in the penalties. It was so good, like one mistake, but it's heartbreaking for Jafonso because he had this chance in the 120 and he played really well. He deserved also to be in the final. It was a close game.
Heartbreaking way to lose. But by God, it's the best way to win. A unbelievable matchup. Commiserations to Jafonso. You've been there before, Mo. You've been victorious and you've lost in World Championships. What a tournament for Jafonso. He's got so much to be proud of.
Yeah, I think he will be sad now, but proud of himself in the next days. He have to keep his head up. He won the EMLS, be here in the top 4. And yeah, he has, of course, the play to win it next year.
What a game, Case.
What a game. I mean, speaking about Yuval Belli, he beats Nicolas. He takes out the Team Hullet boys. He has that type of game against such a competitive player of Jafonso. He deserves this final spot. He really does. And now he's going up against Anders.
Well, we know what the finals got, but Yuval, what a performance. He's joined with Gravison right now.
What a performance. I mean, as you said before, Iliga Portugal on top. How are you feeling? Because that penalties were amazing. Wow, talk to us through that.
Yeah, I think I never won a penalties in a competitive game. So in the most, probably almost most important game of my career, it's crazy. And especially when he had the last shot with Camavinga, almost had a heart attack. But yeah, it's crazy.
It was crazy. We're gonna see some of your goals in here in this analysis screen because I want to talk about, if possible, this is the first goal from Jafonso, but if we can show the first goal from Yuval, because this is, I mean, it's really hard to defend Jafonso in those situations, right?
Yeah, I tried with Virgil. I thought he could take it, but didn't.
Yeah. One thing I really like about the way you're attacking, you're always passing it to the sides, and when you're attacking on the wing, then sometimes you pass it into R9, sometimes you try to shoot. It feels like you know what you're doing in those instances, right?
Yeah, I'm really good at those areas with the overlap fullback on the right. Like I'm really good with the left stick, and yeah, you have so many players in the box, and you can do pass or go for the step over and shoot.
I think the main question that everyone is asking here in the crowd at home, why do you feel you have what it takes to be the world champion and beat Anders, mentally wise and gameplay wise?
Yeah, I think mentally, like I never made it to the top level or on the land stage. Now I think I proved that I'm good enough also in the land stage. And yeah, obviously I'm playing vergang now. He's probably the best player in the world, but now we have the match to prove who is the best player.
Do you think you have the style to beat Anders in a final?
Yeah, I think this game could have to be a lot of goals because we are both very good attacking. And yeah, it's just I think who will defend better.
Do you think you're going to change something in tactics, adapting to Anders because he attacks in a certain way? Are you going to change something or play the same?
Not really. I don't remember if I played him, maybe last year, but yeah, I will play my game and hope to win.
Okay, so here we have Yuval. He knows he has what it takes to beat Anders. He knows he has what it takes also with his style. So let's see if he is able to do it, FG.
Yeah, let's see indeed. Congratulations to Yuval. He is in the final two. He will be facing Anders Vergang in the goal pods behind us. Wow, what a way to do it. Penalties.
I felt nervous. We know we're standing here. We were nervous for both of the players there. Jafonzo and, of course, Yuval Belli. It was a very, very close game. I felt like, as Mo even said earlier, both players deserved to make the final, but only one could.
Well, as I said, we've got our final two. Let's take a look at the bracket. As it stands now, Anders Vergang versus Yuval in the grand final.
I think, like as we said before, Anders is in every match the clear favorite, I think. And in this case, he's again the clear favorite. I mean, he won every game this tournament, and he won so clear. So I think in this game, he's again the favorite. But Yuval beat so many favorites.
Yeah.
He beat Emre, he beat Nicolas twice. He was playing so good. He beat Manu. He beat so many good players. So now he can show that he's maybe the best player in the world.
If he wins this, though, I think it's fair to say it's probably the best route we've ever seen for someone to become a champion. Because he's taken out ridiculous names.
Well, it's domination, and when we just saw the interview from Yuval, he seemed really, really relaxed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just had a penalty shootout with a 100% goal record. There were penalties where the goalkeeper's going the same way, and it's still going in. Look, this is set to be an incredible final. The players are going to be playing in gold pods. Okay, they're going to be playing for that trophy, which is absolutely exceptional. We've been admiring it all throughout. And there is a prize of $250,000. Wow, we are about to crown our first ever FC Pro World Champion. We're going to head to a quick break. Stay with us because the grand final is coming next.
PlayStation.
Welcome back to Berlin for the culmination of the FC Pro World Championships. It's time to find out who will lift the trophy and walk away with $250,000.
Today's the day. It's the FC Pro World Championship Finals.
If I'm gonna show up today, I'm also gonna win, and that's just how it is.
Prove that I can win and be the best player in the world.
That is crazy, man.
This is unbelievable.
And here we are, it is the final two of the FC Pro World Championships. Mo, we've got to the final two, and there is so much on the line.
Yeah, I think everyone waited for this moment. We all waited for this match, just this final. Yuval and Anders just need to win one more game, so this is the most important game of their life.
What an opportunity to be crowned the first ever FC Pro World Championship and playing them gold pods. Let's take a look at the bracket. Mo, from what we've seen today, have you got anything on the bracket that's standing out to you? Any surprises? Maybe
yeah.
Yuval even making it?
For me, Yuval played the best players, so it's a different bracket for him. Like he beat the world champion, the favorite, and now he beat a heartbreaking match. So I think he don't fear Anders at all. And for me, he is the favorite. When he beat Emre, Bachore, and Jafonso in that way, for me, he is the favorite.
Do you think he's the favorite in the final over Anders?
Yeah, I called Anders before the tournament, but that bracket, it remembered to my championship. I beat also all favorites, and then in the final I beat MS Tsari. It was similar to Anders, I was the underdog by far, and I beat him also because I beat everyone. Why I can't beat also the number one?
Uber's not very happy with you. Uber, you're shaking your head. Anders is the favorite for you?
Yeah, of course he's the favorite. It's just the way how he wins the games. Of course, I think Yuval also got better opponents, to be honest, but still, Anders just, he just run over them. It was so clear, it was just crazy. I've never seen something like that.
Well, let's take a look then, shall we, at how Anders even got to the final, the route to the final. We'll touch on Yuval in a moment. Look at these results, Mo. They are incredible. There are so many goals in his favour. And the semi-final was a 6-0 win.
Yeah, it's crazy how he wins against world-class player. I think the matchup was good for him because hezar and sharif are offensive guys, and defensive he had a lot of spaces, and he's just better offensively than these two guys. So matchup-wise was really good. The matchup against Johnny was the most important win. That was the match, I think, for him also to be confident in the next rounds.
There's a lot of talk about that game with Johnny. Everyone's mentioned it a lot, and from a teammate's perspective, him getting over that hurdle and beating Johnny in the first game, it was massive for him, and he's not really looked back since, has he?
Yeah, we talked before the tournament together, and I said Johnny's one of the best. So if you want to be world champ, you also have to beat someone like Johnny. And he said, I'm really confident for this match. I will beat him 100%. I will just beat him. I'm better than him, and I'm confident for this matchup. And I said, okay, I want to see that. So, and now he proved that.
Let's take a look at some of these goals that he's scoring. A Panenka from a penalty. Cool as you like at 1-0. Mo, some of the goals he's been scoring have been exceptional, haven't they?
Yeah, he uses good mismatches. He have always a 4 against 3 position. He have a good vision to see the free striker, and that's his both strengths, pressing the opponent and decision making in front of the goal. And it was perfect games for him.
And from a Yuval perspective then, how does Yuval essentially break this mold and this aggression that Anders has been showing in this tournament? He started every game really quickly. We looked at the Euros last week and it wasn't as quick. He was conceding. He went 2 goals down in every single game and still came back. From a Yuval perspective, is it a case of just keeping him quiet for the first few minutes of the game and easing your way in, or do you need goals straight away?
I think the important thing is that Anders is not in front early, because otherwise he would just get in his flow, just keep scoring. I think Yuval needs to play calm and to don't lose too many balls in his own half, because Anders' pressing is just amazing and his counter-attacks are also crazy. You have to be careful with that.
And of course, we're looking at Yuval's route to the final, and we're looking, Mo, at some sensational coups. A double win over Nicholas, Manu Bashore, Emre Yilmaz, and just Jafonso on penalties. When you're looking at the list of players he's beaten, surely he's got to fancy himself.
Yeah, And the most important things, he will play against like the end boss. And this, like, he beat every favorite, but under this next level. But he's like, I have nothing to lose. So he can play so calm, so chilled. And when he loses, like, to be honest, everyone will say, yeah, Anders is just too good. So it's no problem for him, but it's his life-changing game. And yeah, I trust in him. I think he will win.
You think he'll win? You've said that as well. I mean, you're sticking with it, and I like it. I mean, from Yuval's point of view, he seems really, really relaxed.
Yeah.
He had that interview with Graf, and I was pretty shocked with how relaxed he was after just coming out of a penalty shootout. You know, normally the emotion, the heart rate's going crazy. You've just booked yourself into a final. He just seems relaxed. But I want to ask you from a pro perspective, I can ask this question to both of you actually. When you go straight into a game, after a game like that, and your opponent's had a little bit more of a rest, does that put you at an advantage or a disadvantage?
Good question.
Good question. I think like you're in flow, so sometimes it's an advantage, but I think like you just want to calm down after this match because like you just won a penalty. Like you also could be out now and could be you just won $80,000 more just because of penalty, and now you have the chance to lift this trophy and to win $250,000. So I think it's better to relax a little bit, to just keep calm and just to refresh your mind.
I'm not sure Mo agrees with you.
Yeah, I think when you win, you want always to play like
to carry on.
Yeah, don't be going off the floor. Yeah, in my World Championship, I also played the second half of the thing, and maybe I play really good in the final. So there's no excuses now. It's the final, so it's not important how like the other one has 2 more minutes pause.
I mean, this is going to be absolutely incredible. A match for the ages. We are so close to crowning our first ever FC Pro World Champion. They're going to be playing in the goal pods. $250,000 up for grabs and an incredible trophy too. And it is up next, the grand final. This competition is quite simply the pinnacle of FC Pro.
Step over exit, one more pass will make all the difference. So good. Doesn't really want to fall back on the crossing though. Instead goes to Haaland, times it green. 3-0. The Danish wonderkid, one of the best in the world.
This is my trophy to lift. I've never doubted myself. I'm the best in the world.
Well then, it's all come down to this one. The FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. And only 2 players have been good enough to make it there. Up first is this one, the Phenom, Anders Vergang. And who stands in his way is this man. What a run he has had through the play-ins back on Wednesday. He was not even guaranteed to be in the FC Pro World Championships. Let's bring him out, Yuval. Oh, Yuval is going to take that all day long.
I want this so much. I think that's the biggest tournament of the year.
Could be joining it with a Yuval chance. Howard!
To even qualify to this, it's crazy.
That is unbelievable. Wiggles, he's on side of the back post.
To win it, it's like life-changing.
Well, here he comes now. What a run he has had. Penalty shootout win in the semi-final worth $150,000 to get this chance to take him down as they both stare down each other. The FC Pro World Championship Final. Anders Vergang against Yuval. Only one can lift that trophy, highest here in Berlin. Let's head into the preparation for this one. Both players can head to the pods now to set up their teams. Yuval just wants to take it in for an extra second or two, doesn't he, as he heads to the pod. Myself, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa and Richard Buckley will be guiding you through this very, very special matchup that, again, means so much more. It's the end point of what has been a crazy opening season in this FC Pro ecosystem, Richard.
We started all the way back at the global qualifier in North London, and now we find ourselves in the heart of Berlin. Over, 50,000 try to be here to remain. The favourite, Anders Vergang, and the giant slayer, as I'm going to call him, in Yuval, and there is no bigger giant to slay than what he's got in front of him. This is going to be, more than anything, just tantalising the first 10 minutes. Does Anders blitz him, as he has with every other opponent? Or can Yuval do something that no one's been able to do and lay a glove on Anders?
I think, as you said, those first moments in the game are so key. Every opponent that Anders has come up against, they've sort of faltered early on. Anders has kick-started, scored a couple goals, got momentum in the game, and from then on it's just been cruising for him. But Yuval might have something up his sleeve. We'll see.
As Richard was saying, those first 10 minutes in this game are going to be massive because he's never been down, Anders, has he, in this FC Pro World Championship? And that's the difference, Rich. When he gets into his groove and he goes up by a goal to nil, or even 3 or 4 goals up in the first 30 minutes, you just can't break him down.
No, I don't even think it's that. I think it's a lot deeper than that. I think you've got to earn his respect.
Yeah, 100%.
If he doesn't respect you, he's mocking you.
But
he's slow clapping your goals when you sit one down. He's thinking that you're just not on his level. You've got to hurt him in that first 30, 45 minutes. If he goes 2-3-0 up, you're looking at a new world champion in Anders Vergang. And look, I saw him at the probably first LAN event that he was competing in, the Nations Cup all the way back, Copenhagen 2022. He was in tears when they got knocked out. It could be tears of joy just 2 years later.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're doing a lot more build-up from the commentary booth before we kick off this incredible grand final. Before we do that, we're going to head down to Gravison before we jump into this grand final, and I believe he's with a very special guest.
I'm here joined by a very special guest, Levi. First of all, how are you feeling about the game against K1 John? What's going on through your mind after the match yesterday?
Yeah, obviously I've been thinking about it a lot. Yesterday after I lost, I was like quite sad. Now I went here to watch Emra hopefully lift the trophy. That didn't happen. I think the bracket was like going like pretty strange on paper. Now I think there's a great final, Yuval versus Anders. They both had like a really different way of getting here. Anders was like winning pretty comfortable, and obviously Yuval won on pens. So I think that maybe can be an advantage of Yuval, because as of yet today Anders has just been smashing everyone.
You played against Anders back in February in that top 4 match. How did it feel playing against him? How does it feel to play against Anders in a match in a tournament like this?
Yeah, when you play Anders, you just need to be deadly, because he is also going to be deadly, and you just need to take your chances. You know he's going to give you chances as well, because he likes to press up high on the pitch, and you just need to be at your best, because if he plays at his best and you are not, he would just kill you. I lost that game 4-3 then. It was just tough. It's always tough, but you know you're going to get chances against everyone. I think today this tournament Anders has been the best, but it is a final. It's 50-50 game, I would say, and Yuval has chances to beat him.
Where do you think this match is came and lost? Obviously, because Anders, you know, the way he switches up the play with stones, it seems like there is not really an answer to that. Where do you feel this game is won and lost?
I think Anders has changed his playstyle a bit, because normally he would just counter-attack really quick. Now he's also like searching for the switch from left back to right back a lot, and then come into the 2v1 situation with Joselu. And the thing Anders does best is getting the R1X into the strikers, which looks easy, but that's mainly the most important part of his game, because if he finds his strikers, he will just green time and score.
It feels like if he finds those openings, he's gonna score. So thank you so much, Levi, for your time. And let's see if Anders is gonna be able to win his first World Championship. Back to you guys at the casting desk.
Thank you so much, Gravison. Great to hear there from Levi de Veer. What a season he has had, one that he should be very much proud of. They are just finishing up, setting up before jumping into this grand final. Just continuing on for those conversations that Richard said there about earning Anders' respect in this first opening game. I mean, Yuval, why not go for it? He's knocked down, as Richard was saying. The run he's had has been ridiculous. The names he's beat. He beat Nicholas twice. He beat Emre Yilmaz, Mani Bashore all the way through. He's beat the big names.
Absolutely. Yuval should have no fear coming into this game. Again, Anders on paper is the favourite. Despite the run Yuval has had, it's fair to say that the resounding majority would expect Anders to win.
Anders was almost born for this. Since 12 years old in Denmark, he's been winning tournaments, he's been winning cups. This is a moment that he's dreamt of. He says it doesn't matter unless he wins the World Championship. On the other side of the stage, #1 in the rankings last year, went to the World Championships and got knocked out in the groups for Yuval. He's had to go down there after being that potential starlet. And now His back's against the wall. He's playing against the best player in the world. But there's no bigger stage than the FC Pro World Championship.
There's been so much chat as well about, is he the best in the world? Is he one of the best players we've seen in this last couple of years, this new ecosystem of FC Pro? Well, look, the stage is there for you to go and claim that title as a world champion.
And look at those pods as well. The first time someone stepped into those pods.
And the last time for this season in Berlin. They are only being used for this grand final matchup. It's so crazy as well to think Anders Vergang got his spot in this World Championship all the way back in early February for the FC Pro Open Finals, where he did lose in that grand final to PH In. It's crazy to say that he didn't even make it into this stage in the top 16, but then since then, Richard,
he's improved so much since then.
Massively.
He's changed his game. He's not just hitting step overs and looking for
the ball into the striker.
His way of playing.
Yeah.
He's playing a greater meta. He's got a couple of aerial plus players in the box. Since Anders learned corners, we saw it. We saw those first corners coming in that he started hitting. He has took his game to another level. And it could be a level that people think they might be able to get to, but simply can't touch.
And on the other side of that stage as well, Yuval, why not keep on knocking out the big names here? This is the big one. This is the last match of the season, but the biggest match of the year. The FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. Anders Vergang against Yuval for $250,000. And to be the first name to write yourself into the history books for this FC Pro ecosystem as a world champion. Will be Anders kicking us off from left to right here in that traditional RB Leipzig strip. How early is he going to kick off this final? He was an early start in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals of goals. Not just one of them, but two of them in the first 10 minutes. It's all about the start here from Yuval. It's all about him. In simple words, scoring first.
Scoring first and staying alive. We've seen that number of players earlier today. Hezar's, Sharif. Early on, it was almost over just because of the blistering start from Anders.
I remember in 2019, we're in that grand final. Mo Alba, the player who we didn't expect potentially be there against MS Desari.
Be careful, Van Dijk. Oh no, might pick it up Van Dijk once and twice. Well,
and it was in those situations where Mo took his shot. We didn't expect it, and he beat one of the best to ever do it. It's one game, it's 18 minutes.
And then it's crazy to think, Rich, Umit here is well part of our broadcast team. He had a 0-0 World Championship Grand Final that went to penalties. We can see the live poll coming in. Yuval with quite a back in there as well. I mean, there's a lot of Anders Vergang fans in there that think with how he's played. Remember, 7-2 victory in the quarterfinal, 6-0 win in the semi-final.
I know it's only 10 minutes, but I think Yuval started quite well here. A couple of chances where he's defended well. And spoken to a lot of pro players before coming into this semi-final stages. How do you get anything against Anders? How do you get any change out of him? Possession. Try and boss the ball. Look for 60% if you can.
And the only player that really made it difficult for a lengthy period of time was Johnny in that round of 16 game yesterday. And even that was goalless just to about 35 minutes. Here comes Anders now, Konate. It's a brave pass there that somehow goes through the legs of Mbappe. That could have been a terrible pass to forget. That could also be a mistake. Saka does actually beat Hully in the air, believe it or not. Didn't back himself, but does keep possession. Couple of step overs. Weghorst eventually loses possession to Konate. Keep an eye on Bukayo Saka on this far-hand side as he looks to build up into this first attack, into Mbappe. Could be an opening goal. It will be. 15 minutes. It's all it's taken for Anders to get his first goal in this grand final.
It's special. As you said, played to Saka, the ball roll inside. Mbappe, green timed at near post. He waited for the goalkeeper movement, just that little second, a split second of waiting for the keeper movement. See how much it means to his mum in the crowd as well.
I was just about to say, with the patience inside the box, he never really panics.
No,
he's
never.
very composed. He'll wait for the keeper movement. If there's no keeper movement, he backs himself to always green.
Goal for the
Saka with another assist. Another goal or assist for him. He's been
his best player,
best player, yeah. It's having an attacking player who can also be so versatile across the pitch.
Saka on the opposite end. Not able to perform the same. It was just that pass there. When you get past the fullback and you just suddenly get into that situation between the left centre-back and the fullback and there's so much space, you are forced into moving the goalkeeper, you're forced into just delaying the chance. As Anders looks to come forward for a second, Mbappe step overs at Cristiano and will still pick up the pieces. He step overs back into Van Dijk again. 2 moments there of good defending, Ryan.
Yeah, great defending. He had to make sure and pick his moment to try and step forward. Anders doing really well there with the creative runs to trigger plays into the position he wants.
I was just about to say on the first one, before he stepped in, he looked a little bit hesitant.
Yeah.
After going 1-0 down, but he showed 2 good opportunities there. He looks just a little bit shy going forward though. And it's probably the fact that you know that if you lose possession, you've got a chance coming the other way.
He's got to back himself, Juve, though. We saw him in moments in the Euros where, in the final third, he was deadly. Some of the combinations of skill moves he was able to build. But you are right, you can certainly feel the nerves of what is on the line here. Saka, finesse! Green!
And again, he's showed you that he can pass the ball, he's showed you that he can play at the near post or play inside, but he's also this Bukayo Saka item.
Just look here,
He's got a finesse in his locker and he just stood way too off him. You were too far off him.
He was a little bit passive there with Van Dijk, but again, you're sort of worrying about the run from R9, maybe another overlap you have to try and pay attention to, but just twisting and turning. Of course, green time finishing Anders as always.
And this is where you find yourself in a really horrible position, Rich.
We said, what, first 30 minutes is where this game is going to be won or lost. You have to stop that early onslaught. And what I like here is a pause coming in from Juve, because he's clearly, this isn't working for me. He's paused, he's made changes, and Anders is just taking the time that he's been allowed to. Just having a little look actually at what he's up against now. Assessing the Juve subs and tactical swaps. That's what they're playing for.
A very special trophy. It'll be the first hands on it in FC Pro history. It really is, I hate to say, it's deja vu from what we saw in pretty much all of his games in terms of this start.
Would you go on to say, Ryan, that the game is potentially won or lost in that pause? 2-0, 25 minutes. If Juve didn't pause the game there and just let this play on, we saw what he did to hezar earlier on today, where we were demanding a pause backstage. We were watching say, pause the game, hezar.
You see how much it impacts Juve's performance.
2-0 if you have just tuned in our grand final of the FC Pro World Championship. And there's Vergang leading. And just today, a total of 15 goals scored with 2 conceded. He has been relentless as he looks to continue that. His next goal is so crucial, whichever way it comes. It will really tell where this is going to go.
Every time he goes forward, every single time it looks like he's going to score.
And Juve will know that. Juve will feel that.
And that's where you start to feel the pressure of not wanting to lose possession, because you start to become fearful that if you do lose it, situations like this can happen. Anders on the attack.
Davies goes wonders. One more pass into it. What a tackle that is.
Massive challenge.
That could have gone so wrong.
Wow.
He's got a concrete blanket on him right now, Juve. He simply cannot get out.
Can't even move the ball either. So very much in control here, Anders Vergang. he looks to come forward again with another wave of deadly pressure. Haaland! Corner. But you know what's coming.
A little bit of an outswinger.
Quick corner take a change, and I think flick on of someone in the box. Expect that to be one man.
It's a goal.
Erling Haaland. He misses him completely. Instead, tries to go to Van Dijk, or
I don't think it's going to be a goal. That's what I said.
Just dispossessed him
again.
Can't get the ball, let alone keep it. Saka, R9.
Oh.
Schmeichel just about hangs in the balance to keep Juve alive. Quick corner. There's Haaland, there's the flick on. 3-0.
I wasn't wrong, I was just early on the corners.
Wow.
And we said backstage as well, if it was to concede first, Juve, this could get very much one-sided.
We're witnessing greatness. I'll be honest, there's somebody that, Rich, we know very well. We've seen him, we've spoken about Anders behind the scenes, and we said, the moment Anders starts to adapt a little bit and bring in the meta things into his gameplay, like the crossing, like the corners, it's
curtains.
It's over for everybody that's up against him.
He's 3-0 up. And it feels like 13. Juve has not got out of his own half in this opening 37 minutes. He's not laid a glove on Anders.
Trying to restore some sort of hope as Juve out.
Great build up.
Ronaldinho, one goal would be big. Is there a shot of R9 there, Ryan, or was the idea right?
The idea, what I think was right, it slightly got a bit congested in there, obviously, as he built up bodies behind the ball for Anders. And of course, Juve strikers and attackers in the same areas. Anders on the attack straight away, though.
Surely not goal number 4, overlap. Mbappe. Bukayo Saka!
Wow.
Woo. This is a grand final for $250,000. And he's just running away.
For those at home, I know he's falling up here. We'll see the goal quickly. Saka into Mbappe, the dribbling, twisting and turning, back to Saka. He baited that little pass. You see the R9 right
so
there.
Many traps.
Exactly,
That's the thing.
Perfect. So many traps, as you said. It looks like he's falling up against any ordinary player. We're witnessing an unbelievable performance.
Every time that he attacks, especially with Saka, because he's so two-footed, and he can finesse, he can pass. Every time that he gets in those areas, you're thinking, okay, he's shown me that he's got a finesse in the locker, he's shown me that he's got a pass in the locker.
So now you're having to watch 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. And
the technical dribble right through the gap. Green time shot, it's always going to be green.
It's special.
We're watching a master right now.
And
he's mastered the game.
It's always been a matter of time, Richard, as well, since this was coming. Before he was going to get the opportunity to show the world just how good he is.
Look at the press again.
He's dismantling Juve.
He's going to get the last attack.
Surely not 5 before the break. Mbappe into R9. He won't be happy with that one.
Oh my goodness.
He would have expected goal 5 there.
Corner though.
Save.
He scored from his last one,
Yep,
but he scored from this one. Yes, he will! He is on a different planet right now. $5-0 by half-time.
It was over from when Toni Kroos in front of Konate got into the space between them. This is flawless.
A perfect 45 minutes.
Come on, man.
Come do indeed.
Well, half-time here, Anders Vergang leads 5-0 in the FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. There is one man I'm sure they'll be happy with that performance, and it's Umit, and he's joined by Gravison at the halfway point.
I mean, obviously, Umut is happy with the way Anders is playing because 5-0, it seems like he's unstoppable at the moment. What we're gonna see is the first goal from Anders. So if we just jump on the screen, what we will see is Anders 0-0, 40 minutes, and it seems like in these situations, Saka attacking, starting with a creative run now. He's unstoppable, right?
Yeah, we see just every attack goes from his right side. Every time Joselu or Saka is just doing everything for him. Now we can see his center back is gone from Yuval. Van Dijk is in the wrong position. He wants to use this space with Mbappe to score. And then it's just timing when he do the pass to Mbappe. And as we know, he just take the right decision again.
And obviously in this situation in which he knows the keeper is gonna be moved in this direction, he's patient enough to go for this post, which in my opinion is unbelievable. So that's why Anders at the moment is leading 5-0. That's why he's so happy to be winning the game so comfortably. And I mean, it seems like he's unstoppable at the moment, and it seems like he's gonna win the whole final. So let's see if Yuval is able to come back in the second half. Back to you guys at the casting desk. Amazing work by Anders.
Crazy. Yeah, certainly. What a performance it has been. As we said, we can't believe this is the grand final when he's putting on this level of a performance in Berlin. 45 minutes away from becoming FC Pro World Champion. I mean, there's been a lot of love at home as well from people around the world getting involved in the conversation. He is him from Sir Dave. Insane from PY Jack. They have been loving his performance and he's just too good. I mean, those are just a few words to describe this level of dominance we've seen from Anders Vergang here in Berlin, Ryan.
It's magical, and as I said, it's not against any ordinary player. We're seeing he's doing it against Yuval, who's defeated Nicholas, defeated Manu, defeated Emre, and he's making it look so easy.
When you got the opportunity to go and spend some time with him recently, Brandon, over in Germany and sort of seeing him behind the scenes, did you feel as though this was coming? Did you feel like they were building towards something?
I think he's one of those players, Rich, so you ask him, people say you're the best in the world, and he says, well, look, if I go and win that world championship, no one can question it.
Whenever you ask him as well, normally in tournaments, you say, are you going to win it? He says, no, I will choke, I will choke. What he's been saying this week is, yeah, I feel good.
I think what gave him confidence, though, is the names that he respected were eliminated early.
And knocked Johnny out.
Yep, that was a big boost of confidence. Yep.
Ronaldo, Mbappe, 6-0. This is getting out of hand. He's on his way to the history books if he wasn't already.
It's simple. Right passes, doesn't even need to green it. Just hits it across the face of goal. Mbappe. Anders knows this job done. It's unbelievable, I'll be honest. The way he's just dismantling Yuval, like, it's... Wow.
But back on the point of what you were saying as well, I had the chance to spend a few days with Anders Vergang a few months ago, especially just being in his home environment around his mum as well. And like the clear message always was that he knew he had a talent for this game many, many years ago. 11 years of age he was, playing in shopping malls around Denmark. As I said, was winning controllers, PlayStation headsets. And he just said, look, I just honed in on my talent, I honed in on my skill. There's a lot of sacrifices along the way. And all those years of hard work, all those years of practice, Rich, is just building up here.
It's not always been this for him.
No.
2022 with Denmark, got knocked out.
Even more recently, FC Pro Open.
FC Pro Open, losing the last kick of the game. Last year, when we were in Riyadh, didn't go to plan for him. And it is just emphatic. And I think the question that you probably take from this performance, look, he's going to win this game, into FC 25, into next year's Pro Open and into next year's World Championships. This is the benchmark. Who is going to step up? We've seen people defeat him this year. PH Zin.
Yep.
We've seen people get close to him at Team Hullet. We've seen him defeated. Levi Finn, Virtual Bundesliga. We saw him lose that game.
That's the only time where I've seen him perform
well below the turning point.
Yeah, well below expectation, and everything was insane that game. Dominated him. I know it was 3-2 on the scoreline, but it was a perfect performance. And as you said, that might have been the catalyst for Anders just to push on that extra gear, and now look at him.
(6-0) before the 50th minute. Yuval trying to claw anything back at this point. It's such a good tournament, but it's just hard to build a narrative when you're up against a player that's just this good. He just doesn't give you a chance.
You agree with that from Leon Kingsley? Everyone should agree. When Anders playing in this mode, no one gets close.
That question to me, Rich?
It is.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think Umut says it as well. He knows him very, very well. Saka couldn't get the pass into R9. When he plays like this, it's spectacular. You can't stop him.
Anders fulfilling his potential, and he's still got a lot more to give from.
It's A-man as well, Adam.
Yeah.
Malaysia. Great to see him tuning into the broadcast today as well. Again, we'll keep on honing at home. He's 18 years of age. With this win here, 600k in prize earnings.
Should be a pen, that one.
Yeah.
Simply just cannot question his ability anymore.
This was a potential. You've seen it from the results in the previous rounds. And it was all on the, we said it's all in the first 30 minutes, the first 35. If you won't keep it close, can keep it tight, just like PHN did. Whenever Anders scored, PHN instantly replied.
Away. Yeah.
If you let him get that head of steam, he's a train that the brakes are off. There is no stopping.
Well, it was only, what, less than a week ago when he won the Euros, his first individual major trophy in another part of Berlin here. And that was the perfect springboard for him, so it felt. And he was worried coming into that because he missed out on a week or two of practice because he was in 95 rated mode. He seems like he's pretty good to me. There must have been points as well, Rich, over these last few days where he's looking over his shoulder and seeing big names fill up the tournament, and he must be thinking,
this is my time.
I've just got to focus on myself here. Let me just get through each game at a time. And the bigger names just kept on falling and falling and falling.
Yep.
Agreed.
And he will be thinking to himself, what sort of a scoreline can I build in a grand final? That's never happened before.
He's a perfectionist as well. He won't be happy with 6-0, I'm sure. We saw him in the previous game against Sharif, even those chances late on, ball goes to the wrong side of the post. He's still analysing it and looking over it, and I'm sure he wants to keep going and scoring as many as he can.
And the honest truth is that we just haven't seen, I think, even a shot registered from Yuval by this point. Hasn't been able to really get in the box more than 2 or 3 times of Anders.
Just sometimes feel as though when you're in tournaments, Ryan, I know you've played in many over the years, you step into a final or a semi-final and it just feels like it's one game too many.
Yeah,
if this final were played tomorrow, fresh night's sleep.
Perspective.
Yeah, is it just one game too many for him today?
It's a difficult one because Yuval's on a high.
Just off the back of an 8-7 pen shootout, though.
It is difficult. Sometimes your adrenaline is flowing. You're sort of in a different tempo when playing the game, and to try and reset in that short period of time against Anders.
He's played an extra day. He was playing on Wednesday, 4 playing matches.
10 games, I think, even up to this point, Richard, he had to play Yuval.
He's 9-1. His only defeat coming to Hezar's. Soon to be 9-2, sorry, Yuval.
Anders still not fully happy with a 6-0 lead. He'll want a clean sheet as well.
It's emphatic, isn't it?
And if he hasn't already gained your respect, Certainly should now have a performance like this and a dominant display here in Berlin. He will be the first name in the history books of this FC Pro World Championship win.
Yuval's got so much to be proud of, though, as
Absolutely.
well. Coming through the play-ins, knocking out huge names.
I think for him as well, we know that online, I keep having to reiterate this,
absolutely.
online, he was that guy online. In those tournaments, he performed extremely well. In person, he never really got going.
7 goals to 0. What are we witnessing? Greatness.
Perfection.
Just a dribble in there, into Saka, green time. It's a formality at this point. We obviously know what the final result will be.
Think that's a little bit of realisation?
Surely it has to hit him at some point here, Ryan.
I think it hit him before, to be honest. But he was screaming to himself, but he knows now. And it's an important moment for him. Because, of course, there'll be a lot of people that were saying, obviously, he'd done it in years gone by online. He wasn't able to compete because he was too young. And
he's done it in 2v2.
He's done it in 2v2, hasn't done it in 1v1. That changed last week, and of course, he's come on this week. And he's cemented himself in the books forever.
And his story is just ridiculous. As you said, if you don't know Anders Vergang, went 536 games unbeaten in Weekend League on Ultimate Team. He had 80,000 people that watched that last game and he did lose. And since then, he's just created a huge name for himself every time he plays his box office. But he's also just so good at this game. Yuval still just trying to get nothing more than a consolation here.
On raw ability, Ryan, just on the sticks, not talking achievements or just straight up.
He's number one. I'm not even going to let you finish
the best
number
that you've seen.
I'm going to say him, Levy as well. Levy de Villa has that sort of talent, but Anders has shown it today on a ridiculous level.
Just see a nod of approval to himself on the right-hand side.
Is he agreeing with Ryan? None of his games have even been close today.
No.
7-2 quarterfinal, 6-0 semi-final, and he's potentially on to win a grand final. 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the big championships that we've had the opportunity to commentate, a lot of them are quite cagey games for the most part.
Compare this to the FC Pro Open final.
Yeah.
They went all the way right down to the very end. Last few in-game minutes before we crown a world champion here in Berlin. What a story it is for that young man. Finally, he has that world champion trophy to back up the ability that he has as being the best FC Pro player in the world. And I'm sure we'll be silencing a lot of those doubters online as well that tune in every time he's in. It's been Anders Vergang here in Berlin. He's been box office, but you've been able to watch it for free every single round he's gone through. And in time of 1 minute, this is his moment. This is his World Championship victory. Anders Vergang is your FC Pro World Champion.
Unbelievable. Flawless FC from Anders Vergang. It was expected when he came into the scene, but it doesn't always live up to reality. He has fulfilled his potential on the grandest stage of them all.
Sensational from Anders. As you said, he's fulfilled his potential. He'll get his hands on the trophy in a moment's time. Of course, a quick word for Yuval. Commiserations, a top player, but he just came up against somebody on the top of his game in Anders.
Well, maybe it's all just sinking in of what he has achieved. This was a tournament that kicked off all the way back in November with the FC Pro Open qualifier, where we were looking for 20 of the best players to compete in a week-by-week league. Then we went around the world in different league formats, Ryan. and it was all about this one, the big one, the World Championship.
Yep, Anders would have had his eyes on this from after the FC Pro Open. He experienced, of course, that loss in the last moments of the game against Piet Zin. And of course, he vowed to come back, and he's done it in style.
And if you are someone that is watching this and you've doubted this young man, what can you say now? He's world champion. He's done it on the biggest of stages, and he hasn't conceded a single goal in a grand final. Commiserations to Juvo, as we said. He won't feel it now, Ryan, but in weeks to come, look, I've just been runner-up. I've just got $150,000.
He came through the play-ins. Went through the group and play-ins unbeaten, had to overcome the likes of hezars, Levy. It's an unbelievable list of accomplishments and plays he had to overcome. So, again, a massive congratulations to him.
And it's crazy to say, just a few days ago, Anders lifted the trophy in a different part of Berlin. He's about to do it again.
Yep. Deserved.
Incredible scenes as well. What a journey it's been on this FC Pro Open. First year of existence, a year to remember, and a very special year because there is a new world champion in town, and this is going to be his very special moment now. From the thousands that signed up online and competed all around the world, it was all about getting to this stage here in Berlin, where only 32 of the best could get there. Days of action, years of practice, but now he has his moment. Anders Vergang, FC Pro World Champion! He is the best in the world! And if you don't know it, get to know it!
An incredible performance from Anders. He's finally got his eyes and his hands on the prize that he was destined for from the beginning when we first heard his name in the online era. A deserved champion. Made it look easy as well, Brendan. I think that's the clear thing to say. He's against some of the best players in the world, and he's done it in an unbelievable style.
$250,000, this year's FC Pro World Champion. How is he feeling, FG?
How are you feeling, Anders Vergang? Congratulations. What a performance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant or anything, but I don't think that I realized that I'm world champion because like I won 7-0 in the final, and like I felt like just from the beginning I could see that I was in full control, and that it was like quite easy, if you can say it like this. So I'm just really happy that I didn't have to stress in the end, and I didn't even I didn't realize that I actually won because I felt that I played amazing today, and yeah, I'm just really happy that I finally showed that I'm the best in the world.
You've been amazing in Berlin. Let's talk about the first tournament, the E-Euros, your first individual title. Do you think that's helped with how you've played here because you've been a lot more relaxed? You've not gone 2-0 down in every game like you did in the E-Euros, and you've been sensational.
I'm not really sure, like I didn't even think about that. Of course that helped because it was my first like individually trophy, and now I got the most important one, so I'm just really happy that like I didn't lose like now in like the whole week. I didn't lose a single game, and I don't think you can find any other player that would win every single game so convincingly, and soon people hopefully can see that I'm not only good in Weekend League but also here. And a special shout out to all the Brazilian fans. I hope you're gonna commentate on every post I make from now on. Thank you.
Yeah, a special shout out to them. Listen, let's give a shout out to your team as well. You can see the Team RB Leipzig. I mean, the work they've done with you has been really, really good. They've stood by you through everything. Have you got anything to say about them?
There's so many I can thank, like even coaches from, not even from our club, was helping me for this tournament. So you can see like people were saying that I can't do corners and stuff like this. I think I scored 2 in the final and also in rounds before that. So I'm just really happy that everyone was trying to prepare me as good as they could for this tournament. And I think I was the only one who had so many coaches for this tournament, and like everyone has a role in this, and it's not only me who is like having this trophy, you know.
And what about your mum as well? Your mum's over there. She's been your biggest fan since day one. We saw so many great pictures of her like throughout the Euros and here today as well. What have you got to say about her?
Like the same, like I can't say thanks as many times as I want, but they know how much they mean, and like I can't like say thanks like the whole day because we will keep talking the whole night. So I'm just really happy that everyone has helped me like throughout my whole career, and this is not like this is just the beginning. I'm not done now. I just want to win every single tournament from now, and then I know that I'm good enough to do it.
On to the next one. Anders, congratulations. That is probably the most dominant performance we've ever seen. You are the first ever FC Pro World Champion. Let's go to the analysis desk where Buckley is there with Gravison.
Doesn't get any better, does it? It really doesn't get any better, Grav. You've been competing for a long time. That is as dominant as a grand final you're ever going to see.
We've never seen a result this big in a final. Not only the result in the final, but semifinals, quarterfinals, round of 16, group stage. It seems like from the moment he stepped up to Berlin,
he had one thing on his mind.
Winning the World Championship, and he did.
Well, you picked out a couple of clips here from him in this grand final. Talk me through him. Now we're up on commentary.
If we just play this clip, we're gonna see how Mbappe passes, kind of just goes forward. So if we have the chance to play the clip, we're gonna see this second goal in which he passes the ball to Saka, and when Saka gets the ball and starts twisting and turning, this is something that Umut has been talking about. Maybe back in the days you expected Anders to go for a step over this way, or a step over this way, or maybe a pass into Joselu, but that's not Anders anymore. Anders now abuses playstyles, so he knows the finesse could go in this direction. Obviously, if you're defending Anders, you are not expecting those playstyles.
And it was just that little bit of hesitation from Yuval, just stepping off him ever so slightly. Let's watch this go in.
It's always, because it's Anders, it's green time, and it goes in. It blows my mind how good Anders was in this tournament, because if we see this second clip, the fourth goal, as soon as he gets the ball back to Saka and we stop it here, maybe that's the thing. Back in the days, you expect maybe a pass in this direction because Mbappe is making a run, or maybe you expect a pass into R9. So obviously, if you're defending with Konate as Van Dijk is out of position, you gotta go for that pass. But just the timing from Anders, because if we play the clip, we're gonna see how he doesn't pass the ball. He just goes straight, shoots to the far post and scores another goal. And it seems like the timing, the understanding of the timing, the understanding of the angles, the understanding of the space was just too good. And for me, in my opinion, it feels like if the game keeps being played like this, with the play styles and now the way he's attacking and understanding the game, it seems like he can go on and on. And it seems like maybe next year he could be back-to-back world champion.
I've got to say, Grav, it's been a pleasure this season alongside you, breaking all down on the commentary position. We've got our champion, Anders Vergang. It was a prophecy, almost, and it was written when he was 12, 13 years old, playing cups in Denmark, to one day be over there lifting that FC Pro title aloft. Unbelievable. For every winner, there is a second place, a runner-up, and Casey is joined with Yuval now.
Yes, I am here with Yuval, and commiserations on that last match, but you should be so proud of yourself to make it all the way from the play-ins to the final, and you are one of the top 2 players in the world. From all of us here at EA, we would like to present you with this medal here. And Yuval, just a couple words from you. You started off in the play-ins, you made your way all the way through, you beat some massive competitors, but what are your overall thoughts about your journey here in the World Championship?
Yeah, as you said, I qualified for the play-ins, not even for the World Cup. So my main goal was just to qualify for the World Cup. I didn't think what will happen after. And yeah, I was unbeaten in playing, and then group stage, first game against Nicolas. I have probably one of the most hardest runs to the final. And yeah, I'm happy and sad at the same time, because maybe it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but yeah, I can't be sad. Yeah, it's a crazy run.
It was an absolutely crazy run. And then looking forward into the future, what are your next steps in your FC career, you think?
Yeah, now you can only go up from this. The start of the season, I didn't have a team. I wasn't even signed for this team. And now, I made top 2 in the World Cup. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next season.
All right, well, Yuval Belli, again, massive congratulations, because you had a massive run here in the World Championship final. I hope you take that medal home, and you are very, very proud of yourself. I will let you have a rest here. It's been a stressful couple days for you, but again, very, very proud of you, and I will send it back to you guys.
Yes, thank you very, very much, as we just get a mic for our winner, Anders Vergang. We just heard from Yuval. A quick word on him.
Of course, he's really good, and I think it was 2 or 3 years ago where he was #1 in the ranking online, so everyone know how good he is. And he had some problems to play on the same level on LAN, but this tournament he showed it. But I just tried to focus on myself, because I knew that if I play onto my level, I'm still better. But there's a reason why he's in the final. He even had to play 95 more as me last week, and he also had to play the plane. So he has played so much, and he only lost to me. So of course he's really good.
You are, well, there's not a massive shock, is it, Brandon? Our PS5 player of the day, Anders Vergang.
Yeah, congratulations, Anders. We're going to present you with this as well. On top of everything you've done today, you've just won $250,000. Does that feel like you've won 250K?
As I said before, I didn't even realize that I won because, again, it's not to be arrogant, but everyone could see how easy it was for me today because I played as good as I did. But like, you know, when I just come home and stuff like this, then I actually know how big I played and how important it was. So for now, I'm just really happy that I won the tournament, but it's not really like, I didn't even realize it, yes, I would say.
Let's bring Mo in, shall we? Because before the final, I don't know if you heard, Mo predicted you to lose that final. So I'm just wondering if you'd like to say anything to Mo.
Yeah, I saw Yuval had a good bracket and he was ready for Anders, but Anders was too good, to be honest. It was amazing to watch, the most deserved world championship ever. And yeah, just respect from me and also Umut. I thought we both are world champions, but we never see anything like this.
Yeah, incredible, absolutely incredible. Umut, a word on your teammate.
Yeah, I knew it's gonna be, and any day he's gonna win that. I was sure. I also told him you're the best. I always say to him, he's the best in the world. He always say, no, I'm not so. But then, yeah, now he showed that he's the best. And I also think like it will not be his last one exactly. So I think we will go see many more of that, and also many more of incredible tournaments of him.
Anders, do you thought you were gonna win this easily in the final?
Say it again.
Did you think you were gonna win this match so easily, 7-0?
Not really. I think that normally everything can happen in a final, and many would always like overthink and play a bit worse. But I've always said that when it gets even more important, I always play better. And like I've won every single game today really easy, but of course it could be different in the final. But I knew how important it was, yeah, like the whole tournament to get the first goal, and after that I could just destroy my opponents. And I'm happy that I did it in the final too, so I didn't have to like sweat it out in the end, because you know that if the opponent is like coming close in the end, then you will also start doing mistakes. Like, and I didn't want that. I just want to win easy, and I would say that I managed to do that quite well.
Hans, I've got to ask you. PH Zin, FC Pro Open final, a devastating defeat. How has it been, the journey from January to July, from runner-up to world champion?
I think that everyone was overreacting too much at that time. I always said that he can get the trophy if I'm gonna perform now. I think he got grouped, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm standing with the trophy, so he can have his open trophy, all that he wants. The only goal I had for that tournament was to qualify for this one. Now I have the big one, so I'm just really happy. And again, I hope the Brazilian fans is gonna turn up on my account again and just spam his name. I would be really happy about that.
Back to back? You going again next year? Back to back?
Next year?
Next year.
Like I've always said that I know that I'm the best and this is the first trophy, but I know that my mentality is good enough to not stop here. I want to like keep being as good as I am, and I know that I have a big chance in the future to become by far the greatest in the world.
Well, Anders, you've been absolutely incredible. First things first, what's the plan for the next few days? You're going to relax a little bit or just carry on playing?
Now, for sure, now I have to relax. I think I've been in Berlin in 1.5 weeks or something. And yeah, I just want to relax now. I actually, as good as I am, of course I qualified for Saudi too, so I have to be prepared for that. But now I have the two of the most important tournaments of the year, and that's always what I'm like preparing for. I know, as I always say, that I'm like better when it matters, and then if I'm gonna lose like early in the year, people can celebrate as much as they want. Now I think they're not gonna celebrating that much, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
Listen, there'll be a lot of people celebrating for you. Anders, you've been absolutely amazing. Look, Casey is actually standing by with a very, very special guest, so let's head there.
Yes, I am here with Lila, who happens to be Anders' mom, who we've seen you in the stands for the past 4 days, looking very, very nervous, but now you can finally take a deep breath because your son is a world champion. How proud are you?
Of course, I don't think you can be more proud than I am right now.
I mean, talk to me. His journey has been tough this year. He lost in the FC Pro Open. He lost to PH Zin.
Yeah.
He probably was very, very disappointed. What has it been like since you've seen him every step of the way from the FC Pro Open to here?
Yeah, I think when he loses a game like that, he gets even more hungry to get his revenge.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I mean, not many mothers can say that they're a mother of a world champion. How does that feel?
Crazy.
All right, we absolutely love to see it. I will let you go celebrate back with Anders. It is a wonderful day for you and Anders. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Casey and, of course, to Anders' mum. Great to see her so happy. Wow, what a season it's been. What a journey it's been. And what a bunch of talent we've had as well. Shout out to Casey as well. Come and join us, Case. Come and join us. It's been absolutely brilliant. Right, what we're going to do before we end is we're going to go for our moment of the season. Take it away, Brandon.
You know what? I'm going to go a bit controversial to kick off with. That was special, but that FC Pro Open final was also probably my favourite. Sorry, Anders.
I don't think Anders minds anymore based on what he just said. Mo, what about you for your moment of the season?
Yeah, I would also say the last-minute winner from PH Zin. It was like the most emotional moment.
The celebration as well was sensational, Umut.
I would mention also the game, but also, as Anders said, also like the story, what happened like afterwards. Like everyone was saying, okay, you get second again in a 1v1, and now he was lifting a trophy in the Euros, and now the biggest tournament, the World Championship, and he won that also in 1v1. So just incredible.
Look, I could be boring and say something like that. What I'm going to say is Pie Face holding a kangaroo doing a shoey.
Yeah. Oh, that was a sensational moment, an iconic moment. Graf?
I'm gonna go with Johnny's win streak, Virtual Bundesliga, and then the Champions League. For me, moment of the season.
And Case?
I think mine's going to be all the upsets that we saw this weekend. There were so many amazing players that we said goodbye to quick, and we saw a lot of newcomers and unknown people do really, really well.
Well, mine's going to be when Brandon Smith grew a beard. That was lovely to see, and I hope Richard Buckley, you can do the same for next season. Look, I'll be back. It's been an absolutely incredible season. A massive thank you to everyone who's watched us. Thank you to all of you guys, and congratulations to arguably one of the best, if not the best performance ever. Anders Vergang is our first ever FC Pro Open World Champion. We'll see you soon.
It's all come down to this one. The FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. On knocking out the big names here. This is the big one. This is the last match of the season, but the biggest match of the year. The FC Pro World Championship Grand Final. Anders Vergang against Yuval. It's his first attack into Mbappe. Could be an opening goal. We will be. Ronaldo. Mbappe, 6-0. 7. This is his World Championship victory. Anders Vergang is your FC Pro World Champion.